Your Majesty, please forgive us. All the ministers had never seen Emperor Care this angry before. Maynard was so frightened that he trembled and immediately begged for forgiveness. HMPH, all of you stand on the shore acting all righteous. Do you really think I'm a fool? If we can't take back Yuju, then it belongs to the barbarians. Care continued speaking. Then he looked around the entire Chenking Hall and said, since you all disagree with Prince Henry's plan, fine. I'll give you the chance. Whoever takes back the land of Yuju, I will reward them with that land. Do you dare? Maynard and the other civil officials immediately shrank back, not daring to speak. They were good at arguing, but when it came to real battle, they were too scared to fight. After waiting a while with no one speaking, Care sneered, it seems no one else is willing to go to the grasslands and fight for me. In that case, I grant Prince Henry's request as a reward. Thank you, Father, Aldous bowed. It had to be said, just now Care finally acted like a true emperor, full of authority. Your Majesty, your brother only wants to ask if Prince Henry could sell me some cannons, Prince Hardy said hesitantly. The third prince immediately said with suspicion, Third uncle, it's understandable that the northern lords like Prince Lark and Prince Doran need cannons to defend against the barbarians. But what do you need them for? Prince Hardy, the third prince, has a point. Why do you need cannons? Care also frowned. Prince Hardy sighed and said, Your Majesty doesn't know, but your brother needs the cannons to defend against pirates from the sea. In recent years, my trading ships have often been attacked by pirates. These pirates also raid the coastal areas. They come ashore in thousands or tens of thousands and retreat back to the sea after robbing. It's a real headache. When he mentioned these pirates, the third prince went quiet. That's because Prince Chu's territory had also suffered pirate raids. That made this a good reason. He said, Father, there are also pirates in Prince Chu's land, so I think third uncle's words make sense. Prince Hardy glanced at the third prince and thought to himself that he was indeed smart. By supporting him now, it meant Prince Chu could also buy cannons easily. Aldous just watched from the side. The more people wanted cannons, the more money he would make. But what Prince Hardy said about pirates made Aldous frown. These pirates were clearly from an island nation. In real history, pirates often attacked the coast. Seemed they existed in this world too, though Aldous didn't remember much about them. Let me think about it. Care didn't agree right away. He was a bit annoyed. Aldous and Prince Hardy didn't ask for normal rewards but instead gave him new problems. Looking a bit tired, Care said something to Hank. Hank then announced, if there's anything to report, speak up. If not, court is dismissed. This morning meeting ended with Maynard losing badly. Not only did he fail to get the cannon technology, but he was also scolded harshly by the Emperor. It was clear to everyone that Care's attitude towards the barbarians had changed. It was obvious that the pro-war faction would now have the strongest voice in court for some time. After court ended, the ministers left one by one. Aldous had gotten what he wanted, so he was very satisfied. Prince Hardy, however, looked worried and gloomy. After a quick greeting with Aldous and promising to treat him to wine another day, he left in a hurry. Aldous laughed to himself. Prince Hardy's reason about pirates was fake. He really wanted to use the cannons to threaten Prince Chu and Prince Madoc. Just as he was leaving the Chenking Hall, Hank suddenly came over and said, Your Highness, the Emperor wants to see you behind the hall. Aldous followed Hank through a turn and reached a pavilion behind Chenking Hall. Care was standing there. Father, Aldous bowed. Care turned to look at him and asked slowly, Here, it's just the two of us. Be honest with me, how powerful are the cannons really? Father, I don't dare to lie. These cannons are developed from fire lances. Their power and range are dozens of times stronger. As long as the city is well defended and the soldiers are brave, it's not hard to hold a city, Aldous answered truthfully. Care nodded. You know the situation of our great Gabriel Empire. I didn't send troops to help you, because I was afraid that Prince Lark and others would seize the chance to rebel, not because I didn't care. Today, although Maynard spoke so confidently, I knew exactly who was behind him. So Father already knew. I was worried you might really make me give up the cannon technology, Aldous said. If it were 20 years ago, I definitely would have made you hand it over, Care sighed. But now I'm old. I must think of the future of the Stafford family's empire. With the cannons in your hands, I feel reassured because you're part of the royal family. After a pause, Care continued. Though I'm not forcing you to give up the technology. The first batch of cannons must go to the Imperial Guards, understand? Yes, Father, Aldous replied. Care asked again, so when can the first batch of cannons arrive in Nightbloomin? He was very interested in the cannons. Half a year, Aldous said. Half a year, Care was angry. Why does it take so long? "Father, cannons are very difficult to make. We don't even have enough for Kangju yet. We have to make those first. Also, cannons need a lot of coal and iron. Even a clever woman can't cook without rice," Aldous complained. In truth, Aldous was just making a big promise to impress everyone. He agreed to sell cannons, but when to deliver them was entirely up to him. "No, that's too slow. I want to see the first batch in 3 months. If you lack coal and iron, I'll give it to you. If you lack money, I'll transfer funds to you. These cannons must be equipped to the imperial guards and placed on Nightblumen's city walls," Kerr said firmly. He was clearly still angry about being humiliated by the barbarians and the powerful nobles last time. "In that case, I'll try my best. But in 3 months I can only provide 24 cannons. Each cannon costs 10,000 taels of silver. I hope Father can pay first," Aldous said. "HMPH, I knew you'd ask for a high price. 8,000 taels per cannon, no more. You cover the rest yourself," Kerr said harshly. Aldous acted like he was reluctant. "If that's the case, I'll just take the loss," he said. But in his heart he thought, if he had known, he would have asked for an even higher price. The maple trees behind Chenking Hall rustled in the autumn wind, red leaves fluttering down. After discussing the matter of the cannons, the two fell into silence. After a while, Emperor Kerr seemed to make up his mind and finally said, "Aldouser, are you still angry with me?" In Aldous's memory, Kerr hadn't called him by name like this since he was 10. Startled for a moment, Aldous replied, "This son wouldn't dare." "Wouldn't dare? Heh, but you didn't say you aren't." "Looks like you still hold resentment against me." Kerr gave a bitter laugh. As he aged, he had become more sentimental. In the past, he wouldn't have cared what his sons thought of him. Aldous cursed inwardly. Truthfully, he didn't really hate Kerr after all. He was just an impostor. In recent days, after reading through the historical records, he knew that in the Great Gabriel Empire, many princes were either exiled or killed. Aldous surviving until now was already a miracle. Kerr turned and stared into Aldous's eyes, as if trying to see through him. Aldous was unafraid. His expression remained genuine. In a country like the Great Gabriel, where rank and hierarchy was so strict, most princes would feel nervous being stared at like this. But Aldous came from a world where everyone was equal, so he didn't understand this kind of hierarchy. Facing the emperor, he wasn't afraid. Instead, he was curious about what being a ruler truly meant. In history books, emperors were usually labeled simply wise or foolish. But few cared about what kind of people they really were. If that's true, then I'm relieved. My efforts weren't in vain, Kerr said slowly. Aldous looked confused. At this point, he already had a good idea what Kerr was going to say. As expected, Kerr said, "Among all the concubines, only your mother had no background. Likewise, among all the princes, only you lacked support from noble clans. If I had kept you in Nightblumen back then, with your unruly personality, you might have been dead by now. But I must admit, I truly disliked you at the time because of your rebellious nature. So I gave you Kingju as your domain. That way, even if you caused trouble, it wouldn't be too serious. And being far from Nightblumen, the other princes would forget you. Even if the crown prince ascended the throne, he wouldn't see you as a threat. You could live out your life in peace. This was also my way of keeping a promise to your mother." Kerr's tone was cold, as if he was simply telling a story. Aldous was a little surprised that Kerr was really opening up to him, so he said, "In the past, it was my fault for wasting Father's good intentions. But I've changed now and will never let you down again. The great victory in Kangju has proven that. I didn't expect it, but I'm very pleased. Living a quiet life can preserve your safety, but as a prince, being able to serve your country is a blessing for the royal family. From now on, never forget your original intention. Assist the new emperor as your third uncle has assisted me." "This son understands," Aldous replied with a bow. He knew well that he wasn't in line for the throne. After all, traditional law dictated that the eldest is favored over the youngest. Moreover, while Kerr had protected him, he had never shown particular favor, just as Morley had analyzed. Kerr's true favorite was the crown prince. As for him, Kerr was simply fulfilling a father's duty, and it was also to ease Fiora's worries. But to Aldous, that didn't matter. What did matter was that Kerr's attitude toward him had clearly changed. That change was more like how he treated the King of Hardy, a sign of trust and value, and that was far more valuable than simple affection. Affection might be an emotional bias, but trust and recognition affected both feelings and logic. Kerr now valued him both emotionally and practically. That alone made Aldous very satisfied. This trip to Nightblumen had two goals: to find some allies and to help maintain internal stability in the Great Gabriel Empire. So far, The cannons were enough to intimidate the barbarians and the vassals for a while. During this period of peace, Aldous needed the right time, place, and people to develop Kingshu. Now he had the time and place, he just needed the people. Cozying up to the King of Hardy was the start of building his network, but in his eyes, the most valuable connection to invest in was still Care. So even without the father-son relationship, Aldous would still try to win Care over during this trip to Nightbloomin. That's why he acted just the way Care liked. Good, remember that. Your fief borders the King of Hardy's. Learn from him. In the future, don't have any wild ambitions, or I won't be able to tolerate you, Care said sternly, clearly a warning against rebellion. This son wouldn't dare. Aldous remained submissive, but thought to himself, once you're gone, it won't be up to you. If the new emperor is wise, fine. If not, don't blame me. I've said what I needed to. Now that you've proven loyal in protecting the royal family, I will naturally reward you more, Care said, now smiling. Aldous chuckled inwardly. Care really knew how to play both the stick and the carrot. The serious talk over, Care asked Aldous about trivial things, like whether he had gotten used to life in Kingshu, whether the food suited him, and so on. Though small, these questions showed genuine care from a father. Compared to earlier conversations, this part made Aldous feel more like a real son. Back in Kingshu, he had only guessed at Care's character based on memory. Now he could see that Care wasn't exactly a wise ruler, but neither was he a fool. At least in critical moments, he could still be counted on. After weighing it all, Aldous thought maintaining a good relationship with Care was definitely a smart move. So he said, "Father, I brought a very fine gift for you on this trip. I'm sure you'll like it." Emperor Care's interest was piqued. Recently, Aldous had sent all sorts of strange and fascinating items to Nightbloomin. So he was curious about this one. Reporting to Father Emperor, "This gift is quite heavy. It wasn't brought with me but is being transported separately by merchant ships via canal. It should arrive in a couple of days, at which point I will personally deliver it to you," Aldous replied. Emperor Care felt a warmth in his heart. "You've put thought into this. HMPH, unlike your brothers, who do nothing but scheme all day and never spare a thought for anything else." He waved his hand dismissively. "In that case, go attend to your own matters. Your mother must have mentioned the Orpheus family to you. I spent quite some time persuading Ivor. You should pay them a visit while you're here. Since returning to Nightbloomin isn't easy for you, stay a while longer. There's also a military competition coming up. If you're interested, you might learn something from it." "Understood, Father Emperor." This son takes his leave. Aldous bowed and turned to depart. Watching Aldous's retreating figure, Hank smiled and said, "Your Majesty, Prince Henry has matured quite a bit. He could prove very useful now." Hank had served Emperor Care since childhood and was one of his most trusted confidants. Indeed, now with Prince Henry in Kingshu and Prince Hardy in Jinling, the North can keep Princes Lark and Doran in check, while the South restrains Princes Madoc and Chu. The Great Gabriel will be more stable this way. Emperor Care nodded thoughtfully. "If that's the case, perhaps we should have Aldous sell cannons to Prince Hardy as well." Hank was skilled at whispering suggestions but never dared to overstep on matters of state. "Your Majesty, this old servant knows nothing of such things." "HMPH, you don't know or you pretend not to. If we give cannons to Prince Hardy, we'll have to give them to Prince Chu as well. Otherwise, the ministers will accuse me of favoritism." The thought gave Emperor Care a headache. Hank's eyes flickered. "Why trouble yourself over this, Your Majesty? Nightbloomin doesn't produce cannons. Even if you wished to distribute them, you couldn't." "Ha, well said." Emperor Care suddenly laughed. "In that case, I'll leave this problem to Aldous. What's a nuisance to me is a chance for him to make silver. 8,000 taels per cannon, he's got nerve. I'd wager the actual cost is only 10 times that of a fire lance, no more than 2,000 or 3,000 taels at most. Let him handle a few troubles for me, it's only fair." Had Aldous heard this, he would have been stunned. Emperor Care was sharper than he appeared. Historical records showed that even the famed red cannons of the late Aldous dynasty cost only around 500 taels each, and the cannons produced by Kingshu's machinery department were priced similarly. By the time Aldous exited the palace, Orpheus was already waiting for him. "Where's Asa? Why isn't he with you?" Aldous asked. Orpheus grinned. "General Riddle took him away. Back in Nightbloomin, he's like a fish returned to water. Why bother about him, Your Highness?" Aldous glanced at the sun and then at his shadow. It was still early, likely around 9 in the morning. The day had only just begun. Thinking of Fiora and Emperor Care's words, he wondered if he should visit the Orpheus family. But since most of the gifts he had brought from Kingju hadn't arrived yet, he dismissed the idea. Showing up empty-handed would be impolite. Just then he noticed Orpheus fidgeting as if hesitating over something. "What is it? Spit it out," Aldous said bluntly. Orpheus chuckled sheepishly. "Your Highness, they say Nightblumen is a city of flowers and pleasures, a paradise of wealth and beauty. Since we've come all this way to receive rewards, shouldn't Your Highness show this humble general a good time, make the journey worthwhile? Just say you want to visit a brothel. Must you phrase it so delicately?" Aldous rolled his eyes. In the Great Gabriel Empire, polygamy was as normal as monogamy in the modern world and legally protected. Gender inequality aside, the most pressing issue in ancient times was the demographic imbalance. War, disease, and forced labor disproportionately killed men, especially in Kingju, where the barbarian invasion 3 years ago had worsened the gender disparity. For Aldous, encouraging monogamy now would be as impractical as enforcing a one-child policy. What he needed was population growth. Without a strong demographic base, a nation could never achieve a complete industrial system. Why did only a few major powers in his past life have full industrial systems, while smaller nations remained mere assembly lines? Because population determined potential. More people meant more talent, and only with talent could a nation develop comprehensively. So, accepting this reality, Aldous had come to tolerate, if not endorse, polygamy. Policies had to adapt to circumstances, not personal ideals. "No, I can't take you to those places," Aldous said firmly, ignoring Orpheus's pleading look. Orpheus grumbled under his breath. "Your Highness forbids the commoners to light lamps while officials set fires." "Use your brain," Aldous snapped. "Common brothels are off limits. Imperial law forbids officials from visiting them, only the Court Entertainment Bureau is permitted." Just like polygamy, visiting pleasure houses was socially acceptable in the Great Gabriel. However, officials were strictly prohibited from frequenting common brothels. The only exception was the Court Entertainment Bureau, where official courtesans served. These women were usually from disgraced noble families or trained from a young age to cater to scholars and officials. Unlike ordinary prostitutes, they were skilled in poetry, music, and painting, making them the preferred companions for high-ranking banquets and social gatherings. Orpheus's eyes gleamed. He knew the Court Entertainment Bureau was far more refined than common brothels after all. These women entertained the empire's elite. Your Highness, this general misunderstood you." Orpheus grinned eagerly. "But I still can't go." Aldous hesitated before delivering the final blow. Orpheus's face fell. "Your Highness might as well not have mentioned it at all. Now you're just teasing me." On Suzaku Avenue, Aldous and Orpheus walked slowly, one in front and one behind. Now living in Nightblumen, even though Aldous missed the affairs of Kingju, since things were not yet settled, he couldn't go back. With nothing to do, he felt very relaxed. But life in Nightblumen was indeed boring, or else Orpheus wouldn't be so idle as to want to visit the brothel to relieve boredom. Facing Orpheus's slightly resentful expression, Aldous smiled and explained, "Father has granted me a marriage soon. At this time, going to such a place is really inappropriate. You'd better go with Asa instead." "To tell the truth, Your Highness, it was that kid who just talked a lot about such things and got me all fired up." Who knew that kid would be dragged back by General Riddle? Aldous gritted his teeth with frustration. So this was why Orpheus suddenly brought it up. It turned out to be the fault of Asa, that spoiled rich kid. As the two were talking, suddenly Asa's voice came from far away. Before long, he arrived in front of them. "Your Highness, I just went to ask about something." "Since Your Highness came to Nightblumen, my main job is still to serve you." Asa grinned. Aldous looked at Orpheus, who was staring at Asa with a murderous look, and said, "You'd better serve Orpheus or he might beat you up." Asa laughed at Orpheus's expression and said, "Your Highness, I know you're going to visit the Orpheus residence soon, so of course we can't go to the brothel. Otherwise my father would beat me to death. But, Your Highness, did you forget what day it is today?" "What day?" Aldous asked, confused. "It's the Autumn Drying Festival on the 9th of September, Asa suddenly said. Aldous immediately understood. The 9th of September is actually the modern Qingyang Festival, but in the Great Gabriel Empire, it is called the Autumn Drying Festival. Every year at this time, the scholars and poets of Nightblumen gather at Twist River Pool to drink and enjoy chrysanthemums. Because the Autumn Drying Festival also has another meaning, it's about walking and enjoying the autumn." "I'm not interested," Aldous said lazily. In the past, when he was in Nightblumen, His former self used to enjoy going to Twist River Pool every year around this time, but usually he would end up being humiliated by other princes and then leave in anger. After all, drinking and admiring chrysanthemums naturally includes writing poetry, which, in modern terms, is basically a day for scholars to show off. Because at the same time, there would be 2 poetry gatherings at Twist River Pool. The poetry gatherings are divided into 2 sides, separated by a curtain, one side for men, the other for women. Your Highness, if you don't go this time, you'll definitely regret it. This year's poetry gathering is hosted by Princess Camilla herself. It's said that many noble ladies from Nightblumen will be there, especially talented women from famous families. It's even said that Lady Orpheus Stonehearter, your future bride, will be among them. Saying this, Asak calmly smiled. What poetry gathering? Nonsense. His Highness won't go. I want to go to the brothel. What's so great about poems? Orpheus shouted loudly, almost ready to roll up his sleeves. Asak said unhappily, which is more important, what's under your pants or His Highness's matters? Looks like you haven't spent enough time in the little black room. At the mention of this, Orpheus suddenly got angry. Say little black room again, I dare you. Seeing Orpheus was really angry, Asak immediately softened and said seriously, anyway, going to the brothel now is useless. On this day all the best courtesans are already at Twist River Pool. When the time comes, I'll take you to find a decorated boat instead. Hearing this, Orpheus immediately stopped being angry and smiled. See, you should have said that earlier. Then he looked at Aldous and said, Your Highness, let's go. No one knows if this Orpheus girl is tall or short, fat or thin, ugly or pretty. If she turns out to look like a monster, even if she's from the Orpheus family, for your Highness's sake you can't marry her. Just imagine, if you lift her veil and get so scared that something happens to you, what would we do? Go, go, go. Asak waved his hand like shooing away a fly. Back then I actually saw a painting of Orpheus Stonehearter. Your Highness, she definitely doesn't look like what Orpheus said. Orpheus laughed even louder. A painting? That's nothing. Maybe Minister Orpheus was worried his daughter wouldn't get married, so he made a fake painting to trick you all into dreaming about her and treating her like a treasure. Aldous didn't doubt it before, but now that Orpheus said it, he started to feel a bit worried. After all, very few people in Nightblumen had actually seen Orpheus Stonehearter. If what Orpheus said turned out to be true, it would be too late to cry later. Concubine Fiora arranged for him to marry a girl from the Orpheus family for his future safety, but to Aldous. All he needed to do was please Emperor Care for a few more years. By then, even without the Orpheus family, who could stop him? Besides, this wasn't love marriage. There was no way to understand someone's personality in advance. In modern times, even blind dates look at appearances. Not to mention, before the wedding night, he might not even get to see her face. Thinking of this, he said, Go. Of course we go, Asak said with a smile. This was a rare, lively event. For noble sons like him, there was no reason not to go. Since you both insist, let's go then, Aldous said. Asak and Orpheus were delighted and said, Your Highness, after you. After that, Aldous returned to his residence in Nightblumen and changed into casual clothes. Orpheus and Asak also went to change clothes. The 3 of them agreed to meet at Twist River Pool. Your Highness is going to Twist River Pool, right? Miles seemed to already know everything. How did you know? Aldous asked in surprise. Today is the 9th of September. Every year at this time, Your Highness always goes. Now that the court session is over and Your Highness is free, where else would you go if not Twist River Pool? Miles said softly. Keely's face turned red with excitement. Your Highness, take us with you. That time of year, there are the most people selling malt sugar by Twist River Pool. Miles also said, Your Highness, please take us. It's too boring staying in the yard. After thinking for a moment, Aldous figured since the poetry event is divided in 2 halves, if he couldn't see Orpheus Stonehearter, maybe Miles and Keely could go to the women's side and help look for her. So he said, All right, but when we get there, you 2 mustn't run around. The poetry gathering has all kinds of people. Many sons of nobles aren't good people. Yes, Your Highness, Miles and Keely replied joyfully. After changing clothes, the 3 of them, along with guards also dressed in plain clothes, set off for Twist River Pool. Generally speaking, the poetry event would last from noon until evening. This was the time when people were heading to Twist River Pool. On the road, Aldous saw many fancy carriages heading in that direction. Aldous was in no hurry. He enjoyed the scenery of Nightblumen while thinking about how to expand business into the Nightblumen market. After all, according to the Business Guild statistics, nearly a quarter of Kingju's products had been sold in Nightblumen in the past year. showing just how terrifying the spending power of Nightblumen was. Twist River Pool, hailed as one of the 8 scenic wonders of Nightblumen, was the city's inner lake. Every spring and autumn, noble youths and highborn ladies gathered here for leisure. Painted pleasure boats crowded the waters like schools of fish, while scholars and beauties met on the lake, indulging in wine, poetry, music, and revelry. Each year after the imperial examinations, successful candidates would flock to Kwajong in groups, hosting grand banquets and drinking freely, giving rise to the famed tradition of floating cups on Kwajong. In Aldous' memory, Twist River Pool was the liveliest place in Nightblumen. When the 3 of them arrived, the scene matched his recollections perfectly. The lake shimmered with rippling blue waves, dotted with countless painted boats from which the melodies of strings and flutes drifted, accompanied by the enchanting songs of women. Along the lakeshore, autumn chrysanthemums bloomed in dazzling hues, competing in splendor. Scholars and ladies strolled arm in arm while vendors hawked their wares, street performers drummed up crowds, and the aroma of snacks and delicacies filled the air. Has the poetry contest started yet? Aldous cut straight to the point. His purpose here was simple: to catch a glimpse of Orpheus Stoneharder's beauty. Everything else was secondary. Not yet. Asa pointed ahead beneath the bridge. But it seems quite a crowd has gathered. Aldous followed his gaze. The area Asa indicated was now cordoned off with silk drapes, guarded by soldiers clad in golden armor. No one but Princess Camilla could muster such an extravagant display. Outside the drapes, scholars craned their necks, straining for a look inside. Your Highness, with so many people, why bother with this poetry nonsense? Let's just board a pleasure boat and enjoy some tea, Orpheus grumbled, already itching to leave. Ignoring Orpheus's impatience, Asa continued, They say the winners of the contest will join the princess for a lakeside excursion. Those scholars are practically salivating at the chance. Aldous scoffed. Then this contest is pointless. I've no interest in touring the lake with my aunt. Your Highness, I haven't finished. I checked earlier. The rules state that the winners include both men and women. That means if a lady excels, she'll also accompany the princess. Orpheus Stoneharder's literary talent is renowned in Nightblumen. Who knows, maybe she'll. Asa trailed off with a suggestive grin. Aldous frowned. Why go through the trouble? If I ask my aunt directly, would she really refuse me? She would. Last year, even the crown prince was turned away. Asa spoke with conviction. Princess Camilla's temperament was well known. If Asa said so, it was likely true. Fine. You two go do whatever you want. I'll scout the situation. Orpheus needed no further urging, dragging Asa away immediately. The 3 descended the stone bridge, arriving at the contest site. A sign read, Entry by Poetry. Many scholars clutched scrolls of their compositions, waiting to submit them once the event began. Peering past the drapes, Aldous glimpsed a line of women on the other side, presumably also awaiting the contest. Your Highness, what now? It seems we need poems to enter, Myrlin Lulio observed. Simple. I'll teach you a few poems now. Memorize them, and slipping in will be easy. Remember, your priority is gathering intel on Orpheus Stoneharder. Observe her appearance. Aldous was playing it safe. If recognized by a prince or noble, word might reach Princess Camilla, prompting Orpheus Stoneharder to avoid him entirely. So he would send Myrlin Lulio in first, joining them later. Understood, Your Highness. The 2 maids smiled. Though they dabbled in poetry, they doubted their skills could rival true scholars, but with Aldous' guidance, whose verses had already stunned Nightblumen, success was assured. After consideration, Aldous selected 2 Tang Dynasty poems by female poets. The first was Lament of the Painted Letter by Shangyun Wanner. Leaves fall upon daunting shores, longing for you across endless miles. Dew thickens, scent chills the quilt, moon fades, embroidered screens stand hollow. I yearn to sing of southern rivers, yet clutch letters from northern frontiers. Pages hold no other meaning, only sorrow for time lost apart. The second was Lament of the Chu Consort by Yao Yuehu. Beneath the parasol leaves, a golden well, the pulley creaks, drawing up silken rope. The beauty rises before dawn, her hand brushes a silver vase, autumn's chill. After reciting these, Myrlin Lulio stared in astonishment. These were unmistakably a woman's verses, melancholic and introspective. Your Highness, this. Recovering, the maids eyed him with strange expressions. Were it not for his burning curiosity about his future bride, Aldous would never have shared such poems. Their looks made him feel like a modern man caught wearing stockings. Coughing, he said, I copied these from my mother's collection. Now hurry. Only then did the maids snap to attention, memorizing the lines swiftly. Aldous then taught Xian Sierra Kingzhao's slow song, searching, seeking, a famously poignant lyric. Mile, being sharper than Luluo, would handle the contest while Luluo observed from within. Once the maids had memorized the poems perfectly, the crowd suddenly stirred. Submission time had arrived. Go on, Aldous urged. Nodding, Mile and Luluo linked arms and headed for the women's section beyond the drapes. Aldous lingered beneath a willow tree at the rear, watching the scene unfold. Two voices rang out abruptly, the first vaguely familiar, the second belonging unmistakably to Jack and Cody. Turning, Aldous saw a graceful young man in a blue round collared robe. A mole between his eyebrows triggered a name in Aldous's memory. The young man laughed brightly. Your Highness, 5 years apart, and I almost didn't recognize you. Aldous quickly recalled Alvar Huxley's background and his father, Hamish Huxley, a target for alliance on his list. Jack, Cody, stand down. This is the eldest son of the Court of Imperial Sacrifices, Director Hamish. Your Highness, it's me, Alvar. Alvar beamed with delight, sauntering toward Aldous with a paper fan in hand. Picture of an old friend reunited. Back when Aldous had roamed Nightblumen's streets, he'd had a tight-knit circle of pleasure seeking young nobles, Alvar among them. 5 years apart hadn't changed Alvar one bit. He still looked like a man hollowed out by wine and women, though the dark circles under his eyes had deepened. Clearly, some habits died hard. As Alvar approached, Aldous gave him a once-over. What a coincidence running into you here. Coincidence, Your Highness, this is fate. Alvar chuckled before sighing theatrically. Though now, as Prince Henry, your victory at Kangju has made you renowned across the land. Compared to you, I'm but a fading shadow. Nonsense, Aldous said. Back then, I told you all that no matter where I went, I'd remember our bonds. Why bring up Kangju? Between us, there's no need for such formality. Alvar had a silver tongue. Their so-called life-and-death adventures had amounted to little more than carousing and bullying commoners. But Aldous couldn't very well bring up those unsavory memories now. Alvar's phrasing deftly honored their friendship without provoking ire. As they chatted, reminiscing, Alvar gradually slipped back into the easy camaraderie of their youth. Your Highness, every year at this time, we'd accompany you to the autumn festival by the lake. Who'd have thought that upon your return to Nightblumen, we'd meet here again, as if our hearts beat as one. This time, we must revel to our heart's content before leaving. One of Aldous's goals in returning to Nightblumen was to reconnect with his old circle. Though these men had been the worst of Wastrel's street thugs in silk robes, there was no denying the depth of bonds forged at 13 or 14. As the saying went, there are no closer ties than those between men who have served together or whored together. They'd done plenty of the latter. More importantly, these ne'er-do-wells all came from influential families. Only those with powerful backing dared run amok in Nightblumen. For Aldous, reviving these connections was a safer move than tangling with the old foxes of the court. Besides, many of these nobles now held minor posts. Alvar, for instance, worked under his father, Hamish, Director of the Court of Imperial Sacrifices, overseeing the Empire's handicrafts, small-scale weaving, spinning, papermaking, and more. For Aldous, handicrafts were the next step in Kingju's economic revival. Sooner or later, he'd need to deal with the Court of Imperial Sacrifices, and Hamish's archives held records of nearly every workshop in the Empire, their types, locations, and output. Such intelligence was invaluable. Understanding Great Gabriel's current handicraft landscape would let him tailor Kingju's development strategically. Of course, the poetry contest is the liveliest spot at Twist River Pool now. It's about time, let's head in, Aldous said. Alvar grinned. One moment, Your Highness. I've 2 others with me, Newton Finch and Horace Carmichael. You haven't forgotten them, have you? Aldous's heart leaped. The 4 troublemakers of Nightblumen were reuniting. Naturally. After you left for Kingju, the 3 of us still. Alvar trailed off with a leer. Aldous smirked in understanding. Perfect, bring them over. As Alvar scurried off, Aldous rifled through his memories of Newton and Horace. Newton's father was the censor-in-chief overseeing officials, managing imperial archives and drafting edicts. Horace's father commanded the Imperial Guard, responsible for palace security and deeply trusted by Emperor Care. One controlled the censors, the Empire's watchdogs, akin to modern anti-corruption bureaus. The other held the keys to the palace's safety. Controlling the latter meant holding the lives of everyone in the palace. No wonder the princes had been vying for Ethan Carmichael's favor. Yet the man remained cautiously neutral. Aldous couldn't help but marvel this might be the one. Decent thing his predecessor had done, even if unintentionally. Course friendship with the sons didn't guarantee influence over their fathers, but it was a foothold. Alvar soon returned with 2 men, one tall and gaunt, the other short and rotund. The former was Newton, the latter Horus. "Your Highness, we've missed you terribly," they exclaimed in unison. Birds of a feather, their personalities mirrored Alvar's, brash and unrestrained. "Newton, Horus." Aldous clasped his hands, addressing them by their courtesy names. "Your Highness." They bowed before straightening, and the 4 burst into laughter, as if no time had passed. Newton, like Alvar, fanned himself with exaggerated refinement. "Horus and I were just saying we ought to visit you. To meet here is fate. With the 4 terrors of Nightblumen reunited, the city had better brace for stormy weather." "Newton speaks truth," Horus chimed in. "Since you left, those pretentious scholars have humiliated us time and again. But now, with your poetry famed across Nightblumen, your Highness must help us settle scores." Aldous clasped his hands behind his back. "Nothing simpler. Tonight we crash this poetry contest. Your Highness, this humble girl is of limited talent, and dare not casually offer any commentary." Orpheus Stonehearter spoke softly, her voice clear and melodious. Princess Camilla smiled. "Among the women of Nightblumen, if even you claim to be of limited talent, then others might as well be illiterate. You rarely step out this time. Don't be as modest as Grand Secretary Fairwind." A white veil covered half of Orpheus Stonehearter's face, her exposed eyes curving into crescent moons as she replied, "As you wish, your Highness." At that moment, the golden-armored guard entered again, holding a piece of paper. "Your Highness, there's only one person left outside." A maidservant stepped forward to retrieve the poem. Princess Camilla said, "Very well. Those who arrive late shall not be admitted. It's time to begin the poetry gathering." The maidservant handed the poem to Princess Camilla, who skimmed it and revealed a faint look of surprise. She signaled to the maidservant, who then presented the poem to Orpheus Stonehearter. "Wait till the double 9th day comes. My blooms alone will shame all flowers. Their scent will pierce the Nightblumen skies, the city drowned in golden armor." Orpheus Stonehearter recited slowly, then paused in thought. "This poem appears to praise chrysanthemums, yet its words carry an overwhelming aura of slaughter." Princess Camilla nodded. "Indeed, I thought the same. The author must surely be someone accustomed to the brutality of the battlefield." Princess Xiangcheng suddenly laughed. "This poem reminds me of Seventh Brother's frontier song. Both are steeped in the air of slaughter." "You mean the moon still shines on mountain passes as of yore?" Princess Camilla asked with a smile. "But our warriors return no more. Were the winged general of Dragon City here, the Tartar steeds would not dare cross the frontier." "Exactly," Princess Xiangcheng said. Princess Camilla chuckled. "Could it be that the Aldous has come to this poetry gathering? When he was in Nightblumen before, he never missed a single one. Now that he's finally returned this year, perhaps he couldn't resist joining in the fun." Princess Xiangcheng's eyes sparkled. "If Seventh Brother were here, this gathering would be far more interesting." "More interesting than the gathering, or more interesting than your Seventh Brother?" Princess Camilla teased, her lips curling into a smile. Princess Xiangcheng laughed. "Of course, Seventh Brother is more interesting. I've been meaning to ask him for some of those Kingju glass bottles of perfume." "That's true, since the Aldous has come to Nightblumen so rarely. He ought to leave something behind before he goes." After a pause, Princess Camilla continued playfully, "But if the Aldous were here, there's someone here who should be worried." With that, she glanced at Orpheus Stonehearter and giggled. Orpheus Stonehearter immediately lowered her head, her cheeks flushing like rosy clouds. Softly she said, "Your Highness jests." "Giggle, I won't tease you anymore. Don't worry, even if the Aldous were here, I'd protect you. Besides, he's quite busy these days and may not even come." Then she announced, "Now that everyone is here, let the poetry gathering begin. You talented ladies must help me decide on the theme. Today is the Autumn Outing Festival, naturally. We should compose poems about chrysanthemums," one woman suggested. "We write about chrysanthemums every year, how dull. Let's choose something else." The women below immediately began debating. Princess Camilla nodded slightly. "The Autumn Outing Festival need not be limited to chrysanthemums. Stonehearter, Xiangcheng, what do you think?" Orpheus Stonehearter looked at Princess Xiangcheng. Aside from Princess Camilla, she held the highest status here. "Princess Xiangcheng is multi-talented, let her decide." "No, Stonehearter sister should choose." "Who knows, I might soon have to call you sister-in-law." Princess Xiangcheng teased. Orpheus Stonehearter blushed even harder, her tone turning slightly indignant. "If your Highness continues jesting like this, I shall take my leave." Princess Camilla shot Princess Xiangcheng a reproachful look. Princess Xiancheng was one of Emperor Stafford Wenzuan's 3 daughters and his most beloved. At just 13 years old, she was rather mischievous. "Enough of your nonsense," Princess Camilla chided. Princess Xiancheng stuck out her tongue. "Fine, Stonehearter sister, I apologize. You choose the theme." Orpheus Stonehearter, having lived a sheltered life, was naturally shy about matters between men and women, but with 2 princesses present, she couldn't act too willfully and storm off. "Very well. Since the great victory at Kangju has brought glory to our nation, why not compose poems about war?" Princess Camilla looked at Orpheus Stonehearter in surprise, thinking to herself, outwardly delicate, yet inwardly strong-willed, any prince who marries her would gain a truly capable partner. In her view, the notion that a woman's lack of talent is a virtue was nonsense. A woman's intellect could equally assist her husband in managing affairs. Moreover, as a daughter of the Orpheus family, if the Aldous married her, he would only flourish further. "What does your highness think?" Orpheus Stonehearter asked. Snapping out of her thoughts, Princess Camilla replied, "An excellent idea. And let the theme be war poems to celebrate the victory at Kangju." With that, Princess Camilla took brush and paper, wrote down the theme, and had a maidservant deliver it to the guards for transmission to the other side of the curtain. Meanwhile, Aldous and Alvar were mingling at the gathering. The moment he entered, Aldous was recognized by many, who eagerly sought his company. He couldn't help but feel frustrated. It seemed his cover was blown. There'd be no chance to catch a glimpse of Orpheus Stonehearter now. Knowing he was here, Princess Camilla would never allow him to join her on the lake tour. Otherwise, a year-long effort to recruit talent would be ruined. While socializing with the scholars, the guards brought in the theme. "Her Highness declares that today's theme is war poems. You may begin writing. The time limit is 1 incense stick's worth. The poems will be judged by Her Highness." At once, the scholars ceased their idle chatter. Even the noble youths who had been crowding around Aldous scattered, muttering to themselves as they racked their brains. Alvar and the other 2 looked at Aldous, their eyes conveying a clear message. Aldous had no choice but to give each of them a poem, keeping the best one for himself. The time limit of 1 incense stick, roughly half an hour, passed quickly. The guards came to collect the compositions. With Aldous's poems in hand, Alvar and the others chatted leisurely at the back, confident that his work would secure their selection. Sure enough, soon after, the guards announced the results. The winning poems are Song of Lianju, The Year of Jihai, Spring View, and Song of the Frontier. "Ha ha ha, we humbly accept." Newton burst into laughter. These were their 4 poems. With that, he prepared to follow the guards to the other side of the curtain. "Wait. Aldous, how dare you cheat at Her Highness's poetry gathering? Do you even deserve to cross the curtain?" A scholar in white robes sneered sarcastically. The poetry gathering fell into dead silence at these words. All eyes turned to Aldous and his 3 companions. Then another voice rang out, "Stephen, you mustn't make baseless accusations. What evidence do you have that the Aldous cheated?" "What a surprise, I didn't expect the Prince of Frederica to be in Nightblumen as well," Aldous said, looking at the speaker. "It was none other than the 5th Prince, the Prince of Frederica." "Your Highness, I am not speaking recklessly. Alvar, Newton, and Horace, are they not all talentless fools? How could their poems possibly catch Her Highness's eye? I saw the Aldous whispering to them earlier. He must have fed them the lines," Stephen declared. Newton frowned. "Stephen, what grudge do you hold against us? How dare you slander us like this? Explain yourself. What exactly do you want?" The Prince of Frederica interjected with a smile. "Newton, there's no need for anger. If Stephen doubts your talent, simply compose another poem in front of Her Highness to prove yourself." Aldous's gaze shifted between the Prince of Frederica and Stephen. It was clear they were putting on an act, one playing the villain, the other the mediator. Had he not mobilized the entire population of his fiefdom to search for Saltpeter, the siege of Kangju might have ended very differently. Now this bastard had the audacity to stand before him and cause trouble again. At the Prince of Frederica's words, Newton grew uneasy. Alvar and Horace were the same after all. They had cheated. Seeing their silence, Stephen grew even bolder. "Ha! To think such frauds have infiltrated the autumn outing poetry gathering. What an insult to the eyes of all present. And for the Aldous himself to abet such deceit, how laughable. This brings shame upon the imperial family." The Prince of Frederica added, "Stephen, you mustn't say that. The Aldous has long been a disgrace to the imperial family." Malicious laughter rippled through the gathering. Aldous watched coldly. The Prince of Frederica had finally shed his mask of false benevolence. He turned to Newton and asked, "Newton, what is the punishment for a nobleman who slanders a feudal prince?" Newton hesitated, then replied, "Your Highness. The law dictates 100 lashes for a noble who defames a prince." "Good, go outside and fetch a whip," Aldous said, narrowing his eyes at Stephen. The Prince of Frederica was his equal in rank. Their feud was one thing. But who did this Stephen think he was, daring to humiliate him? If he didn't teach these people a lesson today, they would never realize that the Aldous was no longer the laughingstock of old. Newton gave Aldous a strange look. "Go now." Aldous glared, nodding. Newton hurried out. The Prince of Frederica and Stephen were now thoroughly confused. After a moment of silence, the Prince of Frederica sneered. "Aldous, surely you don't intend to brawl with me, though I suppose you could always run crying to your mother again as you used to." Morley had warned him that his recent achievements would provoke jealousy among the other princes. Now those words had come true. The Prince of Frederica was clearly eager to be the first to strike. If Aldous endured this humiliation, he would become a laughingstock. But if he fought the Prince of Frederica, the matter would inevitably reach Emperor Stafford Wenzuin, leading to reprimands and further censure from the court officials. Yet Aldous was not one to suffer in silence. "While I was shedding blood on the walls of Kangju against the barbarians, you were still suckling at some courtesan's breast. You think you're worthy of crossing blades with me?" The Prince of Frederica's face flushed crimson. Back in Nightblumen, he and Aldous had always been at odds, both notorious troublemakers. Their clashes were frequent. Now that Aldous had earned such glory, the Prince of Frederica couldn't bear it. Summoned to Nightblumen by the Emperor, he had been waiting for an opportunity to humiliate Aldous. After all, in the past, Aldous had always been the one bullied. Younger and with a mother of no significant influence, Aldous could only complain to the Emperor and Fiora after a beating. And to Emperor Stafford Wenzuin, such quarrels had only ever warranted a stern scolding. "Say that again if you dare." The Prince of Frederica roared. "You're beneath me," Aldous shot back, unflinching. In his eyes, the Prince of Frederica was even more despicable than the barbarians. While the barbarians were sworn enemies, the Prince of Frederica was actively sabotaging the great Gabriel Empire from within. Just as the two were about to roll up their sleeves and fight, a sharp voice cut through the tension. "Who dares to cause trouble at my poetry gathering?" The curtain was drawn back, revealing layers of beaded screens shielding Princess Camilla and the other noblewomen. "Greetings to Her Highness," the scholars chorused, bowing. As their elder, Princess Camilla received the respect of both princes. "Prince of Frederica." "Aldous." "So it was you too. Have you brought your brawling to my gathering now?" she said sternly. Aldous replied, "Aunt, the Prince of Frederica has falsely accused me of cheating and repeatedly insulted me. I could not endure such slander, hence our quarrel." "Prince of Frederica, is this true?" Princess Camilla's voice turned grave. "Your childish squabbles were one thing, but now, as feudal lords, how can you still act so recklessly?" "Aunt, I only spoke out because I could not tolerate his cheating. I did this for your sake. Newton, Alvar, and Horace, everyone in Nightblumen knows they are talentless fools. How could they possibly have been selected?" "You mean to say these 4 poems belong to the Aldous?" "And these 3, Princess Camilla frowned. She too knew of their reputations. "Aldous, as the Aldous, how could you act so shamelessly? What do you have to say for yourself?" Aldous had cheated, but so had many of these scholars. Plenty had prepared chrysanthemum-themed poems in advance, only to be caught off guard when the theme changed to war poetry. Compared to them, he was no worse. He neither admitted nor denied it. "Aunt, how can you be certain they are incapable of composing such poems? If you doubt them, test them publicly. If they succeed, will you name them the winners?" Princess Camilla hesitated. Aldous' confidence gave her pause. "Very well, I shall test them myself. Prince of Frederica, if you have falsely accused them, I will have words with your father." "Understood, Aunt," the Prince of Frederica said smugly, "and if I am right, I hope you will expose the Aldous' disgraceful conduct." At that moment, Newton returned with a horsewhip in hand. Princess Camilla said, "Stonehearter, you shall set the challenge. Let us see their true skill." "Is it really her?" Orpheus Stonehearter actually came. Heavens! For since I saw her portrait, I couldn't eat or sleep. I never thought I'd see her today, but curse these bead curtains, I can't see a thing. As soon as Princess Camilla finished speaking, excited whispers erupted among the scholars and nobles. Everyone craned their necks, trying to catch a glimpse of the figure behind the beaded curtain. But the thick layers of beads only showed blurred shadows, making it impossible to see clearly. The golden armored guards standing on either side further crushed any hopes of reckless attempts to peek. Stephen trembled at the name, his eyes burning with hatred, directed squarely at Aldous. This was why he had dared to insult Aldous so boldly. "Since Her Highness has asked me to set the challenge," a clear, melodious voice came from behind the curtain. "How about each of you compose a poem on one of the 4 noble plants: plum, orchid, bamboo, and chrysanthemum?" Aldous's heart skipped a beat at the sound of her voice, like a nightingale's song, enchanting and pure. Meanwhile, Newton and the other 2 looked ready to faint. They knew nothing about poetry. Was Aldous setting them up for humiliation? "Your Highness, this—" Newton swallowed hard. He had hoped to impress Princess Camilla, but now they were about to embarrass themselves beyond repair. Aldous feigned seriousness. "Don't panic. Believe in your own talent. Since the theme is set, you go first." Newton, take the plum blossom. Newton wanted to bang his head against the wall. His mind was blank. How could he possibly improvise a poem? The Prince of Frederica and Stephen smirked at his panicked expression. Aldous, however, smirked back. The knowledge crystal in his mind wasn't just for show. Silently, he transmitted a poem to Newton. "I hear the plum blooms brave the morning wind. Snow blankets the mountains, peak to peak. If only I could split into 1,000 selves, to stand by each plum tree, a poet unique." The crystal's function was knowledge transfer, and as Newton concentrated, the verses gradually surfaced in his mind. His panic turned to delight. After a moment of deep thought, he suddenly brightened and recited the poem loudly. The crowd fell silent. Even the Prince of Frederica and Stephen were stunned. Another masterpiece," Princess Camilla mused from behind the curtain, sounding intrigued. "Who's next?" Ignoring Newton's barely contained glee, Aldous said, "Alvar, you take the bamboo." Alvar, still shocked by Newton's performance, paled. He glanced desperately at Aldous, who ignored him. Just as Alvar started sweating, inspiration struck. He blurted out, "Bamboo grows wild in empty fields, its tips pierce clouds towering high. No one admires its noble pride, yet it stands firm, unbowed, untied." Alvar beamed and bowed. "My humble offering, gentlemen." The scholar's mocking smirks vanished, replaced by envy. Next was Horace, who recited, "Autumn frost paints the chrysanthemum's hue, its grace outshines the sunset's glow. Casual verses, yet heaven sent, its charm lingers wherever it goes." 3 flawless poems in a row. The trio exchanged triumphant grins. Newton gripped the horsewhip and smirked at Aldous. "Your Highness, allow me to handle the lashing later." His glare landed on Stephen, whose face drained of color. He looked pleadingly at the Prince of Frederica. But the Prince of Frederica, having only used Stephen as a pawn, coldly abandoned him. "Stephen, how could you spout such nonsense? You almost made me doubt their integrity." Stephen turned ghostly pale. Behind the curtain, Princess Camilla smiled. "So many exquisite verses in one gathering, how rare. Aldous, since plum, bamboo, and chrysanthemum are covered, why not complete the set with an orchid poem?" Aldous shot a taunting glance at the Prince of Frederica and recited, "A lone orchid blooms in hidden glades, lost among weeds, unseen, unknown. Though touched by spring's warm golden rays, it dreads the autumn's frosty throne. Early frosts may strip its grace, its verdant pride undone. Without a breeze to bear its scent, for whom will its fragrance be spun?" The Prince of Frederica's jaw dropped. Since when could Aldous compose poetry on the spot? Behind the curtain, Princess Camilla turned to Orpheus Stonehearter, moved. "Without a breeze to bear its scent, for whom will its fragrance be spun?" She repeated softly, "Aldous, I never knew you possessed such depth. This poem speaks of a woman's sorrow without the right wind. Her fragrance goes unnoticed. How tragic." Orpheus Stonehearter's expression shifted. She understood the hidden meaning. Princess Camilla had not always been so stern. After her husband's death, she had changed. The poem's lament mirrored her own unspoken grief. And now, the princess's gaze at Orpheus Stonehearter carried a silent warning. Woman's life is defined by her choice of husband. One mistake and all is lost. "Aunt, we've proven our innocence," Aldous said. "The Prince of Frederica and Stephen falsely accused us. Will you honor your promise?" Princess Camilla snapped out of her melancholy. "Of course. You and your friends shall join me on the Twist River pool cruise. Princess Xiangcheng is here too. We can all chat." Aldous's face fell. "Aunt, I just remembered I have urgent business this afternoon." "Seventh brother," came Princess Xiangcheng's icy voice. "If you refuse, perhaps I should visit your residence instead." Aldous winced. Princess Xiangcheng was the one person in Nightblumen he dreaded most back in the day. She had extorted him relentlessly. Fine, I'll go," he relented. But first he turned to Stephen. A mere noble had dared insult a prince. If he didn't reclaim his dignity now, the entire court would laugh at him. The atmosphere at the poetry gathering grew tense. The scholars stood frozen, afraid of being implicated. Quickly distancing themselves from Stephen, the Prince of Frederica's face darkened, but there was nothing he could do. "Stephen, any last words?" Newton sneered, cracking the whip in his hand. Stephen glanced desperately at the Prince of Frederica, but the prince remained indifferent. Stephen seethed inwardly. It was the Prince of Frederica who had goaded him into this. Without his backing, he would never have dared provoke the Aldous. 100 lashes would kill him. It was the Prince of Frederica. Stephen blurted. "He told me to do it." Gasps filled the room. All eyes turned to the Prince of Frederica. Aldous smirked. The scholars of Nightblumen had no backbone. He had known Stephen would crack under pressure. Stephen was just a pawn. The real target was the Prince of Frederica. The Prince of Frederica's presence in the capital surely meant he was behind the saltpeter obstruction. Now that Aldous had caught him red-handed, he could appeal to Emperor Stafford Wenzuen, forcing the Prince of Frederica to lift the restrictions. "Liar!" The Prince of Frederica roared, kicking Stephen to the ground. He rained down blows, venting his fury. "Enough!" Princess Camilla's voice cut through like ice. "Prince of Frederica, you dare cause trouble at my gathering. I will report this to your father." The Prince of Frederica paled. Even he feared the Emperor. "Aunt, this snake deceived me. I had nothing to do with it." "Silence! I've heard enough. Leave at once. We will settle this later." The Prince of Frederica clenched his fists but dared not disobey. As he stormed past Aldous, he hissed, "This isn't over." Aldous didn't even turn his head, just spat on the ground. "As for Stephen," Princess Camilla declared, "stirring strife among imperial princes is an insult to the royal family." Guards, 100 lashes. Stephen collapsed like a corpse. With the conflict resolved, Princess Camilla turned to Aldous. "Aldous, as today's victors, you and your friends shall join me on the lake cruise. I have matters to discuss." The other scholars sighed and dispersed. Newton, Horace, and Alvar were overjoyed, gazing at Aldous with gratitude. After 5 years, he was still their protector. Aldous exhaled. His efforts today weren't just for show. First, he had hoped to catch a glimpse of his betrothed, but more importantly, this was about strategy. The battle against the barbarians had been a narrow victory. In truth, the enemy commander, Bei Shan, had used Aldous to weaken a rival tribe. Had Bei Shan committed fully, King Zhu's limited ammunition would never have held. A glorious victory had drained Aldous's resources. A few more such battles, and his fiefdom would starve. Thus, he had devised a two-pronged plan, first to develop King Zhu's industry and commerce, and second build a pro-King Zhu faction in Nightblumen. Both served one goal: capital accumulation. He needed allies in the court to shield King Zhu from political storms. Moreover, Nightblumen sat atop vast coal reserves critical for future steam engines. Local mines alone wouldn't sustain industrialization. Most crucially, without political backing, his trade ventures would face endless sabotage. Economically, blocked exports would strangle King Zhu's industries. No profits meant no investments, just as Western powers had once forced open markets with cannons. Even today, trade wars sparked global conflicts. By winning over Newton and others, Aldous was carving out his influence in Nightblumen, just like other feudal lords. These men were his first pieces on the board. More would follow. His true mission in Nightblumen was only beginning. Lost in thought, Aldous barely noticed the bead curtains parting. Princess Camilla sat at the center. Below her, Princess Xiangcheng smirked, and across from them a veiled woman met his gaze. A gentle breeze stirred the beaded curtains as Princess Xiangcheng's crisp voice called out to him. Aldous finally tore his gaze away from the veiled woman and turned to his sister. "You seem in high spirits, little sister, though I suppose this year's gathering must have disappointed you. No dashing talents to catch your eye." Newton and the other two immediately protested. "Your Highness, are we not talented young men?" Alvar and Horace nodded vigorously. Their attention, however, wasn't on Princess Camilla, but entirely fixed on Princess Xiangcheng, their expressions oozing flattery. Princess Xiangcheng had heard plenty about the trio's notorious reputations in Nightblumen. Despite their victory today, her disdain for them remained unchanged. "What?" Aldous blinked. Princess Camilla laughed. "Don't tell me you've forgotten her habits. An outstretched hand means only one thing: gifts. You did bring plenty of King Zhu specialties to Nightblumen, didn't you? Your aunt is quite curious herself." "Vampires, the lot of them." Aldous sighed inwardly but kept his smile. "No need to worry, Aunt. I brought gifts for you as well, and of course, little sister won't be left out." "I knew seventh brother wouldn't forget me." Princess Xiangcheng beamed. "Where are they?" "You'll have to wait a couple of days. I'll send someone to deliver them." Aldous had no intention of letting her pick through his goods. She'd walk off with the best items. Princess Xiangcheng pouted but finally nodded. Fine, let's go boating then. Newton and the others, barely containing their excitement, hurriedly agreed. As the four stepped past the beaded curtains, Princess Camilla rose. The veiled woman exchanged a few words with her before turning to leave. Aldous had only glimpsed half her face earlier, but even that was breathtakingly beautiful. Scanning the gathering, he noticed neither Lu Keeley nor Zai Wan. They must have been eliminated in the second round. Watching the veiled figure depart, Princess Xiangcheng giggled. Seventh brother, that was Orpheus Stonehearter. That was Orpheus Stonehearter. Aldous stared at the retreating silhouette. Princess Xiangcheng nodded. You're a lucky man, she's a real beauty. Seventh brother isn't so shallow. Aldous craned his neck for one last look at Orpheus Stonehearter's graceful figure. Princess Xiangcheng rolled her eyes and boarded the boat without another word. Glancing at the ornate vessel, Aldous suddenly lost interest. His goal was accomplished, though he'd only seen half her face. His mind was now at ease. But since Princess Camilla wanted to speak privately, he couldn't refuse. The gathering had selected 4 scholars and 4 noblewomen plus Princess Xiangcheng tagging, along making 10 in total for the lake cruise. The chosen ladies all wore light veils, their refined manners marking them as daughters of elite families. In the great Gabriel Empire, commoners rarely received education, let alone women. True talent belonged to the wealthy. Newton and the others, barely containing their excitement, scrambled onto the boat. Aldous followed at a leisurely pace. As the boat glided across the lake, the trio swarmed around Princess Xiangcheng, competing to pour her tea. Meanwhile, Princess Camilla summoned Aldous to the bow. Aldous, it's been over half a year since we last met in Kingju. I never imagined you'd shake Nightbloom, so soon it seems I underestimated you. Dressed in resplendent peony-patterned robes, Princess Camilla exuded regal elegance. You flatter me, Aunt, it was merely luck. Aldous's humility masked his unease. He had manipulated her during the Wright family incident. Princess Camilla snorted. Luck, hardly. Your schemes are meticulous, even I might have been used. I've pondered the Kingju affair often, but with no proof, I'll say no more. Aldous's stomach dropped. Her bringing this up now surely preceded a demand, a classic negotiation tactic. Without evidence, this was merely pressure. How could you think such a thing, Aunt? I've always respected you deeply. Princess Camilla turned, her smile knowing. Enough, that act works on others, not me. My nephews have exploited me often enough, but true or not, I'll let it pass. You are family after all. Aldous stiffened. What game was she playing? After a pause, she continued. When you were in distant Kingju, I couldn't protect you not from lack of care, but distance. Don't resent me for that. I wouldn't dare. Aldous remained guarded. He frowned. Princess Camilla was sharp close to Emperor Stafford Wenzuen, her actions always aligned with his. She must have learned of Aldous's rising importance. This gathering was likely her olive branch. The Kurt incident in Kingju had terrified her. Had Aldous held a grudge, she'd be in danger. With his newfound status, the shrewd princess was diversifying her bets. She got along well with the other princes. Having once dismissed Aldous, she now adjusted her approach. Reviewing today's events, her favoritism toward him, even inviting Orpheus Stonehearter at all fit. Sure enough, Princess Camilla said, Your father has proposed to the Orpheus family on your behalf. Though I can't intervene, I could arrange for you to see Orpheus Stonehearter. I sent word summoning you, only to learn you'd already come. I worried you might miss the gathering needlessly, it seems. Aldous welcomed her peace offering. Right now he needed growth, not conflict. Your thoughtfulness moves me, Aunt. I'm deeply grateful. Think nothing of it. We're of the same blood, no need for such formality. Princess Camilla's serene smile confirmed her message had been received. Standing at the bow, aunt and nephew chatted a while longer before rejoining the others. The afternoon passed lazily on the boat. For once, Aldous relaxed, soaking in the autumn beauty of Twist River Pool. By evening, the party dispersed ashore, each going their separate ways. Thank you for your help at the poetry gathering. Your Highness. After the boat trip, Newton and the other two escorted Aldous all the way back to his residence before sincerely expressing their gratitude. Don't be so formal. Back in the day we went through fire and water together, Aldous said with a smile. Alvar and the others exchanged glances and laughed. Alvar said, Since your Highness is rarely in Nightbloomin', let's meet again soon. Don't forget about us three after you return to Kingju. Back in Kingju, I was bullied by the powerful families and couldn't do anything. But now I'll definitely keep in touch through letters, Aldous replied. Horace added, That's great. After all, we promised to share both hardships and blessings. With that, The three cupped their hands in farewell and took their leave. After seeing them off, Aldous turned to Orpheus, who had returned with him that evening, and asked, "Can you still stand?" "Your Highness, what kind of question's that? Even after 10 days and nights of fierce battle on the walls of Kangju, I, Orpheus, am still full of energy. Sa, give me a hand." Before he could finish, Orpheus immediately leaned on Sa's shoulder. Sa was in no better shape. The two had spent the day indulging in pleasures, and he cursed, "Go back and rest, you nuisance." Orpheus grinned, looking thoroughly satisfied, and clasped his hands toward Aldous before turning away, muttering, "The Jai Offensi is truly extraordinary." Aldous frowned slightly as he watched them leave. The two had earned their rewards through their contributions in battle, so he let them be. After all, a life constantly facing death needed some release, otherwise it would drive a man mad. Returning to his quarters, Zai Wan informed him, "Your Highness, someone came earlier to say the goods will arrive tomorrow." "Really? That's excellent. Once the gifts arrive, I'll visit the Orpheus family tomorrow. In a few days we'll return to Kingju," Aldous said. In just one day, he had already accomplished half of his tasks. The rest was simply delivering the gifts. The next day, the merchant ships from Kingju arrived punctually at noon. 2 large shipments of goods were unloaded, and Mile hired over 30 horse-drawn carts to transport everything in multiple trips. Selecting 30 items, Aldous ordered the servants, "Take these and follow me." He was heading to Ivar's residence. The servants obeyed, loading the chosen gifts onto the carriage before following Aldous to the Orpheus estate. Yesterday, catching a glimpse of Orpheus Stonehearter had briefly stunned him, but his emotions quickly settled. Having grown up in the modern era, surrounded by beautiful celebrities and animated heroines, he had some immunity to mere appearances. Though he enjoyed playful banter, he was no lecher. He knew his priorities compared to the unfamiliar Orpheus Stonehearter. He valued the Orpheus family's influence in the great Gabriel Empire far more. After all, Orpheus Stonehearter was still a stranger to him, and strangers evoked only distant feelings. Thus, this visit to the Orpheus residence was merely a formality. Once the marriage was finalized, the framework of his Nightbloom interest group would be firmly established. Coincidentally, today was a rest day. When he arrived at the Orpheus residence, Ivar himself came out to greet him after being notified. "Ivar pays his respects to your Highness," Ivar said with a bow at the gate. Grand Secretary Fairwind, no need for formalities. Aldous dismounted and helped Ivar up. Ivar stood and gestured for Aldous to enter. "Your Highness's arrival brings great honor to my humble home. Please, this way." "You're too kind," Aldous replied with a cupped hand salute before following Ivar inside. In the main hall, the two took their seats. Aldous said, "Grand Secretary Fairwind, I apologize for disturbing you in the afternoon. I've brought some small gifts. I hope you'll accept them." With that, he instructed the servants to unload the gifts from the carriage. "Your Highness, there was no need for this. Your presence alone is an honor. Such extravagance is unnecessary." Despite his words, Ivar was secretly delighted. Noble families placed great importance on face. Aldous's personal visit, bearing lavish gifts, would surely enhance Ivar's reputation. Moreover, Kingju goods were highly sought after in Nightbloom. Whatever Aldous brought would undoubtedly be premium items. This wasn't just about money, but prestige. The servants carried in the boxes one by one, opening them before Ivar. The first dozen or so contained drunken Kingju liquor in glass bottles, the transparent liquid clearly visible through the crystal-clear glass. When the boxes were opened, Ivar's eyes lit up. "Your Highness, could this be the legendary glass?" Ivar examined it closely. "Indeed," Aldous replied, taking out a bottle of drunken Kingju and placing it on the table. The afternoon sunlight streamed in from the west, casting a golden glow on the bottle and its contents. This batch was custom-made glass-bottled drunken Kingju was not available on the market. Picking up the bottle, Ivar ran his fingers over the smooth surface, fascinated. "If your Highness hadn't said it was glass, I would have mistaken it for rare jade. To produce such exquisite craftsmanship through human skill, your Highness, is truly extraordinary." Aldous once watched a documentary about an isolated African tribe that worshipped glass bottles washed ashore as divine gifts. This demonstrated how novel objects could deeply impact those in closed environments. Similarly, Aldous's inventions had a profound effect on the people of the great Gabriel Empire, much like how the first mobile phones became instant status symbols among the wealthy in modern times. Now, Kingju's goods were gradually becoming fashionable among the nobility, with high-end items satisfying their vanity. Even someone like Ivar was not immune. 20 boxes contained drunken Kingju, over 100 bottles in total. The remaining 10 boxes held other treasures. 5 of them were filled with handmade soaps infused with medicinal herbs, which Aldous introduced one by one. This was part of his next business strategy. Soap would soon be categorized into high, middle, and low grades. The handmade soaps were the premium line, while ordinary soap would become accessible to commoners. Ivor had never seen such soap before. Learning it was a new product, he smiled approvingly. The last 5 boxes contained pure glass handicrafts. Having mastered their craft, the workers at the glass workshop could now easily produce intricate artworks. Ivor was momentarily overwhelmed by the sheer number of exquisite Kingju goods before him. This time, the Aldous had truly given him ample face. After Emperor Stafford Wenzuan repeatedly proposed the marriage alliance on Aldous's behalf, Ivor had already made up his mind. And following the great victory at Kangju, he became even more certain of his decision. The Orpheus family had a long and distinguished heritage. When it came to scholarly households, if the Orpheus family claimed to be second, no one in the great Gabriel Empire dared call themselves first. Because of this, the Orpheus family had produced generations of talented individuals, with high-ranking officials in every dynasty. Logically, he had not originally wanted Orpheus Stonehearter to marry far away in Nightblooming. But after much contemplation, his intuition told him this might be a wise choice. Also believed this unconventional Aldous would bring something extraordinary to his family in the future. "Thank you, Your Highness. Such generous gifts leave me unworthy of your kindness." Ivor clasped his hands in gratitude before instructing his servants to store the presents. Aldous smiled. As Fiora had predicted, the matter had resolved itself naturally. "Grand Secretary Fairwind's favor humbles me. I, Aldous, offer my deepest respects." With that, Aldous stood and bowed to Ivor. From now on, this would be his father-in-law. Ivor did not rise, but accepted the gesture. At this moment, it was not about ruler and subject but family. "Your Highness, please sit. Beyond this marriage, you must also wish to discuss the current state of the Empire with me." Ivor's eyes gleamed with insight. Had this been the old Aldous, he would never have spoken so frankly, but from Kingju's newspapers he had glimpsed a different man. "Indeed, I hope Grand Secretary Fairwind can enlighten me." Aldous did not deny it. Though he possessed vast technological knowledge, Aldous still lacked a deep understanding of the great Gabriel Empire, a critical gap for Kingju's development. After all, Kingju was part of the Empire. It could not thrive in isolation, as many resources had to be sourced from elsewhere. Moreover, he needed to identify enemies, allies, and those who could be swayed. As the great leader once said, "Unite all forces that can be united." Going it alone was not an option. Ivor smiled faintly, stroking his beard. The great Gabriel Empire now faces internal strife and external threats, this much you surely know. A most formidable enemy remains the barbarians. Though Beishan retreated this time, he will return to avenge his humiliation at Kangju. According to my sources, Beishan was merely reprimanded upon his return. Worse, he used this opportunity to move the Blood Wolf tribe from Mountain Sea Pass into Yuju. Compared to the Haiyanchuo tribe, the Blood Wolf tribe is in a league of its own. This was news to Aldous. He couldn't help but lament how inferior his intelligence network was compared to the court's. Ivor continued, "The Haiyanchuo were just a minor tribe. They only occupied Yuju by currying favor with Wajugu. But the Blood Wolf tribe is one of Beishan's strongest forces. You've seen the Blood Wolf guards yourself." Aldous nodded. Those Blood Wolf guards are indeed well-trained and exceptionally fierce. The image of their corpses piled high during the Battle of Kangju still haunted him. Even in the face of such slaughter, they had charged forward without fear. Precisely, those Blood Wolf guards fought alongside Beishan in campaigns against the Ottomans' battle. Ardent veterans, the Blood Wolf tribe itself is one of the steppes' major powers, with over 500,000 people. That's enough to muster 100,000 cavalry, not counting slave soldiers. After the blow you dealt Beishan, he will undoubtedly study your cannons and devise countermeasures. I've anticipated as much. The worst-case scenario is Beishan acquiring cannons himself. Aldous frowned. But I understand Kingju's forces are no match for the barbarians on the open plains. My strategy is to advance slowly, fortifying strongholds and using artillery to nibble away at Yuju's territory. Ivor sighed in relief. Good. That was my very concern. You must never engage the barbarians rashly on the steppes. Beyond them, the great Gabriel Empire faces 3 other major threats. Please elaborate, Grand Secretary. Ivor spoke methodically. First, as Prince Hardy mentioned in court, coastal piracy runs rampant. These raiders, 40% are Japanese, another 40% are Koreans, and the remaining 20% are traders from Hercules and Stoneheart who collaborate with them to plunder our shores. 40% are Koreans. Aldous was stunned. Ivor nodded. Correct. Korea was once our vassal. But when the barbarians grew powerful, they switched allegiance and began looking down on us. To please their new masters, they once murdered our envoys, severing all ties. Since then, seeing our weakness, Korea has even sent soldiers disguised as pirates to raid wealthy coastal cities and slaughter our fishermen. So that's why even seaside regions like Dengju rarely fish offshore. Aldous recalled historical records from the tech database, specifically Korea's Annals of King Sejong, which admitted, in previous dynasties, Japanese pirates ran rampant, leaving the people destitute. Yet the Japanese numbered only 1 or 2 out of 10. Our own people, donning Japanese attire, formed gangs and rebelled. In the Great Gabriel Empire, emboldened by the barbarians, the Koreans had grown even bolder. Whether Japanese or Korean, both nations had long coveted the empire's lands. Whenever the Central Plains dynasty faltered, these jackals would pounce. Ivor added, this is why our maritime trade has declined. Aside from Prince Hardy, few merchants dare sail abroad these days. Aldous nodded grimly. Ivor then said, the second threat is Annam. They frequently kill our border villagers and seize our territory. Despite multiple military campaigns, we've mostly retreated in defeat, wasting vast resources. Annam, modern-day Vietnam, had also once been a vassal state. But after the reign of the founding emperor, the pro-empire Tr-7N dynasty was massacred in a coup, replaced by the hostile Hua dynasty. Since then, Annam had repeatedly raided the southern borders, burning and pillaging. Hearing this, Aldous felt history's eerie parallels. In modern times, Korea, Japan, and Vietnam had all clashed incessantly with China. Even now, they remained key players in efforts to contain the nation. Born into the Great Gabriel Empire, Aldous could easily imagine these same nations, centuries later, still acting as deadly shackles around the Central Plains. Soft sunlight streamed in, yet the atmosphere in the Orpheus family's main hall remained heavy. Aldous felt deeply frustrated. With the barbarians included, the Empire now faced 4 major threats and 2 were already at his doorstep. The third threat, apart from the barbarians, is the non-imperial feudal lords, Ivor suddenly whispered after a long silence, as if afraid of being overheard. Aldous stiffened. This was an issue no court official dared mention openly, an unspoken truth everyone understood yet avoided. Even the powerful Orpheus family couldn't withstand the chaos these non-imperial lords might unleash. Grand Secretary Fairwin's insight is truly exceptional. This humble prince admires your foresight, Aldous said sincerely. Ivor's analysis was razor-sharp, pinpointing the Empire's core crisis: internal strife compounded by external threats. Ivor sighed again. Your Highness flatters me. With your wisdom, you'd have realized it eventually. The external threats are beyond our reach for now, so let me instead explain the factions at court. These external problems were currently unsolvable. With his own domain still unstable, tackling them was impossible. Focused development remained his priority. Ivor continued. The court appears divided between war and peace factions. But the reality is far more complex. The princes each represent different feudal interests. The civil officials led by Maynard abet these schemes, seeking to control the court. Even the military faction under Bernard isn't united. Meanwhile, Princess Camilla stirs unrest in Nightblumen. Currently, your Highness can ally with the Imperial Guard commanders under Bernard. As for civil officials, your old friends need no introduction. Regarding Princess Camilla, be cautious. Cooperate when necessary, but never fully trust her. Aldous nodded. Morley and Theodore had predicted this accurately. However, above all others, your Highness must win over His Majesty. The rest are merely temporary shelters from storms. The Emperor alone is the towering tree that can truly protect you, Ivor concluded. Aldous clasped his hands. My gratitude for Grand Secretary's guidance. After a pause, Ivor added, there are also several ministers I suggest your Highness visit. Are these the ones? Aldous produced the list Theodore had prepared. Ivor glanced at it and laughed. With such advisors, my concerns were unnecessary. Yes, these are the officials. He then detailed the 3 names: Ewan Hargrove, Vice Minister of War, Darius Highmore, Minister of Ceremonies, and Cashin Dudley. Chancellor of the Imperial Academy. After thorough explanations and further discussion, Aldous noted the son's position. Seizing the opportunity, he said, "Grand Secretary, while it's still a rest day, I'll visit them now. I take my leave." Ivor nodded approvingly. "In that case, I won't detain you." He escorted Aldous to the gate, watching him depart with a sigh. "The Orpheus family has never taken such risks before. I pray this choice is correct." Leaving the Orpheus residence, Aldous had his servants deliver gifts to the three officials. Unlike most, these men owed their positions to merit rather than aristocratic connections. Their surprise at Aldous's visits was palpable. Following Ivor's advice, Aldous discussed state affairs without overt recruitment, keeping conversations casual yet meaningful. This was the art of subtlety. Even unspoken, the lavish gifts conveyed his intent clearly enough for these astute men to discern. Whether they'd later align with Kingju depended on their choices. After a busy day, Aldous had accomplished nearly everything. Tomorrow's court session would finalize his mission, delivering Emperor Stafford Wenzuan's gifts before returning to Kingju after a brief rest. This wasn't the modern era where a phone call could resolve matters. Each trip wasted precious time. With this in mind, he prepared the gifts at dawn. Like last time, neither Asan nor Orpheus accompanied him to court. This was a routine session beyond their rank. At Chengguang Hall, after the ceremonial greetings, all eyes locked onto the large chest beside Aldous. "Aldous, are these the gifts you promised?" Emperor Stafford Wenzuan had waited eagerly, now barely containing his excitement. "Indeed, father. These are 2 gifts you'll surely cherish." Aldous radiated confidence. The emperor leaned forward. "Open them at once." No official dared protest gifts to the throne. Instead, they watched intently. Curiosity mingled with envy. Many had heard of Aldous's generosity to Ivor and others. At Aldous's signal, guards unsealed the first chest, revealing a cloth-draped object about a meter tall. With a flourish, Aldous pulled the covering away, exposing a breathtaking glass sculpture, a mountain landscape inscribed "Unified Realm." Gasps filled the hall. Even the emperor descended from his throne for a closer look. "This is entirely glass. Every inch, father." Aldous smiled as the emperor circled the masterpiece, his delight unmistakable. The prince's eyes gleamed with longing, especially the Prince of Frederica, whose jealousy burned visibly. Finally, the emperor turned to the smaller box. "And this, father, this rivals the sculpture." Aldous opened the case, withdrawing a tubular object. "This is called a telescope." "A telescope?" The emperor frowned. "What does it do?" "It's just a rod." The Prince of Frederica nearly scoffed but bit his tongue, remembering his humiliation at the poetry contest. Aldous demonstrated. "Father, look through it toward the distance." Chengguang Hall faced south, towering over Nightblumen, with an unobstructed view of the city below. Following Aldous's instructions, Emperor Stafford Wenzuan raised the monocular telescope to his eye. Instantly, the distant palace gates appeared startlingly close. The emperor jerked back in alarm, lowering the device. "What sorcery is this?" Aldous wasn't surprised Leroy and Orpheus had reacted similarly. Smiling, he explained, "Father need not fear. This is simply the telescope's marvel, no dark arts involved. It works through 2 specially shaped glass lenses. 2 pieces of glass." The emperor steadied himself. Even as ruler of the realm, such wonders still amazed him. Prepared for this, Aldous dismantled a second telescope, extracting the lenses. "Observe, father." As Aldous aligned the lenses, the emperor saw the same magnifying effect recreated. His tension melted into fascination. Raising the telescope again, he scanned Nightblumen, the palace gates, ministerial offices, even pedestrians on Vermilion Bird Avenue appeared crisp and clear. "Precisely, father. Kangju, these allowed me to spot barbarian movements long before they saw us." Their exchange left the entire court straining for a glimpse. The military officials grew particularly restless upon hearing its tactical value. Bernard, who learned of telescopes from his son, urgently requested, "Your Majesty, might this subject examine it?" Flushed with pride over Aldous's gift, the emperor readily shared. "Come, all witness the Aldous's ingenuity." Officials took turns gasping at the device. Even the princes swallowed their pride to look, emerging with conflicted expressions. The Prince of Frederica's envy burned hottest. After the demonstration, the emperor circled the glass sculpture once more before returning to his throne, thoroughly pleased. "Aldous, these gifts delight me. You've matured remarkably, but where did you learn such wonders?" Aldous had prepared for this inevitable question. "Years ago, a shipwrecked missionary from the great western land reached my territory. He provided books and taught me these arts." "Indeed. Why did Morley never mention this? With powerful clans dominating Kingju then, I kept his presence secret. His knowledge proved invaluable for eventually suppressing those families. The Prince of Frederica interjected skeptically, "Where is this missionary now? His injuries were grave. He passed within a year." "Conveniently dead with no witnesses," the prince sneered. The emperor, initially intrigued, now glowered. "Prince of Frederica, do you confess your crimes?" The prince stiffened. "What crimes, father?" Slam, the emperor rose in fury. "My investigators confirm you blocked saltpeter mines. While Henry defended Kangju, you jeopardized the empire for petty schemes. Shall I strip your feudal title?" "Father." The prince dropped to his knees, shooting desperate glances at the third prince. The third prince cursed his brother's stupidity. Opposing Aldous during the crisis was madness, but blood compelled him to intervene. "Father, while reckless, the prince acted on reports of saltpeter smuggling to barbarians. His intentions weren't malicious." "Yes, exactly." The prince grasped this lifeline. Unlike hereditary non-imperial fiefs, royal princes could have territories confiscated for misconduct. The threat was real. Lesser princes held mere counties. The emperor's anger chilled the hall. Third prince, more excuses. "Sire, the reports exist." The third prince's back grew damp with sweat. Few warranted such risks. After a tense pause, the emperor decreed, "Regardless, the prince forfeits saltpeter oversight." Minister Hamish, a red-robed official, stepped forward. "Your servant attends. The court of imperial treasury now controls all saltpeter mines. Monthly distribution requires my approval. With cannons crucial against barbarians, this resource is paramount." "Father is wise." Aldous rejoiced inwardly. The Prince of Frederica's self-destruction had solved his saltpeter crisis. Yet he recognized the emperor's shrewdness controlling. Gunpowder ingredients tightened his grip on regional powers. With major affairs addressed, Aldous seized the moment. "Father, I must return to Kingju in 2 days, unable to attend the military tournament." The tournament's flashy drills would either expose Kingju's capabilities or invite sabotage. With the Blood Wolf tribe now in Yuju, every day counted. He needed to oversee new defensive walls personally. "Very well. A nation cannot be without its ruler for even a day. And a vassal state cannot be without its vassal king for long without inviting criticism. Stay in Nightbloomin with your mother for a few more days, then set off to return." Emperor Care then added, "I have received news that Bashan's Blood Wolf tribe has entered Yuju and taken control of Mountain Sea Pass. It seems there will be more turmoil on the grasslands in the future." "Father, rest assured. No matter who it is, I guarantee that Kangju will not fall," Aldous vowed. Emperor Care nodded slightly with a smile and said to the Prince of Frederica, "As an elder brother, you should reflect on yourself." Though the Prince of Frederica seethed with hatred inside, he obediently replied, "Yes, father." Having received some exquisite gifts from Aldous, Emperor Care was eager to return and admire them. He signaled to Hank, who announced, "Court is dismissed." Since there were no pressing matters today, the officials bowed and slowly exited Chenking Hall. As soon as he left the hall, Bernard caught up with him and said, "Your Highness, do you have any more of those telescopes? Could you spare one for this old minister?" Aldous replied, "General Riddle, don't worry. While others may not have them, I won't forget you. Yesterday I visited Grand Secretary Fairwind, and today I was planning to send the gifts to you." "Your Highness is too kind. I don't need anything else, just the telescope." Those who had never fought in wars couldn't understand the telescope's importance on the battlefield. "Is that so? Then I'll take back the drunken Kingju wine," Aldous joked. Bernard was taken aback and said, "Your Highness, once a gift is given, how can it be taken back?" Aldous laughed. "I knew General Riddle loved his wine too." As they walked out of the palace gates, Aldous suddenly remembered Asa and asked, "General Riddle, I'll be returning to Kingju in a few days. Asa has been quite useful to me there, but after all, he's still a general of the Imperial Army." At this, Bernard's expression turned serious. After a moment of hesitation, he said, "Your Highness, Asa has been idle in the Imperial Army. Rather than wasting his time, it's better for him to return with you and contribute in some small way. If your Highness doesn't mind, I'll petition the Emperor to assign Asa to you as a family general. How does that sound?" Bringing up Asa was a test of Bernard's attitude. If Bernard refused, it would mean he didn't trust Aldous. But now that he offered Asa as a family general, it showed his favor toward Aldous. "That would be perfect. Thank you for your kindness, General Riddle," Aldous said with a smile. Bernard replied, "In the great Gabriel Empire today, how many are like your Highness, truly devoted to serving the nation? For this reason alone, Asa will surely achieve great things under your command. This old minister is only doing this to ensure the Keeley family's legacy doesn't end abruptly. What do you mean, General? Aldous asked, puzzled. Bernard said, if one doesn't plan for the future, troubles will come soon enough. Your Highness, this is just an old man's unnecessary worry. Aldous frowned, suddenly thinking of Leroy. Perhaps Bernard feared ending up like him. By placing Issa under Aldous's command, at least the entire family wouldn't suffer together. Back at his residence, Aldous had servants deliver gifts to Bernard. By now, he had already given gifts to all the officials outside the palace. The only ones left were the imperial concubines. Those who whispered in the emperor's ear were dangerous, and since they were close to Emperor Care, Aldous didn't dare neglect them. He entered the palace to deliver perfumes, soaps, and other items. You're returning to Kingju in a few days. Upon hearing this, Fiora looked reluctant to see him go. Mother, Kingju is still in a state of recovery, and I cannot afford to slack off. Every day I feel as if I'm treading on thin ice. The journey there and back takes a month, and I fear unrest may arise in my absence, Aldous explained. Fiora was a reasonable woman. Instead of tearfully begging him to stay, she said, "You've grown up and finally understand that governance cannot be neglected for even a day. Since that's the case, I won't keep you." In this world, Fiora was the only person who made Aldous feel warmth. He said, "Mother, you must also be careful in the palace and guard against schemers." Fiora held Aldous's hand and smiled. A mother's status depends on her son. Now that you've gained your father's favor, he will naturally take better care of me. If you're worried about me, focus on developing your territory. Aldous nodded. Though Fiora lived deep in the palace, she understood the situation clearly. The more powerful Aldous became, the higher her status would rise. Understood, Mother. Please distribute these gifts to the concubines you're close with. That way, you'll have more allies, Aldous said. Gift-giving was a delicate matter, knowing who to give to and who to avoid. Since he wasn't familiar with the palace and couldn't move freely, he entrusted the gifts to Fiora for distribution. "Don't worry about this. I'll handle it," Fiora assured him. As they spoke, Hank's voice came from outside. Soon after, Leoli led him in. "Congratulations, Your Highness. The marriage decree has been issued. The marriage between Your Highness and the Orpheus family is now official," Hank announced joyfully. Fiora was overjoyed. She said, "Thank you for your trouble, Minister Burke. Leoli, prepare some gifts for Minister Burke." "Your Majesty, there's no need. This old servant is not greedy. His Highness has already rewarded me generously," Hank said with a smile. "The prince is the prince, and I am I. This is different. Besides, this is a joyous occasion," Fiora insisted excitedly. She had been waiting for this news for a long time. Leoli came out with some rewards, and Hank had no choice but to accept them. After Hank left, Fiora said to Aldous, "Now that the marriage is settled, once the 6 rites are completed, you can wed." The imperial family of the Great Gabriel Empire still followed the 6 rites of marriage: proposal, name inquiry, divination, betrothal gifts, date selection, and wedding ceremony. These procedures were extremely elaborate. With the marriage settled, the Ministry of Rites would handle the arrangements. However, completing all these steps would take at least half a year, and selecting an auspicious date would likely push the wedding to a year from now. Now that the marriage is settled, there's truly nothing left for me to do in Nightblumen, Aldous said with a smile. Fiora nodded. With this matter resolved, she said, "In that case, you should set off soon. I'll handle the wedding preparations. Once an auspicious date is chosen, I'll inform you, but it will likely take a year or so." Her words aligned with Aldous's expectations. He felt relieved a year would give him enough time to stabilize Kingju. If the wedding happened immediately, it would delay many of his plans. With the marriage settled and nothing else keeping him in Nightblumen, Aldous spent a few more days with Fiora before having Myrle and Luluo pack their belongings for the return to Kingju. "Your Highness, next time you return to Nightblumen, you'll be able to toast at your wedding feast." Outside the gates of Nightblumen, 1,000 cavalrymen clad in fine plate armor stood in formation on either side. Orpheus and Issa, also in full military attire, waited nearby. At the city gate, Potter Newton, Alvar, and Horace had come to see Aldous off. Before leaving the city, Aldous had already bid farewell to Emperor Care and Fiora. Though the Emperor could not come in person, he had sent Ivar and Bernard to see him off, along with Ewan, Darius, and Cassian. When Aldous saw this lineup, he couldn't help but feel a little helpless. It seemed his every move in Nightblumen these past few days had not escaped the Emperor's notice. This was a clear message: "I'm watching you." "Haha, next time I return, I'll take you all boating on Twist River Pool again," Aldous said, clasping his hands in salute. Potter Newton and the others returned the gesture. At this moment Bernard spoke up. Asa, from now on you are the family general of His Highness the Aldous. Do not betray the trust he has placed in you. Do you understand? Father, don't worry. I won't bring shame to the Keeley family, Asa replied, saluting firmly. Ivor wore a faint smile, while Ewan and the other two appeared deep in thought. Though they had come under the Emperor's orders. By seeing Aldous off, they had inadvertently aligned themselves with him in the eyes of the other princes. The Emperor has really thrown us to the wolves. Fiora glanced at the son and said, It's getting late. You should set off soon. It's still dozens of li to the next town. Yes, mother. Aldous nodded. Fiora's eyes were slightly red, clearly suppressing the pain of parting. Not wanting to prolong her sorrow, Aldous mounted his horse and rode east. Fiora turned to Myle and Luluo and instructed, You two are the ones I trust the most. You must take good care of the prince. Your Majesty, rest assured. Myle and Luluo replied with a curtsy. After her final words, Fiora turned away, unable to bear watching Aldous leave. With a sigh, Aldous flicked the reins and galloped ahead. Orpheus and Asaph followed, and the 1,000 cavalrymen thundered after them, their hooves kicking up dust. As the group gradually disappeared into the distance, Ivor turned to Bernard. What were you thinking? Are you so certain Asa will achieve great things in Kingju? Honestly, Bernard asked. Keeley Osric is already in the Imperial Army. If Asa stays, he'll always be overshadowed by his elder brother. In Kingju, at least he can reach his full potential, Bernard said. Ivor chuckled helplessly at this and turned back toward the city gates. 7 days later, Aldous and his party arrived in Kingju. As the familiar scenery of Kingju's official road came into view, Aldous felt a warmth in his chest home. Myle and Luluo also relaxed, pointing out familiar sights from the carriage. This trip to Nightblumen, including the journey there and back, had taken nearly a month. Commoners and merchants along the road whispered among themselves, some even recognizing Aldous. A few stood by the roadside, bowing respectfully. From horseback, Aldous returned their greetings. These are my people, my subjects. His Highness has returned. His Highness has returned. Before they even reached the city gates, excited shouts erupted. The guards on duty, spotting Aldous's group from afar with their telescopes, were cheering loudly. Those damn brats, no discipline at all, shouting like that. What kind of military conduct is that? I've only been gone a month and they've already lost their minds. Orpheus grumbled from his horse. Asa smirked. You're just jealous. Those boys only recognize His Highness now, not you. Asa, don't think just because you treated me to a few brothel girls in Nightblumen that I won't beat you up. I, Orpheus, am a man of principle. Orpheus glared at him. Asa scoffed. Now that I'm His Highness's family general, I won't hold back just because you're an outsider. Oh yeah, let's see you try. Orpheus cracked his knuckles. In Nightblumen, the two had been inseparable, drinking and carousing together. Now they were back to their old bickering, the same camaraderie they'd shared during the battle at Kangju. Aldous cut in. Both of you listen up. In Nightblumen, I indulged you because of your merits, letting you blow off steam. But back in Kingju, you'd better not act like that again unless you want me to discipline you. Yes, Your Highness, they replied in unison. As they reached the city gates, the guards stood ramrod straight, eyes forward. All traces of their earlier chaos gone. In unison, they placed their right fists over their left chests. This was the military salute of the Kingju army, a clenched fist for unity, pressed to the chest for loyalty. My honor is loyalty. The moment Aldous entered Kingju, the guards roared the slogan in unison. My honor is loyalty. Aldous mirrored the gesture, fist to chest. Behind him, Orpheus, Asa, and the cavalry echoed the cry, their voices ringing through the city. This was now the battle cry of the Kingju army, a pledge to defend the principality with Aldous at its core, unto death. The commotion at the gates quickly spread, and news reached the governor's residence. Morley emerged with a crowd of Kingju officials to welcome him. Your Highness, you finally returned, Morley said with a smile. Caspar flattered, in Your Highness's absence we've had no energy for governance. The people were uneasy, fearing you might not return. Now they can finally rest easy. Truly, Your Highness's prestige in Kingju is unmatched. Ha ha ha, is that so? Your skill at flattery has improved in prison, it seems. Maybe a stint behind bars did you some good. Aldous laughed. Orpheus smirked darkly. He's not wrong. This bastard nearly got Your Highness killed, serves him right. Caspar wore a pained expression. Commander Banks, must you bring up such old grievances? The group burst into laughter. After the Huxley family was dealt with, the war in Kangju had erupted, and in the chaos, Caspar had been forgotten, left to rot in prison for over a month. Convinced Aldous meant to execute him, he had nearly died of fright. It wasn't until the merchant guilds descended into chaos and appealed to the governor's residence that anyone remembered to release him. Back on his own turf, Aldous felt a weight lift from his shoulders. With his initial power network in Nightblumen now established, maintaining those connections would suffice. From now on, his business ventures in the capital would have allies. Now that he was back, he could finally focus on development. Amid the clamor, Morley spoke up. "Your Highness, since your return, a joyous event has occurred." The governor's residence was bustling with noise as Aldous returned. Many commoners and merchants stopped to watch, their faces lighting up with excitement upon learning that the Aldous had come back to Kingju. Everything they had now was given to them by Aldous, so naturally, they hoped he would stay in Kingju to continue providing them protection and convenience. Back in Nightblumen, Ivor's 4 great threats had weighed heavily on Aldous. Aside from the barbarians, there were also 2 troublesome neighbors along the coast. It seemed he was truly beset by misfortunes. Now, any good news was crucial to him. Doran came yesterday to report that the first galleon is nearly complete. He asked when your Highness would return. Little did he expect you'd arrive today. The galleon is almost finished, Aldous exclaimed in surprise. Ha ha ha, wonderful. Doran promised to deliver 3 galleons by the end of the year. After all these months, we're finally seeing progress, Aldous said. His excitement wasn't just because the galleon would enable long-distance voyages, it was because its completion meant Kingju now had the capability to build galleons. More importantly, it signified that Kingju had cultivated a group of skilled shipwrights capable of constructing large warships. This was an invaluable asset. With these craftsmen, he could formally expand and standardize the shipbuilding industry, laying the foundation for a future naval fleet. At the same time, the training of specialized naval personnel needed to be put on the agenda. Recently, Broad Learning Academy had been focused on recruiting talent, but many specific courses hadn't been established yet. After all, everything had been geared toward the war in Kangju. Now it was time to prioritize education. The true advantage of the technology crystal lay in education. With the galleon making progress, Aldous was naturally thrilled. However, like Morley, Orpheus and Assa showed little reaction. To them, a galleon was just a ship, nothing particularly special. This attitude was precisely why the great Gabriel Empire's naval development had always lagged, a fundamental lack of emphasis on maritime interests. But this was understandable. Northern soldiers were traditionally weak in naval warfare, so it was natural for them to feel indifferent toward ships. Aldous, however, came from a modern background. He deeply understood how the sea could bring wealth and power to a nation, with trade routes being the most critical factor. Now that the Silk Road was occupied by barbarians, cutting off trade between the great Gabriel Empire and Western nations, maritime route had become absolutely essential. After a brief exchange with the officials at the governor's residence, Aldous had Myrle and Lulio return first, while he and Morley headed straight for the shipyard downstream of the Zyoking River outside the city. Orpheus, Assa, and the cavalrymen returned to the Kingju military camp. Since assigning Doran to build the galleon, aside from allocating slaves and providing woodworking lathes, Aldous had rarely interfered. From his perspective, he didn't want to micromanage his subordinates' responsibilities. Doing so would not only exhaust him, but also prevent them from truly mastering the technology he provided. Thus, for the galleon, he had only supplied a set of blueprints. At the machinery department, he primarily taught in lecture format, leaving the practical application for them to figure out themselves. Your Highness, we're here. After half an hour on horseback, the two arrived at a bend in the river. Here, the Zyoking River took a sharp turn, its surface swelling wide in the middle and narrow at both ends. The water here also appeared deep, making it an ideal location for a shipyard. Standing on the riverbank, Aldous looked down. Moored in the river bend were 3 galleon hulls. On the vast riverbank, craftsmen were busy at work, while slaves transported logs, rivets, and other materials back and forth. Near the riverbank stood a long, peaked brick building about 100 meters in length. Craftsmen moved in and out, carrying processed wooden planks, while the sound of sawing wood came from inside. This was the main structure of the shipyard. At the moment, Doran was on the riverbank, holding blueprints and pointing at the hull, seemingly correcting some issue. Exchanging a glance with Morley, Aldous descended the slope toward the shipyard. The guards at the shipyard immediately opened the gates upon seeing Aldous and Morley. Doran noticed their arrival and hurried over, his face beaming. Not bad. You're almost ready to install the sails, right? Among the 3 galleons on the riverbank. The first one was nearly complete, with craftsmen applying tung oil to the hull. Wooden ships sailing in water faced significant corrosion, especially galleons at sea, where saltwater accelerated decay. Thus, after completing the hull, craftsmen coated it with tung oil to waterproof it and extend the ship's lifespan. Your Highness's words only make this old slave feel more ashamed. Completing 3 galleons by year's end will be difficult, but even if I have to forego food and sleep, I will ensure it's done for Your Highness. Instead of being pleased, Doran seemed uneasy. The 3 walked around the hull as they talked. Privately, Aldous hadn't held much hope for launching 3 galleons, but he couldn't say that aloud. Otherwise morale would drop, so he couldn't relax the target. In that case, you'll have to work harder. Yes, Your Highness, Doran replied respectfully. As a slave still under punishment, he didn't dare slack off. At the base of the ship, Aldous patted the wooden scaffolding on either side. These supports were built from timber, similar to construction scaffolding, a method explicitly detailed in the blueprints. Traditionally, shipbuilding relied on frame ladders, but these were impractical for large vessels. Thus, scaffolding was erected first, allowing craftsmen to climb up and down easily to install planks, hammer rivets, and apply tung oil. Your Highness, the so-called scaffolding is indeed very convenient. It has significantly sped up the shipbuilding process, Doran said, his tone carrying admiration. He had no idea how Aldous had come up with such a method. Naturally, once the tung oil is applied, dismantle this scaffolding and reuse it for the next galleon. This is called assembly line work. It saves materials and time. On the riverbank, all 3 galleons were surrounded by scaffolding over 10 meters high, no small feat in itself. Doran nodded. By now, he was used to hearing unfamiliar terms from Aldous. However, he hadn't summoned Aldous just to deliver good news. There were also some troubles to report. When Doran raised this issue to Aldous, the problem became clear. The ship itself was nearly built, but Doran had no means to produce the sails. Moreover, the galleon's tall masts required equally large sails. How did you make sails for ships before? Aldous frowned. Doran gave a bitter smile. Your Highness, back when the Hardy family was still around, they operated a textile workshop that produced sailcloth. We used to purchase it from them. But after Your Highness eliminated the Hardy and Huxley families, I later found out that the workshop had been taken over by the government and was still being reorganized. Production hadn't even started yet. That was my oversight, Aldous admitted. The Hardy family's assets were all seized by the government. Had planned to reorganize the textile workshop earlier, but the war in Kangju delayed everything. Then my trip to Nightblumen pushed it further back. All right, for now, focus on completing the ship's hull. As for the sails, give me the measurements and designs and I'll arrange for their production. Yes, Your Highness, I've already prepared the specifications. Doran pulled out a blueprint from his robe and handed it to Aldous. After reviewing the plans, Aldous and Morley inspected the other 2 galleons. At this pace, they should be completed by the end of the year. This matter also needed attention, so Aldous asked Doran, since the galleons will soon be ready to sail, you must know more about recruiting experienced sailors than I do. Where can we find skilled seafarers? Doran looked confident. Having worked in shipbuilding for years, he knew exactly where to find the right people. Your Highness, when you assigned me to oversee the Dengju shipyard, I spent some time there and got familiar with the area. Dengju is a coastal region where most fishermen make their living from the sea. In the past, many fishermen from Dengju came here to buy boats. But in recent years, with pirates and Japanese raiders infesting the waters, many fishermen have been killed and their boats stolen. Fear has driven most of them to avoid the sea altogether. I think now is the perfect time to recruit them. They make excellent crew members for the galleons. Morley nodded in agreement. Your Highness, Doran is right. Since ancient times, people have relied on the mountains or the sea for survival. The people of Dengju have always depended on fishing. Now that their livelihood has been cut off, they must harbor deep hatred for the pirates and raiders. If we recruit them, they'll surely respond enthusiastically. He paused before adding, moreover, many in Dengju have turned to smuggling salt out of desperation. The local governor, Achilles Sparks, has repeatedly asked me how to deal with these salt smugglers. Very well. In a few days, we'll go to Dengju together to assess the situation firsthand, Aldous said. My concern is that these people are accustomed to living off the sea and have no interest in farming. Land distribution policy offers them little benefit, and the crackdown on salt smuggling has likely bred resentment. If they join forces with Korean or Japanese pirates, the situation could turn dangerous. Doran agreed. Your Highness is absolutely right. Fishermen with no means to survive may turn to piracy, raiding, and plundering along the coast. Desperate men are capable of anything. After settling the matter and instructing Doran to speed up construction, Aldous and Morley returned to Kingju. Currently, the barbarians still posed a threat north of Kangju, while pirates and raiders blocked maritime trade routes. This meant that Kingju's goods couldn't easily be transported by sea to other regions or foreign markets. The domestic market was important, but overseas trade was equally crucial. Another issue was that some resources needed for industry were either scarce or non-existent within the Great Gabriel Empire. For example, rubber trees and ironwood. The former was essential for future steam engine components like pistons and belts, while the latter, native only to Annam, was prized for its hardness and resistance to decay, making it the best material for shipbuilding. Currently, Doran was using locally sourced pine and fir wood for the galleons, but these couldn't match the durability of ironwood ships. During the Age of Sail, many vessels disintegrated and sank due to inferior materials corroding in seawater or breaking apart in storms. Thus, securing resources like ironwood was critical not just for shipbuilding, but also for military equipment, specialized machinery parts, and construction. Moreover, historical records from the technology crystal showed that the rapid advancement of Western nations during the colonial era was largely due to their ability to extract resources from across the globe, which in turn fueled industrial growth. In essence, materials were the foundation of civilization's progress. Coal, oil, nuclear energy, some scientists even predicted that, without discovering new energy sources, humanity would forever be confined to the solar system. This was why major powers invested in lunar and Martian exploration. Everything was for resources. This was precisely why Aldous placed such importance on galleons. He didn't lack technological knowledge, he lacked resources. Some of these resources either hadn't been discovered within the Great Gabriel Empire or simply didn't exist there. The next day, Aldous summoned Kingju's key officials to a meeting at the royal residence. Having just returned from Nightbloomin, he needed updates on the territory's recent developments and to discuss the threat posed by the Blood Wolf tribe near Kangju. Your Highness, the military restructuring into divisions, brigades, battalions, companies, platoons. Squads is now complete across all 6 prefectures, Leroy reported first. Good. The soldiers' new salute and slogan at the city gates show the reforms are progressing quickly, Aldous said with a smile. Any difficulties adapting to the changes? Leroy looked uneasy. Being called division commander instead of General Fields. Strange. Exactly, now they call me brigade commander and it just doesn't sit right, Orpheus grumbled. Aldous nodded. He had indeed rushed the military reforms and the officers were struggling to adjust. Very well. Keep the new salutes, slogans, and regulations, but for now revert to the old titles. Consider this an educational phase. We'll reintroduce the new ranks when necessary. Yes, Your Highness, Leroy and the other officers replied in unison. A cup of strong tea sat beside him, its faint aroma filling the air. Setting aside military reforms for now, Aldous continued, the Hyenchuo tribe has withdrawn from the grasslands, replaced by the Blood Wolf tribe. I assume you're all aware of this. Our scouts on the plains have already brought back reports. Last time, we won by sheer luck. Now that Bashan has taken control of Yuju, things have become much more complicated, Leroy said with a frown. Theodore added, exactly. The Blood Wolf tribe has intensified surveillance on Kangju. Enemy scouts frequently appear outside the city, making it impossible for us to send craftsmen to build fortresses on the plains. After Your Highness left for Nightbloomin, I attempted it once. The moment our craftsmen transported materials onto the grasslands, barbarian cavalry arrived, forcing us to retreat back into the city. Bashan is indeed not an easy opponent. Right now, he's like a wolf watching its prey, eyeing Kangju for any weakness. The moment we slip up, they'll strike, Aldous said, his expression grim. After a moment of thought, he continued, but we can't abandon the fortress strategy. If we can't expand onto the plains yet, we must at least turn Kangju's defenses into an impenetrable stronghold. After the meeting, I'll teach you a new construction method. Yes, Your Highness, Theodore replied. Aldous then turned to Henry. How is the military workshop progressing? Haver chimed in. Your Highness, Steward Foxglove's mines alone can't keep up with the demand. Right now, the daily iron ore output is barely enough for one cannon, sometimes not even that. This was a problem Aldous couldn't easily solve. Mining wasn't as simple as throwing more people at it. On surface-level iron ore was exhausted, miners had to dig deeper underground where space was limited. There was only so much manpower that could be crammed into narrow tunnels. As a result, mining had become more difficult, and production had plateaued. Adding to the issue, transporting the mined ore took even more time, severely hampering cannon production. "Don't worry about that. More materials will arrive soon," Aldous assured them. Henry and Havar exchanged glances. "Really? Absolutely. The Emperor wants to purchase cannons from us, 8,000 taels per cannon. Part of the payment will be in iron and coal. Other feudal lords will likely follow suit. This means iron and coal from across the great Gabriel Empire will flow into Kingju," Orpheus declared loudly. "Purchase, Your Highness. These cannons are our lifeline against the barbarians. We barely have enough for ourselves. How can we sell them?" Leroy protested immediately. The idea of parting with cannons was more painful than cutting off his own flesh. They were the backbone of Kingju's military. "General, as Havar just said, our local mines can't meet demand. If we don't solve the material shortage, production will remain crippled. Besides, we can't refuse the Emperor's orders, and the profits are too good to ignore. Each cannon costs us 2,000 to 3,000 taels to make, but we're selling them for 8,000. For every cannon we provide the court, we can produce 2 or 3 more for ourselves. It's a guaranteed profit," Aldous explained. Leroy froze for a moment before breaking into a smile. "Your Highness, I must be getting senile." The others chuckled good-naturedly. "But this means the military workshop will be stretched thin. Your Highness will need more slaves assigned to us, otherwise we won't have enough manpower," Henry said. "That won't be a problem. However, we must differentiate between the cannons we sell and the ones we use. At the very least, ensure the sold cannons have inferior range and power compared to ours. That way, even if they fall into enemy hands, we can still overpower them," Aldous warned. Leroy and the others nodded in agreement. They had been about to raise the same concern, but Aldous had already thought of everything. Once military matters were settled, Morley spoke up. "Your Highness, this year's harvest across the 6 prefectures has been bountiful. Many commoners have sold their surplus grain to the government. Our granaries now hold over 500,000 dan of grain. Combined with military reserves, our storage facilities are overflowing. With the next harvest approaching, should we continue purchasing grain? 500,000 dan of grain could feed 500,000 people, for 3 months, more than enough for the army. Far from sufficient by modern standards. Emergency reserves should cover at least 3 years of consumption. In times of war, production would be disrupted. During the Battle of Kangju, for instance, while only 50,000 soldiers and support troops were mobilized, 200,000 to 300,000 civilians were drafted to transport supplies and prepare siege materials. With so many laborers pulled from their farms, this year's autumn harvest would undoubtedly shrink. This was why Aldous had said Kingju was still recovering. Buy as much as the people are willing to sell. At the very least, ensure the army has 3 years' worth of grain. As for storage, order each prefecture to build new granaries. Use brick and mortar construction with cement flooring and choose elevated sites to prevent moisture damage. Set quotas. Each prefecture must meet its grain procurement target," Aldous said firmly. Food security was no joke. Farming depended on the weather. Droughts, floods, or locust plagues could wipe out an entire year's harvest. Stockpiling during abundant years was the only way to safeguard against disasters. Morley nodded, jotting down Aldous's instructions. Then he added, "Your Highness, the treasury now holds only 2 million taels of silver. Here's the ledger. Would you like to review it?" The saddest thing in life was being alive but broke. Morley's words made Aldous's stomach twist. All profits from the merchant guilds flowed into the treasury for government allocation, so the ledger told the full story. Just providing plow oxen and farming tools to the people had cost over 1 million taels. Each set of plate armor for the military cost at least 20 taels, 40,000 taels for the Kingju army alone. The Battle of Kangju had consumed hundreds of thousands more in cannons, ammunition, and shells. Add to that the expenses for feeding slaves, paying officials' salaries, and purchasing timber for shipbuilding. As Aldous scanned the ledger's dense numbers, his head began to throb. "Your Highness, the great Gabriel Empire's tax revenue mainly comes from agriculture. By exempting the fiefdom from taxes for 3 years, we've essentially cut off the government's income." Seeing Aldous frown at the accounts, Morley explained further. As for commercial taxes, only Qingzhou has a significant number of merchants, and even then, they're mostly concentrated in industries like brewing and soap making. The taxes collected amount to just tens of thousands of taels, a drop in the bucket compared to our current expenditures. Morley was in charge of logistics, and his focus was solely on finances. He didn't concern himself with Aldous' broader plans, but in his view, projects like the galleons were unnecessary and a waste of resources. Aldous understood Morley's implication. He was warning against costly, large-scale projects that could burden the recovering economy of the 6 prefectures. But for Aldous, every plan had a purpose. Without investment, there would be no major returns, a perspective Morley likely couldn't grasp yet. After Morley finished, Aldous turned his attention to Caspar. Managing a fiefdom was like running a company. The military, public welfare, and government operations were major expenses, while Caspar, representing the Merchant Guild, was the primary source of income. Caspar's reports were about profits, while Morley's were about expenses and always asking for more money. Your Highness, after over a year, the domestic market isn't as booming as it was initially. Products like soap and perfume last a long time, so demand has dropped significantly. Drunken Qingzhou sales have also declined but remain stable. Combined, the guild's monthly income is now around 300,000 taels, Caspar reported. 300,000. Aldous' expression darkened. That little? It's not insignificant, Your Highness. After auctioning off sales rights, we're only making slim profits now. However, after the noble families were eliminated, we've taken control of the Nightblumen market. I've already begun setting up shops there. Caspar explained. Aldous sighed. He had made a fortune from auctioning sales rights early on, but now the consequences were apparent. After splurging, adjusting to leaner times was hard. Though 300,000 taels a month was still a massive sum, it was far from enough for his ambitious plans. If the Great Gabriel market is saturated, the Golden Tent Khanate market must still be wide open. Aldous' words nearly made Caspar spit out his tea. Your Highness, you want the guild to trade with the barbarians? Bashan hates us. Any merchant caravan entering the grasslands would be slaughtered on sight. Besides, those barbarians stink, they never bathe. Why would they want soap or perfume? But they love alcohol, Leroy interjected calmly. The northern winters are harsh, and strong liquor is perfect for keeping warm. Aldous glanced at Leroy, then back at Caspar. See, war is one thing but business is another. Why not profit from the barbarians? At best, liquor would only fetch us livestock hides in exchange, Caspar argued. The barbarians rarely use silver. That's fine too, ideally trade for horses. Hides are also in short supply in the Great Gabriel, you can resell them for profit, Aldous said, eyes gleaming. Orpheus laughed and slammed the table. Your Highness, I admire your cunning. Caspar, try to get us some horses. I'll treat you to drinks. I'd rather not, Caspar muttered, shrinking back. I might not even make it back alive. Even Morley, desperate for funds, abandoned his principles. Many merchants already trade between Qingzhou and the grasslands. Turn a blind eye, grease a few palms, and they'll work for you. We're counting on you, money is everywhere. The flattery boosted Caspar's ego, making him stand a little taller. Though Aldous had elevated the status of merchants, traditional biases persisted. In government circles, he still felt inferior until now. Fine, I'll give it my best shot, Caspar said with a grin. Aldous nodded. By the way, how's the takeover of the Huxley family's canal fleet going? After William was hanged in Qingzhou, his 30 merchant ships were seized. Aldous had assigned Morley to transfer them to Caspar. Morley looked ashamed. Your Highness, after news spread of William's arrest, we secured the ships within Qingzhou, but those outside the territory their crews simply commandeered and sold them. Only 12 ships were handed over to the guild. Combined with the ships the guild bought from Jinling, we now have 45, Caspar added. That should suffice for domestic trade, Aldous said with a sigh. His resources were still meager. The workshop district might seem bustling, but it was just a few factories. True prosperity would come only when commerce flourished across the land. With the meeting's main points covered, Aldous dismissed everyone except Theodore. Your Highness, what's this new city wall you mentioned earlier? Theodore asked. A reinforced concrete wall, Aldous declared, another massive project for Qingzhou. Without waiting for questions, he grabbed paper and began explaining. Reinforced concrete was one of the sturdiest construction methods in modern engineering, used in megaprojects like the Three Gorges Dam and nuclear power plants. Later, it became standard for residential buildings. capable of withstanding magnitude 7-8 earthquakes. Its strength came from concrete's compressive resistance and steel's tensile strength, a perfect combination. Kangju's wall facing the grasslands spanned a narrow 500-meter valley. Building a reinforced concrete wall here would be like constructing 10-50-meter-long residential buildings, a small project by modern standards but a monumental task here, yet Aldous was determined. Once completed, this wall would render the barbarians' gunpowder tactics useless. Only Aldous and Theodore remained in the governor's meeting hall. As Aldous sketched the blueprint, he explained how to construct the new outer wall. First, the wall wouldn't be solid. Since they were building it, they might as well design it as a fortress. So, rather than just a wall, it would function as a military stronghold. Overall, the wall would retain a traditional appearance, but the outer layer would be replaced with concrete. The interior would be hollow, except for the section up to 5 meters from the ground, which would be filled and compacted with earth. This would save costs while ensuring that even if the exterior were damaged, the interior would remain intact. Above the 5-meter mark, hollow chambers would be built. Small openings just wide enough for spears would be embedded in the outer wall. During battles, soldiers could use these openings to attack climbing barbarians. This section would be about 2.8 meters high. The third and fourth levels would follow the same design. On the fifth level, the openings would be enlarged to allow cannons to fire through while still preventing enemy entry. From this level onward, cannon mounts would be installed inside the chambers. The next 4 levels would maintain this structure, with occasional spear openings interspersed. In total, the wall would match the height of the old one, around 20 meters, an imposing defense. If we complete it, the Battle of Kangju will never repeat itself, Aldous said. The memories of the last war were still fresh. Theodore nodded. But Your Highness, such a complex project will require your personal supervision at the site. Without hands-on guidance, I fear I won't be able to execute it properly. I was already planning to go. I don't want shoddy construction. For now, prepare the slaves, cement, gravel, and wooden planks in advance, Aldous instructed. Concrete structures weren't overly complicated. The main challenges were reinforcing steel bars and wooden formwork. For skilled carpenters, this wouldn't be difficult. The real issue was the steel reinforcement. At this stage, Aldous couldn't produce modern-grade steel bars. He'd have to rely on the ironworks to improvise. After all, human ingenuity was boundless. After assigning tasks to Theodore, Aldous returned to his residence. The meeting had highlighted several problems in the fiefdom, but at least the people now had surplus grain and no longer feared starvation. However, beyond staple foods, they lacked vegetables or other cash crops. This was his next challenge. Future industries would require raw materials like cotton, silk, and hemp. Thinking of this, Aldous remembered tung oil, a waterproofing agent for ships that was also scarce in his fiefdom. He'd have to purchase it from elsewhere. Industrial development is truly difficult, he sighed, gaining a deeper appreciation for the complexity of a complete industrial system. Unlike his current situation, where he constantly lacked materials or parts. Back in his chambers, Aldous began drafting detailed blueprints, general layouts, concrete structures, steel reinforcement diagrams, and joint designs. His meticulous approach aimed to establish a foundation for Kangju's construction industry. In modern times, his homeland was renowned as a construction powerhouse. He intended to build that reputation now. After working all day, he finally completed the drawings by evening, though his hands ached from exhaustion. Your Highness, you haven't even eaten lunch. Lulio entered with dinner, frowning when she saw his untouched midday meal. Aldous smiled. Ah, I forgot. Your Highness is so dedicated, but your health matters too, Lulio chided gently. Over the past year, Aldous had grown comfortable around the two maids. All right, now you sound just as nagging as Maya. Lulio, once timid around him, had grown bolder, a change Aldous appreciated. A silent companion would have been dull. As she picked up the untouched lunch tray, Lulio suddenly remembered something. Your Highness, is the loom ready? Maya and I visited the textile workshop. If the looms arrive, we'll recruit skilled girls from nearby counties to work there. That might take a few more days. After I return from Dengju, the machinery department hit some snags while building the looms. I'll need to inspect them myself, Aldous said, frustrated. He'd assigned this task before leaving for Nightbloomin', but without his supervision, the craftsmen new to loom production had run into issues. Your Highness is going to Dengju again? Lulio's expression shifted slightly. Aldous noticed. Yes, Why, Your Highness, before entering the palace I was from Dengju. I was sold to Nightblumen and later chosen by Her Majesty to serve in the palace. It's been over 10 years now. You're from Dengju? Aldous blinked. Why didn't you mention this earlier? Your Highness never asked, Lulio murmured. Aldous chuckled. My oversight. Since you're from Dengju, what can you tell me about it? Where are your parents? I could take you to visit them during this trip. At this, Lulio's eyes reddened. Your Highness, my parents were fishermen. They were killed by Japanese pirates at sea. I sold myself to buy them coffins. If any family remains, it would be my elder brother. But he swore vengeance and went to sea. I don't know if he's alive anymore. By the end, she was quietly crying. Every servant girl had a tragic past otherwise. They wouldn't have been sold so young. Aldous softened. Then come with me to Dengju. You know the area, so you might assist me, and you can revisit your hometown. Thank you, Your Highness. I'll prepare right away. Lulio bowed gratefully. She'd never dared mention this before. Servants weren't supposed to reconnect with family. Only Aldous's kindness had given her the courage. Watching Lulio skip out like an excited deer, Aldous shook his head. This trip to Dengju wouldn't be simple. Outside Dengju City, Achilles stood gazing at the vast coastline, his brow furrowed. The endless sea and the salty ocean breeze were the challenges he had faced since becoming the governor of Dengju. With the Salt Transport Office headquartered in Dengju, his responsibilities were even heavier. Not only did he have to verify and report monthly salt production figures to Kingju, but he also had to deal with the relentless salt smugglers infiltrating the region. Among the 6 prefectures, Dengju had the smallest population, only about 100,000 households. Most of these were scattered across counties outside the city, with Dengju itself housing just 50,000 households, totaling around 100,000 people. Many of these residents made their living by fishing, as the sea stretched endlessly beyond Dengju's walls. But in recent years, Japanese pirates had become increasingly active along the coast, killing many fishermen and forcing others to abandon their trade. Yet, fishermen accustomed to life on the sea had little interest in farming. As a result, the land redistribution policy had been poorly implemented in Dengju, especially in a coastal village called Yudai. Nestled by the sea, the village had no arable land nearby. The allocated farmland was too far away, so the villagers refused to relocate, continuing to risk fishing in nearby waters. Some even turned to smuggling salt, a capital offense in the Great Gabriel Empire. Native of Dengju, Sparks had originally served as deputy governor. But after the local aristocratic families were purged, he, a low-born official with no ties to the elites, was promoted to governor. Overnight, his fortunes had soared, and he was deeply grateful to the Aldous. Determined to prove himself, he threw himself into his duties, leaving no room for negligence. Thus, the salt smugglers had to be dealt with for the prince's trust. But after 6 months of cat and mouse, he still hadn't captured the ringleader, a man named Rurik Stoneheart. After 3 days of deliberation, Sparks finally resolved to force the smugglers out. Governor, we truly don't know Rurik. Please let us go. The village of Yudai was now surrounded by hundreds of Dengju soldiers. All 300 villagers had been rounded up. Nonsense. The records clearly state Rurik is from Yudai. How can you claim ignorance? Achilles brandished a household register. He continued coldly. Word came from Kingju that His Highness will arrive in Dengju soon, likely within days. I've been lenient until now, but your continued defiance leaves me no choice. You will all be taken in for questioning. With a wave of his hand, the soldiers moved to detain the villagers. Just then, a Dengju official galloped over urgently. Governor Sparks, His Highness has arrived. What, so soon? Sparks's frown deepened. Yes, His Highness and Chief Paxton travel by horse. Naturally, they were faster. But with the smugglers still at large, how do we explain this? The official looked uneasy. Sparks sighed. What else can we do? Take the villagers in for questioning. I'll report the truth as it is. With that, he turned his horse toward Dengju City. Meanwhile, in the city's government office, Aldous and Morley sat drinking tea. Lulio stood beside Aldous, her expression a mix of anticipation and unease. Governor Sparks has some nerve knowing Your Highness was coming, yet disappearing like this, Morley grumbled. Aldous chuckled. No matter. Governance comes first. This year, Dengju's tax revenue jumped from last place to third among the 6 prefectures. Promoting Sparks was clearly the right move. Your Highness, Sparks is capable, but the improved revenue is also due to the Salt Transport Office. Without it, Dengju would still be at the bottom. True, but Dengju has immense potential. With the shipyard here, I plan to establish a naval base and a major port. In a few years, Dengzhou will thrive. On their way, Aldous and Morley had made stops to observe local conditions. Overall, Dengzhou's people were poorer than those in other prefectures. The city itself was dilapidated, its walls crumbling, its streets sparsely populated, and its markets nearly deserted. The people's clothing was ragged. Governor Sparks is fortunate indeed. With your Highness's support, Dengzhou will surely rise to prominence, Morley said. As they spoke, commotion erupted outside. Achilles and his official hurried in. Your Highness, this official has failed you. Sparks dropped to his knees. Aldous was baffled. Governor Sparks, what's the matter? Sparks said guiltily, Your Highness, I still haven't captured the leader of the salt smugglers. I've disgraced you and Chief Paxton. Aldous and Morley exchanged glances. Morley said, Governor Sparks, we didn't come here about the smugglers. There's another matter. Sparks's tension eased. He had assumed Aldous's visit was about the smuggling crisis, which was why he had resorted to rounding up Udai's villagers. Aldous nodded. Exactly. We're here to recruit skilled sailors for my fleet. As a local, your assistance would be invaluable. Ah, Sparks looked stunned. Your Highness, if we're talking about the best swimmers, the people of Udai are unmatched. But I've just arrested the entire village for harboring smugglers. They're being taken to prison now. What? Morley's face darkened. Achilles, how could you act so recklessly? Arresting an entire village without evidence, what will Dengzhou's people think of the government? Of His Highness? Morley's anger made the atmosphere in the Dengzhou government. Office tens. Achilles said, I acted out of urgency, and I also have proof that these commoners were hiding salt smugglers. Hearing this, Aldous replied, The law cannot punish everyone. If we handle this recklessly, it may cause civil unrest, and by then. Before he could finish, a constable suddenly ran in a panic and shouted, Governor, bad news. A large crowd has gathered in front of Dengzhou prison. They're trying to break in and demand the release of prisoners. What? Achilles was shocked. He looked at Aldous. His warning had come true. Morley pointed at Achilles angrily and said, You've caused a huge mess. Frowning, Aldous stood up and said, Stop kneeling. Let's go see what's going on. Having lived in this world for over a year, Aldous had gained some understanding of the times. The people were generally obedient, but only if they had a way to survive and their interests weren't harmed. When the group arrived at the prison, they saw over 1,000 people gathered, some pushing and shoving the constables, seemingly ready to break in and rescue the prisoners. Aldous was accompanied by 500 cavalrymen, who immediately charged forward on horseback. When the people heard the thunder of hooves and saw the cavalry in silver armor, they instinctively backed up a few steps and quieted down. Their eyes turned to Aldous and the others on horseback. Achilles was the first to dismount. He shouted to the crowd, blocking the prison gate. Who dares to incite such chaos at Dengzhou prison? Who sent you? Are you trying to rebel? Achilles was now certain someone had secretly paid these villagers from Udai village to stir up trouble and pressure the government. You officials are arresting people without reason and leaving us no way to live. Is there no justice in this world? A villager shouted from the crowd. After that shout, the crowd fell into silence again. Most people kept looking at the intimidating cavalry. Aldous stepped forward and said, I am Prince Aldous of Henry, who called you all here. If you're truly brave, step forward. In the Battle of Kangju, many Dengzhou soldiers fought bravely and fearlessly. They didn't hide like cowards. From their eyes, Aldous could tell most of the people here were paid to come. They looked more afraid than angry. If they were truly involved, why would they look so nervous? Aldous, he's the Aldous. That's right, the soldiers of the Kingzhou army wear that armor. I didn't expect the prince to be in Dengzhou. The crowd began to murmur. Then a disturbance rippled through the people and about 10 young men stepped out. The one leading them looked about 20, with dark skin from years of exposure to the sea breeze. I'm Rurik, your highness, does this make me a brave man now? Rurik said loudly. Achilles angrily shouted, You bold criminal, how dare you call yourself a brave man before the prince? Arrest them all at once. Immediately, the 10 or so young men behind Rurik drew their blades and stood protectively around him. Hold on, Aldous shouted. He walked up to Rurik and asked, So you're one of Dengzhou's salt smugglers? Your highness, there are many salt smugglers, I'm just one of them. We can't fish in the sea anymore, so smuggling salt is the only way to survive. Besides, sea salt is a natural resource. Everyone should be able to use it. Why can only the government sell it and not us commoners? Rurik answered firmly. If that's the case, let me ask you who paid for the food supplies, cannons, and ammunition used in the Battle of Kangju. How much silver did you, Rurik, contribute? Aldous smiled and said, The Salt Transport Office contributes 10,000 taels of silver to the state treasury every month. If everyone thought like you, where would the army's supplies come from? Who would defend against the barbarians? And don't tell me you gave that salt away for free." Aldous had used a bit of reverse psychology earlier and didn't expect Rurik to really come forward. That showed Rurik was passionate and maybe worth saving. Rurik was momentarily speechless. After a pause, he angrily said, "You're right about the Battle of Kangju and protecting the 6th Prefecture. But has your Highness considered the people of Dengju? We've fished for generations, but now the pirates have taken everything from us. If we don't sell salt, how do we survive?" "Nonsense. Didn't the government assign you farmland? Instead of farming, you blame His Highness." Achilles shouted, always frustrated by the salt smugglers and eager to punish them. Rurik replied, "Our hands are made for rowing boats and casting nets, not for farming. How are we supposed to grow crops? And the farmland is so far from our village, how are we supposed to get there?" Achilles wanted to scold him more, but Aldous stopped him. "You say I don't care about the lives of Dengju's people? Fine, I'll give you a chance. Let's take back your fishing grounds. Are you willing?" Aldous said. "Take back the fishing grounds?" Rurik laughed bitterly. "Your Highness, you probably haven't seen these pirates. Their ships are bigger and better armed. Just the few of us, how can we drive them out? What if I give you large ships, gather 1,000 young men from Dengju fishing villages and arm you all?" Aldous asked. Rurik looked at Aldous with suspicion. "Is your Highness serious?" "I am," Aldous replied firmly. "You're not going to punish us. If you're willing to join my navy, I'll pardon your crimes," Aldous said. Laws must be flexible, and since Aldous only mentioned the Kangju battle and Rurik dared to show himself, it showed he wasn't a treacherous person. He just wanted to save his fellow villagers proof of loyalty and righteousness. Right now, Aldous needed people. As a prince, he needed to be open-minded and not stuck on petty details. "From now on, our lives belong to your Highness." Smuggling salt was a crime punishable by death, but Aldous chose to show mercy. Rurik had heard of the prince's noble character, and now seeing it for himself, felt completely loyal in his heart. The gathered villagers gradually dispersed as the people of Udai village were released from the prison one by one. Upon seeing Rurik, an elderly woman suddenly knelt before Achilles and said, "Governor, selling smuggled salt has nothing to do with Rurik. It was me who forced him into it. The villagers are all old now. The young ones either joined the army or were killed at sea. Those of us left behind can't farm anymore. We only sold salt to survive." "Mother, what are you doing? His Highness has already pardoned us," Rurik said, embarrassed. "What?" The old woman looked at the 3 men outside, 2 strangers and Achilles, who wore a bitter smile. Seeing her gaze, Sparks sighed. "Rurik is right. This is His Highness, the Aldous. If you want to thank anyone, thank him." The old woman turned to Aldous, trembling with emotion, and bowed deeply. Aldous quickly helped her up. "No need for such formalities. If your lives are difficult, that is my failure. I came to Dengju to deal with the pirate problem." The old woman's eyes widened. "Your Highness." "Is this true?" Morley interjected. "Your Highness, this isn't the place to talk. Let's return to the government office. Dengju's situation is no simpler than Kangju's." Achilles snapped back to attention. "Your Highness, Chief Paxton is right. Pirates often lurk in Dengju. We should discuss this inside." After dismissing the other villagers, Aldous took Rurik and the old woman to the government office. Once seated, Aldous asked, "As locals, tell me about the situation along Dengju's coast." "I'll explain," Rurik said eagerly. Not only had his crimes been pardoned, but he was also being recruited into the military. He was desperate to prove himself. "When my grandfather fished these waters, pirates weren't this rampant. But by my father's time, they infested the seas. Now, if we encounter them at sea, we're either killed or enslaved." "Your Highness, the timeline matches. The great Gabriel Envoy's murder in Korea happened about 20 years ago," Morley noted. Aldous nodded. "What do these pirates look like? What kind of ships do they use?" "They wear wooden sandals, tie their hair up, and shave their foreheads. Their clothes are nothing like ours," Rurik said. Aldous sketched a kimono on paper. "Like this?" "Yes, exactly," Rurik pointed. "As for their ships, we call them academies, floating houses." Aldous recognized the term from the technology crystal's records. The description matched. Achilles added, "Your Highness, these pirates don't just attack at sea, they raid coastal towns too. We've spotted them in Dengju several times, though in small numbers. The richer southern regions suffer far worse. Only Dengju's poverty has spared us." Rurik muttered bitterly. The 3 shared more about maritime conditions, and Aldous asked about local fish species. Due to limited fishing methods, villagers only caught small coastal fish like pollock. Abalone was rare, as harvesting it required diving. In modern times, this region was famous for abalone, a luxury due to transport difficulties. Fishing had once sustained the villagers, but pirate activity had made it too dangerous. Aldous faced many challenges. With the northern barbarians threatening, he couldn't focus solely on naval development. The galleons would serve dual purposes: overseas trade for crops like potatoes and coastal defense against pirates. The saying, 10 years to build an army, 100 for a navy, wasn't a joke. Even Rurik's fishermen rarely ventured far from shore, and neither did the pirates. Without landmarks, they'd be lost at sea forever. Before long-range voyages, Aldous would have to teach navigation, a complex science. After grasping Dengju's situation, Aldous told Rurik, "You know the fishing villages better than Governor Sparks. Assist him in recruiting sailors." "Yes, Your Highness, but what if they refuse? Many are terrified of pirates," Rurik said. Aldous smiled. "No matter, I won't force anyone, but bring them to Kingju first. If they still leave after seeing our warships, so be it." Rurik brightened. "That's fair." As they finalized recruitment plans, Aldous remembered Luluo. He turned to her. "By the way, which village are you from?" When he looked back, Luluo's eyes were glistening with tears. "Your Highness, I'm from Udai village." She faced the old woman. "Auntie, do you remember me? I'm Delaney Garland." The old woman stared blankly. "What?" Luluo stepped forward. "Auntie, I'm Delaney Colt Garland's daughter." Rurik's jaw dropped. "You're Delaney?" Luluo nodded. "Brother Rurik, it's me." The old woman trembled. "Truly, Delaney?" "Yes, Auntie, Brother Rurik." "Where's my brother?" "Dead." Rurik's face darkened. The old woman glared at him before turning back to Luluo, her voice breaking. "Delaney, your brother, he..." Rurik spat. "Might as well be dead. He joined the pirates, now he's one of their leaders, a traitor. Consider him gone." "How is that possible?" "My brother hated the pirates more than anyone." "How could he join them? You're lying." Luluo shouted, her voice trembling. Seeing her distress, Rurik softened his tone. He suddenly tore open his shirt, revealing a long scar stretching from his chest to his abdomen. "Your brother gave me this wound with a Japanese sword. Would I lie to you about that?" "No." Luluo shook her head, tears streaming down her face. The old woman sighed. "Delaney, after you were sold, your brother changed. None of us expected he'd end up joining the pirates. Now the whole village curses his name." Luluo's grief deepened. With a sob, she turned and ran out. Aldous had hoped to reunite Luluo with her family, but this outcome was far from what he'd expected. He sighed. "Rurik, visit the nearby fishing villages and recruit as many skilled young men as possible." "Yes, Your Highness." Rurik stood eagerly, then helped his mother out of the government office. Once they were gone, Achilles spoke up. "Your Highness, was handling Rurik this way really appropriate? Won't other salt smugglers grow bolder now?" He had remained silent earlier, but couldn't hold back any longer. "Salt smugglers should be judged by intent. Those who traffic for profit must be punished harshly, but for villagers like Rurik forced into it to survive, we must show mercy. Besides, I need capable men now, and you said yourself Rurik has influence among the fishing communities." Morley nodded. "Exactly." When challenged with duty to the kingdom, he stepped forward immediately. That proves he values justice over selfish gain. Achilles frowned but finally relented. Aldous' expression then turned cold. "Achilles, do you admit your wrongdoing?" This official admits his fault. Sparks knew Aldous was condemning his rash arrest of an entire village to pressure Rurik, a move that could have sparked public outrage. While some villagers had been bribed by Rurik, others genuinely resented the government's heavy-handedness. "Since you admit it, your penalty is 6 months suspended pay," Aldous declared. "If not for the urgent need for talent, I would have dismissed you." Achilles accepted the punishment with a strained smile. After reprimanding Sparks, Aldous continued, "Where is the Dengju shipyard? Take us there." "Yes, Your Highness." Luluo was still weeping outside. Aldous decided to let her grieve in private, instructing her to wait at the temporary residence. The 3 men left Dengju, following the coastline east for 20 li before reaching the shipyard. The sprawling facility occupied a wide bay with over 1,000 workers toiling on the beach. "Your Highness, this site is only 5 li from Dengju's military camp. In case of danger, reinforcements can arrive swiftly. Additionally, 500 soldiers are stationed here to guard the shipyard," Achilles explained. "How many troops does Dengju currently have?" Aldous asked Morley. "Recruitment began last year. We now have about 3,000, the fewest among the 6 prefectures, and equipment like armor and weapons is severely lacking," Morley replied. "That's not enough." Dengzhou will become a strategic stronghold second only to Qingzhou. We need at least 20,000 soldiers here, Aldous said. Achilles hesitated. Your Highness, Dengzhou's population is barely 100,000. 3,000 troops already strain our resources. More conscription would cripple development. Then recruit from other prefectures. The shipyard security cannot be compromised, Aldous insisted. Pirates weren't as dire a threat as the northern barbarians, they were still a major headache. Without sufficient troops, repelling a large-scale raid would be impossible. After inspecting the shore, the three toured the shipyard. As Doran had reported, it was ready for production. Returning to the residence, Aldous found Luluo with red-rimmed eyes. Don't grieve too much. Perhaps your brother had no choice, he offered. Luluo's voice was icy. Your Highness, no excuse justifies becoming a pirate. Our parents died by their hands, how could he serve their killers? If you ever capture him, let me execute him myself. Aldous studied her. The timid girl seemed hardened by the ordeal. Very well, if that day comes, he's yours. Luluo forced a faint smile. Aldous sighed. Had he known this would happen, he wouldn't have brought her. After 3 days in Dengzhou, Achilles and Rurik had scoured nearby villages, recruiting 900 men, every willing youth from the fishing communities. How many would stay depended on their reaction to the galleons. With the recruits in tow, Aldous returned to Qingzhou. At the shipyard, they saw the galleons resting on the riverbank. Your Highness, these will be our warships. Rurik's eyes shone. They were the largest vessels he'd ever seen. Correct, 3 are ready, with more to be built in Dengzhou. Would you like to command this fleet? Aldous asked. Me. Rurik's excitement was palpable. Aldous nodded. A man bold enough to smuggle salt had the audacity he needed for long voyages. Yes. Rurik's gaze sparkled, already envisioning the glory of commanding such a mighty fleet. After letting the recruits explore the ships, Aldous addressed them. Those who wish to stay board the vessels, those who don't may leave with travel funds. A heavy silence followed, then one by one 200 men disembarked. Rurik glared. Cowards too scared to protect your own families, I spit on you. Aldous stopped him. Enough, participation was always voluntary. Yes, your Highness, Rurik grumbled. 700 men remained enough to crew the 3 galleons. More would surely join once these ships sailed to Dengzhou and began hunting pirates. As Aldous pondered, Morley called from below. Your Highness, an envoy from Prince Lark has arrived. An envoy from Prince Lark? Morley nodded. Yes. He claims to be Prince Lark's eldest son, Merle Dorsey. Him. Aldous pondered for a moment. He then turned to Rurik. Continue learning about the galleon's structure and operation from Doran. Accommodations will be arranged for you. Later, you'll study navigation at Broad Learning Academy. Your Highness, that won't be necessary. We're already experts, Rurik said confidently. Don't be so sure, Aldous replied with a smirk. Once I teach you what real navigation is, you'll understand its challenges. Leaving Rurik and the others behind, Aldous instructed that those who chose to leave be given travel funds. He then rode back to the Aldous' residence. In the main hall of the residence, a young man slightly older than Aldous was waiting. Your Highness, this residence is far humbler than our Liangzhou palace. Qingzhou itself is unremarkable. The people here seem worse off than those in Liangzhou, remarked a scholar in a gray robe and square hat standing beside Merle. He was Judd Dorsey, a strategist serving Prince Lark. Qingzhou was ravaged by barbarians 3 years ago. Recovery takes time. In just 3 years, he stabilized the 6 prefectures and crushed the local aristocrats. This Aldous is no simple man. Father specifically warned us not to slight him. We're here to ask for his help, Merle said. Understood, Judd replied. As they spoke, movement at the door caught their attention. Aldous entered with an official in tow. Merle, it's been too long, Aldous called out before reaching them. Merle and Judd hurried forward. Merle pays his respects to your Highness. No need for formalities. Aldous helped Merle up and strode into the hall, followed by Theodore. After gesturing for them to sit, Aldous asked with interest, Merle, it's been about 5 years since we last met. I believe it was when you accompanied Prince Lark to the capital. Indeed. I was young and foolish then, offending your Highness in the palace. I beg your forgiveness, Merle said. 5 years ago, during a visit to the palace with his father, he had accidentally bumped into Aldous. He was leaving after being scolded by Emperor Care. Aldous had lashed out and the 2 hot-headed youths had come to blows. Aldous had later been caned by the Emperor. If not for the cannons, his father wouldn't have sent him to Qingzhou given their history, yet Aldous seemed unbothered now. No matter, I was immature back then. You must have found me ridiculous, Aldous said. Knowing Merle's purpose, he cut to the chase. What brings you to Qingzhou? Merle replied, Your Highness, it's about the cannons. At court, His Majesty permitted northern princes to purchase cannons from you to defend against the barbarians. Like you, Lark faces their threat. As the northern shield of the great Gabriel, we implore you to consider the kingdom's safety and sell us cannons. Selling cannons was part of Aldous' plan. But with the imperial army's order still unfilled, supplying Prince Lark now was impossible. His Majesty mentioned this. Naturally, I'll comply. However, I'm currently producing cannons for the imperial army and have no surplus to sell, Aldous said. Merle smiled. Your Highness, that's easily solved. If you lack manpower, why not sell us the cannon technology? We'll produce them ourselves in Lark. Merle had come prepared with negotiation strategies. You jest. At court, His Majesty made it clear the cannon technology must remain with me. This isn't about trust. Barbarian spies are everywhere. If they obtain the technology, Lark will lose even its defensive advantage. Merle's eyes flickered. Though he knew it was unlikely, he had to try. Your Highness, if you sell us the technology, we'll guard it fiercely. My father offers 5,000 fine horses and 5 million taels of silver in exchange. The offer was tempting, but Aldous couldn't part with the technology. Inferior steel would limit their production quality, but sheer numbers could compensate. Merle, it's not that I refuse. But if the technology leaks, His Majesty will have my head, Aldous said, shaking his head. Let's discuss alternatives. Seeing the approach fail, Merle pressed on. Then could you produce cannons for both the Imperial Army and Lark? Since your victory over the barbarians, they've grown aggressive in Lark, testing our defenses. My father and I are deeply concerned. Aldous feigned hesitation. With iron mold casting, now mastered and skilled craftsmen trained. Scaling up production depended only on materials. He also wanted to expand the military workshop's capacity through these sales. Profit would sustain larger operations, allowing rapid mass production if war erupted. But Emperor Cair's decree took precedence. After a pause, Aldous said, I can supply Lark 1 month after delivering the Imperial Army's first batch. However, you must prepay the production costs. 1 month? Merle and Judd exchanged glances. That's the soonest possible. The Imperial Army's order comes first, Aldous said firmly. Recognizing his resolve, Merle shifted focus. Then, Your Highness, how much per cannon? Not too expensive. 20,000 taels each, Aldous said, making an outrageous demand. Judd spat out the tea he had just sipped. 20,000 taels. That's enough to equip 400 elite armored cavalry. He blurted out, Merle's brow furrowed deeply. Your Highness, this price is far too steep. We cannot afford it. When discussing the cannon price with Emperor Cair, Aldous had specified that the 8,000 taels was a special rate for the imperial court. He had also discreetly requested the Emperor not to disclose this figure. At the time, Emperor Cair had agreed. Thus, apart from the Emperor, no one knew the actual production cost. However, Aldous was aware Prince Lark wasn't foolish. He must have estimated a reasonable price range. What do you believe would be a fair price then? Aldous asked. Aldous stood up. Let me propose this. Merle, you may have only heard of the cannon's reputation without witnessing their power firsthand. Allow me to show you. That was precisely my hope. Please lead the way, Your Highness, Merle said eagerly. Aldous nodded and escorted Merle and Judd to Kingju's military camp. A dedicated artillery range had been established beside the camp, featuring 3 training cannons, their destination. Asa was currently conducting artillery drills there. The hasty deployment during the Battle of Kangju had revealed poor accuracy, with cannonballs scattering wildly across the battlefield. Had it not been for the psychological shock of facing cannons for the first time, their effectiveness would have been far less impressive. Post-battle, Aldous had tasked Asa with specialized training, teaching soldiers proper aiming, angle adjustments, and ricochet techniques to maximize firepower. Spotting Aldous' arrival, Asa and the soldiers immediately saluted, their armor clanking in unison. Merle and Judd scanned the soldiers' distinctive plate armor, their eyes flickering with interest. While cannons had played a major role at Kangju, they suspected these full-body armors contributed significantly as well. The city gates hadn't allowed close inspection earlier, but now they studied the unique design carefully. Isn't this the young master? Asa greeted Merle after saluting. Merle had actually met Asa more frequently than Aldous. Aldous interjected, since you're acquainted, this simplifies matters. Asa, the young master has come to learn about our cannons. Demonstrate a firing sequence for him. Yes, Your Highness, Asa acknowledged. Military protocol demanded absolute obedience to Aldous as supreme commander, here a rule enforced with iron discipline. Even Orpheus had been disciplined multiple times before falling in line. Merle studied the cannon before him with growing anticipation, while Judd's gaze burned with intensity. The Battle of Kangju had made cannons legendary across the Great Gabriel, overshadowing Aldous' personal achievements partly due to Maynard's faction downplaying his role, but also because Aldous had deliberately emphasized the weapons to boost arms sales. Under Aldous' guidance, each cannon now had a 4-soldier crew, one cleaner, one loader, one aimer, and one igniter maximizing firing speed. The crew efficiently loaded and aimed their weapon, leaving only ignition remaining. "Your Highness, today's target is at 200 paces, Asa reported. Aldous nodded approvingly. His men understood for visitors, only the most spectacular demonstrations would do. The current target was a stone wall specifically built for artillery practice. "Merle, you might want to cover your ears. The report is quite loud," Aldous advised. "No need, Your Highness. If we're purchasing cannons, we should experience them fully," Merle declined. The artillery crew exchanged glances that plainly said idiots. They knew exactly how deafening the blast could be. Prolonged exposure had already damaged some soldiers' hearing. Aldous didn't insist. Maintaining surface courtesy sufficed. These quasi-independent princes were no friends of his. "Ignition," Asa commanded, plugging his ears with cotton. Aldous also stepped back as the crew inserted earplugs. The igniter touched flame to fuse. A blinding flash accompanied an earth-shaking detonation. Merle and Judd shrieked in terror, stumbling backward and nearly falling. "Are you unharmed, Merle?" Aldous inquired. Both men stood pale-faced. Having seen fire lances on city walls, they'd assumed similar noise levels. Now they regretted their bravado and the humiliation before Aldous. "Fine, Your Highness," Merle managed weakly, while Judd's legs trembled uncontrollably. The artillery crew struggled to suppress grins. Asa barely contained his amusement. They'd brought this on themselves. Noticing their expressions, Merle seethed internally but maintained composure. "Indeed thunderous, Your Highness. But what of its destructive power? Observe the target," Aldous pointed. Following his gesture, Merle and Judd gasped. The stone wall that had stood intact moments ago now lay in rubble. "Your Highness, perhaps the wall was poorly constructed. This doesn't fully demonstrate the cannon's might," Merle challenged. Aldous had anticipated such skepticism. "Then let's change targets." He led them deeper into the range until, at 400 paces, they encountered a line of clay cavalry statues. "These are modeled after barbarian riders, 30 total, spaced 10 meters apart. The clay is extremely durable," Aldous explained. "Now observe from 400 paces." After returning, they watched as the crew fired. At this extended range against smaller targets, the first 3 shots missed. The 4th struck home. When Aldous brought them close again, the sight of 30 shattered statues left Merle speechless. The artillery training grounds reeked of gunpowder, and the field was pockmarked with craters from cannon fire. Merle stared at the distant cannons barely visible at 400 paces, then at the shattered clay figures littering the ground. His mind reeled at the sheer destructive power on display. He could now vividly imagine the Battle of Kangju, where these monstrous cannons had slaughtered dozens of charging cavalrymen with a single shot. "Merle, you've seen the results for yourself. Whether it's worth 20,000 taels of silver should be obvious by now. No offense to the mystic armored cavalry, but 400 horsemen truly can't compare to a single one of my cannons," Aldous said, deliberately provoking him. Merle fell silent for a long moment before replying, "Your Highness, the cannon's power is undeniable, but the price. Could it not be lowered?" Out of the question, Aldous shook his head firmly. "I can't afford to sell at a loss. Besides, I wasn't even willing to provide these to the imperial court, let alone other feudal lords. Don't think I've forgotten how your faction blocked the emperor from sending reinforcements to Kingju. The fact that I'm willing to sell you cannons at all is already an act of generosity. In business, it was standard practice to inflate prices before gradually lowering them. As the saying went, the buyer is never as shrewd as the seller after all. Buyers could never know a seller's true profit margins." Aldous' sudden shift in tone left Merle visibly uncomfortable. He cleared his throat. "Your Highness misunderstands. We had nothing to do with that incident. It was entirely the scheming of certain court officials." "Very well, I'll take your word for it," Aldous said. "I could lower the price, but that depends on how many you intend to purchase." Merle glanced at Judd, who subtly held up 2 fingers. 20 cannons, Merle declared. Aldous frowned, studying the 2 men. Their expressions betrayed unease. So that's their game, he thought coldly. Lark Wright must be planning to reverse engineer the cannons. Otherwise, they'd need at least 300 to secure the Liangzhu front. Had the order been larger, I might have offered 15,000 taels per cannon. For just 20, it's hardly worth the effort. 20,000 each, take it or leave it. With that, Aldous turned and walked away. His cannons were one of a kind. They could either pay his price or go without. Once Aldous was out of earshot, Merle muttered to Judd, "Are you certain we can replicate these?" "Your Highness, initially I had doubts. But after seeing the cannons up close, I'm confident. We've already mastered the techniques for crafting fire lances. These are simply thicker and longer. Once the first batch arrives, our craftsmen can reproduce them exactly." Good. The armor. Merle had brought Judd precisely because of his photographic memory. "Already memorized, Your Highness." Nodding, Merle and Judd followed Aldous back to the palace and agreed to purchase 20 cannons at 20,000 taels each. "Return to Qingzhou in 2 months to collect them," Aldous said. Even a small profit was still profit. 40,000 taels for 20 cannons meant a net gain of over 300,000, equivalent to a month's revenue from the Merchant Guild. With this silver, he could fund 2 more galleons. Though the shipbuilding project had proceeded quietly, those galleons were true money pits. "Understood, Your Highness." Merle bowed. "We'll take our leave now." As the two departed, Aldous' gaze darkened. He immediately summoned Elian. "Elian, have your men monitor Merle and Judd closely. I suspect ulterior motives, especially regarding the machinery department and military workshops. Report every detail of their movements and contacts in Qingzhou." "Yes, Your Highness." Elian's expression turned grave. "Lately, the influx of merchants into Qingzhou has surged. My secret guards have identified several posing as traders while actually gathering intelligence. It seems many are after the cannon technology." "Of course they are. Why pay for cannons if they can steal the designs for free?" Aldous scoffed. Ever since the cannon's fame spread to Nightblumen, he'd known Qingzhou would become a nest of spies. Their goals were twofold: to steal artillery secrets and to surveil him. The culprits ranged from rival warlords and princes to his own father, Emperor Care. The Emperor might have celebrated the victory at Qingzhou, but as a ruthless ruler, he'd also view Aldous' growing power with suspicion. Elian hesitated. "Your Highness, should we arrest all suspicious individuals preemptively?" "No." Aldous shook his head. "These spies operate under the guise of legitimate trade. Acting rashly would fuel rumors and damage Qingzhou's commerce. Without concrete evidence, you are not to make arrests." Outside the Hardy family tavern lay the bustling east. Market of Qingzhou. With the influx of merchants, the market had become livelier than ever. After the recent harvest, the people of Qingzhou had some extra coin to spend, making the marketplace even noisier. The clamor from the market could be clearly heard inside the tavern. "So, we'll be staying in Qingzhou for a while," Merle said. Judd nodded. "Your Highness, the Aldous is undoubtedly keeping a close watch on the machinery department right now. If we act recklessly and get caught, we could lose our heads. But with you here, it's different. If anything goes wrong, you can step in and the outcome will change entirely. Besides, Empress Lark is your aunt. If we bring her up, Aldous won't dare refuse us face. After all, Figura is still in the imperial harem." "Exactly. Though Aldous has a volatile temper, he's filial. If he doesn't want his mother to suffer in the palace, he'll have to give our Lark family this respect. In that case, do everything you can to obtain the cannon technology as soon as possible." "As you command, Your Highness," Judd said with a bow. Meanwhile, the tavern's manager downstairs glanced up at the guarded guest rooms. Under the table, he secretly noted the number of people upstairs and the locations of their rooms. Then, he called over a waiter and said, "Take this note to Commander Wildwood." The old man then handed it to a 13-year-old girl playing behind him. The girl took the note and skipped away cheerfully. Leaving the market, she entered a residential area near the Aldous' mansion and eventually arrived at an unremarkable house. "Is Commander Wildwood here?" she asked as she stepped into the main hall, where 4 people were sorting through a pile of notes and copying down information. This was the headquarters of the secret guards. Elian had just returned from the prince's mansion. Seeing the girl, he said, "So, Prince Lark's heir has taken up residence at the Hardy family tavern, hasn't he?" The girl, bright-eyed and lively, pouted. "How did you know?" "I just came back from His Highness. We were discussing Merle. Since he doesn't own property in Nightblumen, he'd naturally stay at Qingzhou's finest inn." The girl huffed. "HMPH, no fun. You always guess right." "Of course. That's why I'm the commander and you're still just a half-baked little spy," Elian said smugly. The girl's gaze held a different emotion as she looked at him. "Well, I'm not just a little spy, at least I know your secret. What secret? Elian said dismissively as he reviewed the incoming reports. Leolai Jai, the girl suddenly teased in a sing-song voice. Elian's expression instantly changed. How do you know Leolai's name? The girl giggled. Not just me, everyone in the secret guards knows. When you sleep, 2 out of 3 times you call out that name. Who is she? Elian's face turned red. None of your business. Stop being insolent. Go back and keep an eye on Merle. If anyone meets with him, make sure to note it. The girl pouted in disappointment and left with a huff. Once she was gone, Elian froze for a moment, lost in thought. The image of that beautiful figure at the docks outside Nightblumen flashed in his mind, stirring a warmth in his chest. The first time he had seen Leolai, she had seemed like a goddess descended from heaven. After a moment of reverie, Elian snapped back to reality, his expression turning stern. He knew he had no right to indulge in such thoughts after all. He had once been nothing more than a lowly servant in the prince's mansion. Leolai, on the other hand, was a palace maid serving the Aldous' mother. That was why he had been working tirelessly to build the secret guards into an indispensable force under Aldous' command. Perhaps then, he would have the standing to ask the prince to request Leolai's hand from Fiora. With renewed determination, Elian focused on the reports in his hands, each detailing the movements of suspicious merchants. Few of them hailed from Lark territory, which immediately caught his attention. As the Aldous had said, Merle's mission in Kingju was undoubtedly to obtain canon technology. To do so, he would need to connect with merchants familiar with Kingju. And these merchants, having been in Kingju for nearly a year, were the perfect candidates. With that in mind, he summoned the secret guards to assign tasks. The prince had ordered him to keep watch on the machinery department. Most of the craftsmen there lived and worked on site, only allowed out once a month. Their next day off was approaching, and he had to ensure they were closely monitored. At the same time, he planned to use a fishing tactic to lure out the spies among the merchants, a method Aldous had taught him, calling it entrapment. Under this plan, a craftsman would act as bait, offering a fake set of cannon-making techniques. Once the deal was made, the spies would be arrested, purging Kingju of infiltrators one by one. After Elian left, Aldous headed straight to Broad Learning Academy. By then, Rurik and the others had finished touring the galleon and arrived as well. The academy had been in preparation for some time. Aimed at spreading knowledge, some students were already attending classes, while others awaited notification to enroll. Lately, the number of scholars applying to Broad Learning Academy had been increasing, and the originally planned classrooms was starting to seem insufficient. "Your Highness, what is this place for?" Rurik asked, watching the scholars coming and going. "A place to learn knowledge," Aldous replied. "What is knowledge?" Rurik asked, puzzled. Aldous smiled. "For example, what you're about to study, navigation, that's a form of knowledge. In short, knowledge is the accumulated experience of those who came before us." Stoneheart Orpheus nodded, his eyes filled with curiosity about the place. Just then Asa arrived with the artillery unit. "Your Highness, you summoned me." "Yes, some of these men will serve as gunners. You'll need to train them," Aldous said. Asa gave a wry smile. "Your Highness, I haven't even mastered it myself. How can I teach them?" "Exactly why I called you here. Your cannon firing today was no better than before. It's time I taught you proper cannon aiming techniques." "Cannon aiming techniques?" Asa perked up. Aldous nodded. "Since you're all here, I'll explain it in one go." Inside an empty classroom at Broad Learning Academy, Asa, Rurik, and their men had all taken their seats. Standing at the lectern, Aldous surveyed the group before him and realized his future would likely resemble that of a schoolteacher. For him, spreading scientific knowledge as widely as possible was now his greatest advantage. "From now on, this classroom will belong to the Naval Academy. Whenever you're summoned for lessons, assemble here," Aldous announced to Rurik and the others. "Yes, Your Highness." Rurik and his men replied with palpable excitement, their voices ringing loud and clear. As fishermen's sons who had spent their lives at sea, they had never imagined they would one day have the privilege of sitting in a classroom. As children, they had envied those who could attend private schools, knowing that education was the path to becoming officials. Without it, their fate would be the same as their ancestors' generation after generation of nothing but fishermen. "Naval Academy? Your Highness, does that mean we artillerymen should have an artillery academy too?" Asa chimed in, half joking. Aldous smiled. "Of course. The empty room next door is reserved for the artillery academy. Once I teach you the cannon aiming method, you'll be responsible for instructing the artillerymen." To outsiders, Broad Learning Academy was a mysterious place. Despite being an educational institution, it was guarded like a military camp with strict security. Unlike the cramped quarters of traditional private schools, Broad Learning Academy was expansive, with numerous classrooms, some already in use, others still under construction. Earlier, while passing by one of the classrooms, Asa had been stunned to see Riley lecturing a group of scholars on what seemed like bizarre, unfamiliar knowledge. Aldous nodded. For convenience, he intended to develop Broad Learning Academy into a comprehensive institution. Otherwise, shuttling between multiple locations would be exhausting. Even with many scholars admitted, the total number of students, including those from Kingju, as well as technical personnel from the machinery department, mines, and military workshops, barely exceeded 2,000. By modern standards, it was little more than a high school. Thus, each specialty currently had only one dedicated classroom. After designating the room as the Naval Academy's classroom, Aldous turned to Rurik. "You claim sailing is simple, then tell me, how do you navigate at sea?" "By following the coastline, of course," Rurik replied matter-of-factly, a hint of pride in his voice. It seemed even Aldous had gaps in his knowledge. The classroom, built with brick and concrete construction, featured a blackboard at the front, a concept the craftsmen had initially struggled to grasp until Aldous personally guided them. The blackboard itself was simple, a smooth cement slab painted black. Now in front of Aldous lay a stick of chalk, made from limestone and gypsum. To facilitate teaching, he had specifically ordered its production, a straightforward process that piggybacked on cement manufacturing. Picking up the chalk, Aldous drew a large oval on the blackboard, then meticulously filled in the details. 20 minutes later, an accurate world map stared back at the audience. "Your Highness, what is this? A map of where?" Asa recognized it as a map but couldn't identify the region. "This is a world map. This entire shape is called the Earth, and we currently live on it." "Now another question. Do you believe the saying heaven is round, earth is square is correct?" Asa, raised in a Confucian scholarly environment, replied confidently, "Your Highness, you jest." The Book of Rites records, single resident Sierra asked Zhengzi, "Is it true that heaven is round and earth square?" Zhengzi replied, "If heaven were round and earth square, then the four corners would not be covered. Clearly the principle is indisputable." Rurik, however, fell silent. Uneducated and illiterate like most in his fishing village, he had never engaged with such debates. Suddenly he said, "Your Highness, this commoner knows nothing of classics or philosophy, but whenever I watch ships return, we always see the sails first, then the hull. If the earth were flat, why would that happen?" Aldous smiled approvingly. Asa's beliefs were deeply ingrained. Rurik's lack of education made him more open to questioning. "The reason you observe this phenomenon," Aldous declared, "is because we live on a spherical world." Asa burst into laughter as if hearing a great joke. "Your Highness, I believe you on many things, but this, forgive my bluntness, contradicts our ancestors' teachings. You can't just say such things lightly." Aldous had anticipated resistance. Changing an era's entrenched beliefs would be far harder than establishing an industrial system. Thus, he had never planned to widely disseminate such knowledge, only to introduce it gradually within Broad Learning Academy. Yet Asa's reaction made it clear what he was up against. And Asa was just a military officer. If he voiced these ideas to the more rigid scholars, the backlash would be explosive. Suppressing a sigh, Aldous reminded himself that spreading scientific knowledge was a marathon, not a sprint. He would need patience and thick skin. "Asa, you seem quite knowledgeable," Aldous said dryly. "Then tell me, why is it that when you aim a cannon at a target, the projectile never lands exactly where intended?" Asa hesitated. "Your Highness, it's like archery. An arrow always drops in flight. Cannonballs are no different. With enough practice, skill will follow." "You know the what but not the why," Aldous said, amused. Asa scratched his head. "There's a why." Though Asa had once studied diligently, in Aldous's eyes, his decade of learning amounted to little more than literature. It was no wonder ancient scholars surpassed modern ones in prose, but when it came to physics and mathematics, Asa might as well have been clueless. Cannon aiming involved the principles of projectile motion. Currently, their cannons relied on a simple three-point alignment system, with front and rear sights. But these sights were crude stopgaps, often inaccurate. The reason Aldous had summoned Asa was to teach him parabolic calculations and sight adjustments, ensuring that where the sights pointed, the projectile would land. Inside the academy, everyone turned to look at Aldous, their eyes full of anticipation, including Asa. Present, the cannons in Kingju were smoothbore, meaning they were direct fire weapons. In ancient times, Firearms were essentially miniaturized versions of cannons, and because of this, the three-point alignment principle also applied to them. However, this principle wasn't something that could be implemented just by casually installing a front sight and rear sight. Different firearms required different configurations for these sights, all of which needed to be calibrated and tested. After all, the power of each cannon and the weight of the cannonball varied. Therefore, his cannons would also need to be tested in order to gather data before precision sights could be installed. This all comes down to the principle of parabolic motion. When a cannonball is fired, it's affected by gravity, Aldous explained. As soon as he spoke, the entire classroom took on a puzzled expression. Seeing so many confused faces, Aldous suddenly felt a bit worn out. This was precisely why he had established this academy. It wasn't something that Asa and the others could understand in just a day or two. First, he had to teach them addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division. Then he would move on to basic physics. If he could get them to a level comparable to second-year middle school physics, that would be enough. Based on his estimate, even with the advantages of his technological crystal, it would still take nearly a month for Asa and the others to grasp the concepts of impact point calculation and complete the sight calibration. In a battle between armies, the advantage of such cannons would be immediately apparent. "Your Highness, I don't understand a word of what you just said," Asa admitted, clearly frustrated. As a military officer, all this theoretical knowledge gave him a headache. "You'll understand once you've studied it," Aldous replied without looking at him. He had no intention of explaining the spherical heaven, square earth theory to Asa. After all, the man operated on land and had little use for it. But he would explain it to Rurik. That boy was teachable and far better than Asa. He then began teaching from the very basics of mathematics, writing the Arabic numerals on the blackboard. In the future, Rurik would also need to do calculations while navigating at sea, so he too had to learn this material. Aldous spent the rest of the day in the academy, starting with simple Arabic numerals and single-digit arithmetic, then moving on to more complex calculations. Since all the students were adults and had strong motivation to learn, the lessons that afternoon were quite effective. Thanks to the technological crystal, they remembered most of the material. By evening, Aldous instructed Riley to arrange food and lodging for Rurik and the others. He also told Asa to attend the lectures every afternoon before finally returning to the prince's manor. By now, the sky had dimmed. Just as he was about to head inside, he noticed someone hurrying toward him from the entrance of the Bowen Academy. "Slade Melvin," Aldous called out excitedly as he recognized the man. It was none other than Cade. As soon as he saw Aldous, he exclaimed, "Your Highness, we finally found a saltpeter deposit and we even discovered lead ore." "What? Are you serious?" Aldous was overjoyed. "Yes, Your Highness, we finally found it." Cade, who had once been a chubby man, was now tanned and skinny. His face alight with excitement, Aldous was equally thrilled. "That's fantastic, Slade Melvin, you've made a great contribution. As long as I didn't delay Your Highness's plans, this old servant is satisfied. As for any reward, I truly don't care," Cade said with a grin. Aldous felt a wave of emotion. Cade was someone he trusted completely, which was why he had entrusted him with the critical task of prospecting. Right now, what he lacked most were resources. "Let's talk more back at the manor. I'll have the kitchen prepare you a grand feast," Aldous said with a big laugh. Back at the manor, Aldous had the kitchen begin preparing food, while he and Cade headed to the main hall to talk about the saltpeter mine. "Your Highness, that mine was really hard to find. We spent an entire month searching the area you described and came up empty." "Do you know how we eventually stumbled upon it?" Cade said. Aldous shook his head. "Well, we were too far from the nearest village to return and we ran out of food. A few soldiers decided to go hunting in the mountains. While chasing a rabbit, it suddenly darted into a cave deep in the forest. The soldiers followed it and found the cave was full of saltpeter," Cade said, eyes gleaming. Though Cade made it sound simple, Aldous could easily imagine the hardships of such a search. Now that he had access to a saltpeter mine, neither the Prince of Frederica nor the imperial court could use that as leverage against him. "Seems like I owe that rabbit a thank you," Aldous said with a grin. "Where's the lead ore located?" Cade took a sip of water before replying. "The lead ore is a bit farther from Kingshu near Yizhu." Yizhu was about 200 li from Kingshu, which was indeed a bit of a distance. Far is better than nothing. But still no luck with the tungsten ore. Cade shook his head regretfully. No trace of tungsten yet. "But Your Highness, why are you so determined to find tungsten ore?" because when tungsten is smelted with wrought iron, it makes the material far stronger. If I get my hands on tungsten, I can try producing tungsten alloy. Then I'll finally have durable cutting tools for the hand-powered lathes. At that point, I'll be able to manufacture a truly miraculous machine. Aldous said mysteriously. He was, of course, referring to the steam engine. Kingju's population was too small. Once the steam engine was developed, he could use mechanical power to make up for the lack of manpower. Even more importantly, it would massively boost the steel output of the ironworks. Cade seemed to half understand, half not, but smiled anyway. In that case, this old servant will prioritize the search for tungsten ore next. With the saltpeter mine solving the gunpowder problem and the lead ore handling future needs for cannonballs and bullets, Aldous felt a great weight lifted from his heart. Now, he could begin preparing for the next technological breakthrough. That breakthrough would come from unlocking the full potential of the lathe. No rush. Take a break before heading out again. I don't want you working yourself to death, Aldous said. They chatted a while longer until Luluo entered and said, Your Highness, dinner is ready. Come on, let's eat. I had the chef prepare your favorite smoked pig's trotters, Aldous said with a laugh. The mention of that dish, Cade instantly lit up. Your Highness, that's exactly what I was hoping for. I don't care how tired I am if I get to eat smoked pig's trotters, it's all worth it. Aldous burst out laughing at his words, and even Luluo covered her mouth and chuckled. Since their return to Kingju, the young maid had slowly recovered her cheerfulness. Truth be told, Aldous also had a fondness for smoked pig's trotters. It wasn't a dish that existed in the Great Gabriel Empire, so he had personally taught the chefs how to make it. Ever since Cade had his first taste, he'd been addicted. His mouth would water just at the sight of it. The savory aroma of smoked pig's trotters wafted through the entire courtyard of the prince's manor. Aldous sat at the head seat, with Cade beside him. In front of each of them sat a low dining table. These were the standard dining tables used in the Great Gabriel Empire, where meals were traditionally enjoyed seated on the floor. Seeing the abundance of dishes on the table, Cade's eyes lit up instantly. After all, he had endured a great deal of hardship over the past few months. But before the two could even pick up their chopsticks, a servant hurried in to report. Leroy, Orpheus, and others had arrived. Morley and Havar were also with them. Your Highness, did you summon them? Cade asked, puzzled. Aldous responded helplessly, What do you think? Clearly they heard about your return and found an excuse to come mooch a meal. Unlike the other imperial princes who frequently held banquets, Aldous rarely did. So Leroy, Orpheus, and the others took every opportunity they could find to come by and freeload a meal. It was starting to feel like they were taking advantage of a wealthy host. Aldous nodded to the servant, signaling him to let the guests in. It wasn't often so many people gathered together, so he figured it could serve as a small meeting as well. Besides, frequent meals and drinks together helped strengthen their bonds. Steward Foxglove, you've gotten even skinnier, Morley said upon entering, bowing slightly to Cade. Cade stood and greeted everyone one by one. After exchanging pleasantries, Leroy and Orpheus immediately turned their attention to the food, their eyes gleaming. Sit down, all of you. Seems you lot won't rest until I'm eaten into poverty, Aldous sighed, instructing Mile to bring a few more tables and have the kitchen prepare a few additional dishes. Your Highness, that's not fair. I've been thinking about what you taught at Bowen Academy. All day my head still hurts. Don't you think I deserve some kind of reward? Asa chuckled. Leroy and Orpheus were already aware that Asa had attended Bowen Academy. Upon hearing this, Orpheus burst out laughing. Your Highness, Asa came back claiming the earth is round and that you said so. That nearly killed me. Leroy and the others laughed as well. Only Henry remained composed, having already heard the explanation from Aldous. Orpheus was still laughing when he noticed Aldous glaring at him. He immediately fell silent, even swallowing a mouthful of saliva. Aldous felt utterly helpless. It seemed he had become the butt of everyone's jokes. If word of this spread to Nightbloomin, he could only imagine how much ridicule he'd face. He said, It's fine if you all joke among yourselves, but don't go spreading this around. I don't want to cause unnecessary trouble for myself. Everyone nodded. In their view, if this sort of talk got out, it would indeed damage Aldous's reputation. Once seated, they dropped the topic and began asking Cade about his recent journey. Upon hearing that both saltpeter and lead ore had been discovered, Henry exclaimed excitedly, Your Highness, we can start producing lead bullets now, right? His words immediately drew Leroy and the others' attention. Lead bullets, what are those? Asa asked. Henry explained, "Your Highness once said that lead bullets are toxic. Even if someone survives being shot, the poison will finish them off. Against the barbarians, these would scare them witless." Aldous nodded. Because lead is relatively soft, it transfers all of its kinetic energy upon impact. In striking the human body, lead bullets often deform or shatter severely, creating trumpet-shaped cavities in tissue. The wound area is hundreds of times greater than that caused by iron projectiles. Additionally, lead bullets cause immense pressure on the circulatory system, leading to severe internal damage. Their lethality is hard to imagine. But the suffering didn't end there. If fragments of the bullet weren't completely removed from the wound, the remaining lead could cause poisoning. Even if only a few fragments remained, infection was still likely, as the bullet often dragged in pieces of clothing or debris. Even if Hua Chuo himself were alive, he wouldn't be able to save someone like that. And the death, it would be slow and agonizing. According to data, at a distance of 100 meters, a direct hit to the head with a lead bullet resulted in a 90% mortality rate. Hits to limbs resulted in a 20% death rate, with most survivors requiring amputation. A shot near the heart almost always meant certain death. That's why, in modern times, lead bullets, due to their destructive and inhumane nature, are considered as horrific and threatening as biological weapons. They were banned by the European Union. Poisonous, Asaz's face turned grim. "Your Highness, is that true?" Aldous nodded. Lead's toxicity was common knowledge in modern times. Now that they'd found a lead deposit, his goal was to manufacture lead cannonballs, making them the third type of ammunition following grapeshot. These bullets would be reserved specifically for targeting barbarian commanders. Even if they weren't directly struck, a hit from a fragment would be almost certainly fatal. These lead bullets would also be used as ammunition for Kingju's firearms. Lead was far cheaper than steel balls, after all. But most importantly, they were for fighting the barbarians. Aldous had long set his sights on the fertile lands of Yuju. If he could drive out the barbarians, not only could he block them at Mountain Sea Pass, but he'd also gain vast territory and population that was the ultimate prize. Leroy spoke up. "The barbarians will stop at nothing to destroy us. We can't afford to show mercy to our enemies." "Steward Foxglove, you've truly made a great contribution." "That's right. In the Battle of Kangju, the number of enslaved soldiers killed was more than 10 times that of the barbarians. And those men were all civilians from the old Yuju lands," Orpheus added. Morley had originally wanted to object to such a brutal weapon. After all, he had been raised on Confucian ideals of compassion. But seeing that Leroy and the other military officers were united in their stance, he said nothing, because maybe, just maybe, they were right. "Enough of that for now. Tonight is a celebration for Cade. Come, let's eat," Aldous said, noticing Morley's conflicted expression. Seeing Morley remain silent, Aldous felt relieved. During the day's lesson, he had started to realize just how deeply Confucian feudal ideology had influenced him. He admitted that ideas like father is father, son is son, and ruler is ruler, minister is minister, had their benefits in governance, but its rigid dogma was also a major obstacle to the advancement of civilization. The Tech Crystal Archive recorded that during the Aldous dynasty, civilian astronomical research was outright banned, an outcome of Confucianism's push for centralized control. Under the crimson glow of the evening sky, everyone gathered to eat and drink. From the kitchen came dish after dish of delicacies, the kind one would only find in modern times. Though Aldous had always focused on building hard power, he had never neglected soft power either. Aside from cuisine, he was also preparing for a revival in arts and culture. This was his way of launching a challenge against the entrenched Confucian feudal ideology. Still, he didn't dare act too boldly just yet. Even as a feudal prince, he couldn't afford to make enemies of all the scholars in the empire. For now, he would continue strengthening Bo-Wen Academy's prestige. Once the time was right, he would begin testing reforms in Kingju. After all, most scholars still saw becoming an official as their life's ultimate goal, something that seriously hampered his ability to cultivate capable talent. As they ate, the conversation naturally continued. Morley asked, "Your Highness, the wine soap and perfume you launched are all seeing declining sales now. With your brilliance, haven't you considered introducing a new product?" This question hit the mark. More importantly, the distribution rights for all 3 of those products had already been auctioned off. For a long while now, Aldous could only profit from direct sales. The merchants who had secured those rights were all major tycoons from various provinces, small-scale traders, in the great Gabriel Empire, never got a taste of the pie. At the time, Aldous had prioritized raising funds to rapidly develop Kingshu. But now that he had stabilized the situation, a new problem had emerged. These monopolies were stifling commercial vitality. That's why he had been considering releasing a new product, something that would give the common people in his territory a fair shot at doing business. And now, he had finally made his decision. "I've got something," he said. "In the next couple of days, I'll have the workshops produce a prototype or two. This time, I won't be auctioning off the distribution rights. Any merchant will be able to purchase and sell it." Morley's eyes lit up. The Chamber of Commerce had been a bit lifeless lately, with few new merchants joining. Fresh product launch would surely reinvigorate the market. No sooner had Morley finished speaking than Orpheus raised a concern. "Your Highness, I have a request as well. Now that Assaz's artillery unit has its own academy, shouldn't the rest of our troops get one too? Otherwise, the men may become resentful. After all, during the Battle of Kingshu, our regular infantry played a bigger role than the artillery." Aldous had actually thought about this earlier that day. He turned to Leroy and said, "I've already reserved an academy for your forces." "Old General, how much do you know about signal flags?" "Your Highness, I'm quite familiar with flag signals." "Are you planning to assign some soldiers as signalers?" Leroy asked. "Not just that, we'll also need drummers and buglers," Aldous replied. "Drummers and buglers." Leroy paused, lowering his cup and looking to Aldous. Aldous explained, "The drummers are for future training, but the buglers can be used to issue various commands in battle. Charge signals, wake-up calls, drills, assembly, emergency muster, rest, mealtime, you name it. They're just as effective as flag signals. You might not know what a bugle is yet, but once the machinery department finishes producing a few, I'll show them to you." Leroy nodded thoughtfully. It looked like the standardization of the army was about to take another major step forward. Since the gathering had already turned into a strategy session, Aldous added, "There's one more matter. This concerns everyone. We must standardize weights and measures." He directed this comment at Morley, who looked surprised. "Your Highness, haven't weights and measures already been standardized since Emperor Huxley unified the 6 states?" "That's true," Aldous said, "but I'm referring to a different system. I'll be drafting a new textbook specifically for it." As industry grew increasingly precise, reforming the measurement system had become inevitable. Whether in chemistry or manufacturing, a scientific and standardized system of weights and measures was absolutely essential. Tonight's banquet was only meant to give everyone a heads up. These reforms would be implemented step by step. The banquet lasted for another full hour before everyone finally left. Well fed and slightly drunk, upon returning to his chamber, Aldous immediately began writing the new instructional materials. The first would cover flag signals, bugle calls, drummer operations, and so on. The second would be the units of weights and measures, but when he got to the second topic, he found himself a bit stuck. Listing the units was easy. The real challenge was crafting the actual measuring tools. Take rulers, for instance. He needed to find a way to produce them with precise accuracy. He worked late into the night before finally dozing off. The next morning, Elian arrived at the manor bright and early. He reported, "Your Highness, since Merle left the manor, he's been staying at the Hardy family restaurant and hasn't left the city. The man named Judd who came with him has been in contact with merchants from the Lark clan here in Kingshu. We're not sure what they're plotting." As Aldous washed his face, he listened carefully. He had ordered Elian to give daily updates on the matter. "HMPH, it's definitely nothing good. If that's the case, we'll just bait the hook and wait. Merle clearly thinks he's untouchable because Empress Lark is his aunt, but I won't allow him to do as he pleases in Kingshu," Aldous said coldly. Elian nodded. "Understood. The rest day is almost here. I'll alert the craftsmen to prepare." "Good, let's get this over with. Once that guy's out of Kingshu, I'll finally be at ease," Aldous said. "Yes, Your Highness." Elian bowed and quickly took his leave from the manor. Back at the secret guard headquarters, Elian made his preparations and headed straight to the machinery department. There he found the 3 craftsmen chosen to act as bait. All 3 were Kingshu locals, with wives and children living nearby. Though Aldous had always been lenient toward craftsmen, the sensitive nature of Kingshu's industrial secrets left him no choice but to exercise caution. All machinery department craftsmen had their families housed in a designated residential ward within the city. Officially, it was for better welfare and unified management, but it also served to ensure they wouldn't Like state secrets, the craftsmen all understood this, though they never spoke of it. Compared to how things used to be, this arrangement was already a great improvement. If anyone approaches you, pretend to offer them canon technology. Secret guard agents will be shadowing you the entire time. But stay alert and don't take any unnecessary risks, Elian instructed. Yes, we will follow Commander Wildwood's orders, the craftsmen responded. Deep down, they were genuinely grateful to Aldous. Craftsmen were usually at the bottom of society in the great Gabriel Empire. Yet Aldous had not only given them dignity, but also generous salaries and allowed their children to attend school for free. They had nothing more to ask for. Elian gave a firm nod. He had already mobilized the entire network of secret guards in the city. If they found solid evidence, Aldous would have all the justification he needed to expel Merle. At the Hardy family restaurant, Judd's eyes briefly scanned the innkeeper before he turned and stepped outside. Today was a rest day, one of the rare days each month when craftsmen from the machinery department were allowed to leave for a day of respite. Over the past 2 days, Judd had been planning how to acquire artillery technology. He had already made contact with several merchants from Lark territory. However, he was well aware that everything he did had likely already been noticed by Prince Henry. Still, he sneered inwardly. If Aldous thought that was enough to disrupt his plan, then he was sorely underestimating his opponent. Ever since King Ju's goods began flowing into Lark territory, King Lark had taken an interest in the region. Many of the merchants from Lark were in fact trained spies, carefully planted under royal orders. These agents were well versed in gathering intelligence. During this time, Judd and his network had also used money and empty promises to recruit many local informants in Kingju. After all, betrayal isn't impossible, it just means the price hasn't been right yet. Judd understood this perfectly. Offer a street thug from Kingju wealth and power on King Lark's lands, along with the promise of marrying a beautiful wife, and more often than not, he'd be happy to switch sides. Using such methods, they had already buried quite a few informants within Kingju. Of course, he knew full well that other feudal princes had also quietly deployed their own agents here. The real operation would not be carried out by those Lark merchants, but by sleeper agents already stationed within Kingju. As he headed out this morning, Judd planned to spend the day drinking and feasting with those merchants, touring the city. It was a ploy to draw attention and occupy Prince Henry's surveillance. The real instructions had already been quietly delivered. Aldous compared to King Lark, you're still far too green, Judd smirked to himself. He had already figured out the Hardy family restaurant's innkeeper was a spy. Staying there was simply a means to lull Aldous into lowering his guard. As he mused, Judd made his way into one of the city's residential wards, where one of the Lark merchants happened to be staying. At that exact moment, 3 young men emerged from another part of the residential area. As they passed Judd, their eyes met briefly, and a faint smile curled at the corner of Judd's lips. Outside the machinery department, craftsmen were trickling out. This once-a-month rest day was a rare opportunity, and the workers left in small groups, some heading home, some to the East Market to shop, and others simply to stroll around the city. Trailing behind them were people dressed as ordinary citizens, maintaining a carefully calculated distance. These watchers never followed any one target for 2 long. Each was swapped out periodically. This method was designed to avoid drawing suspicion that the craftsmen were being protected. At the East Market, Kingju's most crowded area, Elian was already stationed. Here, where the foot traffic was heaviest, the secret guard had to stay on high alert. Just as planned, the other craftsmen had been instructed not to go to the East or West Market today. Only those involved in the sting operation were permitted there. Within the East Market, a number of secret guard agents disguised as vendors loitered at key locations. As soon as the target craftsmen arrived, everyone went on alert. Commander Wildwood, Judd and several Lark merchants have entered the market, one guard reported. Leon looked toward the market entrance. Sure enough, Judd and the merchants he had contacted were leisurely approaching. Frowning, Elian muttered, "Something doesn't feel right, keep an eye on them." The agent nodded and melted into the crowd. Judd and the 3 merchants strolled casually into the East Market. He turned to one of them and asked, "Follow the plan. Can you identify the machinery department craftsmen?" "No problem. We've been observing them for over a year. We can recognize the key ones on sight." "Good. Then get ready to stir things up," Judd said calmly. The 3 merchants nodded and walked straight toward a trio of craftsmen walking side by side. As they passed, One merchant deliberately bumped into one of the craftsmen. The craftsman stumbled a bit and frowned, glancing at the three men in merchant garb. Not wanting to cause trouble, especially while carrying out an assignment, he kept walking. But the three men quickly stepped in front of them. One blocked their path and snapped, "Hey, you bumped into someone and think you can just walk off. Where's your sense of law and order?" The craftsman argued, "You're the one who bumped into us. Why are you twisting the story?" "We bumped into you, typical Kingju locals always bullying outsiders, and now you're trying to talk your way out of it. Let me tell you, unless you apologize right now, you're not leaving. Judging from your clothes, you must be a craftsman, just another filthy lowborn," the merchant sneered. That last line struck a nerve. One of the craftsmen exploded in anger. "You scummy profiteers have no right to talk down to us. The hierarchy goes: scholars, farmers, artisans, and merchants. You're the bottom rung." The merchants were infuriated and immediately lunged. At the trio, fists flying, chaos erupted in front of the Hardy family restaurant. Watching from nearby, Elian and his team were momentarily stunned. The three Lark merchants clearly had the upper hand. One of the craftsmen was already staggering under their blows. "This isn't right," Elian murmured. "Something's off here." But there was no more time to hesitate. If they didn't intervene now, the craftsman might be beaten to death. He gave the order, "Send a few people in, break it up." The message was quickly passed along. 4 vendors disguised as secret guard agents moved in to stop the fight. However, the Lark merchants were aggressive and violent. They lashed out at the intervening guards as well, landing punches and kicks. The scene in front of the Hardy family restaurant descended further into chaos. Even the innkeeper and staff came out to help break up the fight. And while they were distracted, 2 individuals dressed as palace guards quietly slipped out the back of the restaurant. The front was too chaotic, no one noticed them leaving. At that very moment, on the street near the Duan family ward in the southern part of the city, 3 shady-looking youths were squatting by the roadside. When they saw a familiar craftsman appear, one of them called out, "Brother Winters. Off from the machinery department today." The craftsman named Winters looked up and responded, "Yeah, once a month." He recognized the 3 as street thugs from the ward where he used to live, idlers who neither farmed nor worked, just loitered about town. After a brief greeting, he continued on his way, though he did briefly wonder what they were doing there. But the thought quickly passed. Then, as he turned a corner, a sudden bolt of pain shot through his head, his vision blurred. With one swift strike, the 3 youths knocked him unconscious with a wooden club. They had already scouted the area. At this hour, the ward watchmen were changing shifts and wouldn't patrol this street. And this craftsman always returned to the ward at exactly this time on rest days. Just then, a carriage pulled up beside them. The 3 youths stuffed the unconscious craftsman inside and drove off without a trace. In the East Market, the chaos gradually subsided. The 3 Lark merchants were subdued by arriving soldiers. Of the 3 craftsmen planted by Elian had all sustained injuries. At the same time, news came from the West Market. There had been another outbreak of violence, and craftsmen were injured there as well. What on earth is going on? Elian frowned deeply. Everything had been proceeding according to plan, but now things had clearly spiraled far beyond his expectations. "Immediately order all craftsmen to return to the machinery department. I fear we've fallen into a trap," he said urgently after thinking for a moment. He turned to look at the Hardy family restaurant and saw Judd turning and heading back inside. He asked, "What's the situation inside the restaurant?" "2 of the guards went missing. And no one knows where they went," one of the staff replied. Secret guards dispersed at once, while Elian hurried to the prince's manor. "What? The craftsmen were attacked?" Aldous was slightly surprised after Elian explained the situation in both the East and West markets. To be safe, he turned to Jack and said, "Immediately order the city garrison to shut the gates. No one is to leave the city without my command." Then he said to Elian, "Come with me, we're going to the machinery department now." As the 2 men stepped out, the signal bell rang across Kingju, the sound of 3 short and 2 long chimes, the emergency signal for all craftsmen to return to the machinery department. By the time they arrived, some craftsmen had already returned. After waiting for about an hour, nearly all had made it back. "Your Highness, what's happened?" Havar had also rushed over to the machinery department, his expression tense. "I fear something serious has occurred." Aldous glanced over the assembled craftsmen and something felt off. He was very familiar with everyone here, having spent plenty of time at the department. "Your Highness, Merton Winters is missing," one of the craftsmen suddenly shouted. Aldous nodded. That was it. Merton was the one missing. Upon hearing the name, Havar's face darkened immediately. He understood the various factions had their eyes on the machinery department. The craftsmen were clearly their target. "Your Highness, could it be?" Havar began hesitantly. "Merton has likely been abducted. I truly underestimated how bold these people could be. I thought they would try bribery, but they went straight for kidnapping," Aldous said solemnly. Elian's face flushed red with anger. He barked. "Who was assigned to follow Merton?" "It was me, Commander Wildwood," a secret guard said fearfully. "I saw Merton enter the street near Dewan Family Ward and didn't follow further. That's how we've always done it." "Then how could he be taken right at Dewan Ward?" Elian asked, bewildered. One of the craftsmen answered, "Only if the ward guards were changing shifts at the time there would be no patrols on that street. A meticulously planned operation. Seems they've been preparing for this longer than we thought," Aldous said with a bitter smile. Indeed, his secret guard had only been formed recently, while Lark's intelligence network was generations old. King Lark had a mature and far-reaching espionage system. In comparison, his own was still young and inexperienced. Merton was one of the machinery department's key craftsmen, not only involved in steelmaking, but also in cannon production and the development of the water-powered forging hammer. If he had been abducted, then everything he knew could potentially fall into enemy hands, and the consequences would be dire. "Find him. I don't care if you have to turn Kingju upside down, bring him back," Aldous ordered. Furious, Elian said, "Your Highness, why not arrest Judd and interrogate him? Do you have proof? Can you say for certain which faction took Merton?" Aldous asked. Elian's face fell with guilt. He shook his head. "The secret guard still lacks thoroughness. This failure is on your shoulders," Aldous said sternly. Elian dropped to his knees. "I accept any punishment, Your Highness. Whether you'll be punished or not depends on whether you can make up for your mistake. Merton must not leave my territory," Aldous declared. "Yes, Your Highness. I will act at once." Elian's eyes burned with fury. He'd been played, and this was a direct slap to his face. As he stood, he turned to the guard who had lost Merton. "Why are you still standing here? Notify every secret guard agent and mobilize all informants. Find Merton. If His Highness takes my head, I'll be taking yours first." The frightened agent trembled and ran from the room. Elian also turned and left. Havar sighed. "Your Highness, with so many craftsmen and the secret guard's limited manpower, it's impossible to watch everyone so closely. Kingju is crawling with spies. We need a more stable solution." Aldous nodded. "You're right. But it's not easy. Spies had always been difficult to guard against. The best way to fight espionage was with counter-espionage through the very existence of the secret guard led by Elian and Rafferty. Beyond that, all craftsmen in the machinery department, military workshop, and other critical facilities had signed confidentiality agreements. These contracts explicitly stated that leaking Kingju's secrets would result in severe punishment. This was meant to prevent bribery from within, but neither he nor Elian had anticipated the spies would be so bold as to resort to abduction. Just as he was stewing over the matter, Elian returned, this time with Rafferty in tow. Elian wore a sour expression, but Rafferty had a cheerful smile. "Your Highness, we've caught the man who abducted Merton. He claims to be the heir of King Lark. We await your decision." "You caught him? How did you manage that?" Aldous asked, surprised. The secret guard was now divided into left and right divisions. Elian handled internal affairs within the territory, while Rafferty focused on external intelligence. Rafferty explained, "It was a fortunate coincidence, Your Highness. Elian has never been in favor of recruiting street thugs as agents. But I've always believed these people are the best candidates for informants, so I secretly brought a batch into the network." At the same time, the Lark merchants seemed to have the same idea and also recruited some thugs. But one of their new recruits was actually one of ours. Once he learned of the plan, I decided to play along and see what the Lark merchants were really up to. I didn't expect they'd receive last-minute orders to kidnap Merton today. He paused, then added, "There was no time to inform Elian, so I led a team myself and intercepted the carriage mid-route." Upon hearing this, Aldous finally breathed a sigh of relief. The money and manpower he had poured into the secret guard were finally showing results. "You did that just to make me look bad in front of His Highness," Elian muttered bitterly. His one chance to redeem himself was gone. The tension in the machinery department lightened slightly. After Rafferty's words, Aldous said, "You still have the nerve to speak. If it weren't for Rafferty this time, I would have had your head." Elian lowered his head in shame. Rafferty added, "Your Highness, Commander Wildwood's arrangements were already very thorough. It's just that King Lark's men were one step ahead. Their carrier pigeon messaging system is incredibly difficult to detect. That's how they managed to pass orders without a trace. No need to defend me. I lost this round because my skills aren't up to par. I accept whatever punishment is due, Elian said calmly. Aldous glanced at him. At least you're self-aware. The two of you, one in charge of internal matters. The other external are my left and right hands, my eyes and ears. Spies in Kingju are increasing by the day, but I cannot afford to restrict trade because of it. Therefore, the responsibility of countering espionage lies squarely with you both. You must share intelligence with one another without reservation. Yes, Your Highness, the two responded in unison. Aldous continued, also, what I've taught you both, don't keep it to yourselves. Pass it on to every secret guard. Only by cultivating new talent can we avoid another failure like today. After addressing them, Aldous followed Rafferty to the southern district. According to Rafferty, the carriage had been intercepted near the south gate. Merle had likely hoped to use his identity to smuggle Merton out of the city. Disguised as a guard, Merle had even managed to fool the innkeeper during the earlier chaos at the Hardy family restaurant. Near a narrow alleyway by the south gate, Aldous finally saw Merle, who was furiously pacing, his face contorted in anger. Upon seeing Aldous, Merle shouted, "Aldous, you've gone too far." Aldous said coolly, "I've gone too far. Is abducting a craftsman from the machinery department your idea of Kingju etiquette?" "I didn't abduct him. Some street thugs threw him into my carriage. Was badly injured, so I was taking him back for treatment, and that's an offense." Merle tried to twist the facts. "You really don't give up, do you?" Aldous sneered. "You'll understand soon enough. For now, I'll have to inconvenience you. Men, escort the young lord back to the Hardy family restaurant and keep him under close guard." This, effectively, was house arrest. Merle roared, "Aldous, how dare you? I am the Crown Prince of Dorsey, nephew of the Empress herself. Even His Majesty gives me due face. Do you not fear offending them? I am a son of His Majesty too. Do you not fear offending me?" Aldous replied coldly. With a wave of his hand, soldiers stepped forward and took Merle into custody, escorting him back toward the restaurant. Merton was still unconscious, a streak of blood on the back of his head. Aldous instructed, "Take Merton back. Apprehend everyone involved in the attack immediately." "Yes, Your Highness," Elian replied and departed swiftly. Rafferty said, "Your Highness, why bother with this Lark brat? Just beat him senseless and throw him out. It's not time to burn bridges just yet. A lesson will suffice. What matters most is uprooting King Lark's entire spy network here in Kingju. Merle himself is irrelevant," Aldous replied. He added, "By the way, I have another matter to report." Whenever Rafferty spoke of other matters, it usually involved the barbarians. Aldous asked, "Have the barbarians made a move?" "Yes, I've received solid intel. Bashan is organizing captured craftsmen from the Ottoman Empire to forge cannons," Rafferty said, his tone grim. "Ottoman craftsmen?" Aldous frowned. "Yes, during multiple Western raids, the barbarians captured quite a few artisans from the Ottoman Empire. Bashan is now fully focused on cannon development and questioned these craftsmen extensively. Turns out a few of them were indeed involved in Ottoman cannon forging." Aldous furrowed his brow. "Do we have any intel on how powerful Ottoman cannons are?" "Unfortunately, no. The Ottoman Empire is too far from the Great Gabriel Empire for direct comparison," Rafferty said. Aldous nodded. Just as he expected, once a new weapon appears on the battlefield, enemies will scramble to replicate it. Bashan's actions proved that, but Aldous wasn't too worried. His own artillery was based on late 18th century tech, and with recent upgrades to aiming devices and gunpowder, he was confident that even if the barbarians succeeded, their cannons wouldn't be on par with his. Still, this development would undoubtedly complicate future wars against the barbarians. Rafferty continued, "There's more. Word is that Bashan openly declared in Chengdu that once their cannons are finished, he'll launch another attack on Kangju to prove their power." Aldous's brows furrowed again. This Bashan, he had to admit, was a clever and calculating opponent. He said coldly, "Then let him come. I'll let him taste lead bullets. Keep monitoring the barbarians. Report any unusual movements immediately." Rafferty nodded and took his leave. The situation had been perilous, but thanks to Rafferty's foresight, disaster was averted. In this regard, Rafferty had proven more reliable than Elian. At noon, Elian returned to report, still reeking of blood. "Your Highness, we've extracted confessions. All the Lark merchants involved have been captured. They confessed that Judd gave the order. They talked that easily. I assumed they were all fanatics," Aldous said in surprise. No fanatic can withstand your highness's interrogation methods. After about 100 cuts, they confessed everything, Elian said. In that case, let's pay Merle a visit. It's time to send him on his way, Aldous said with a cold smile. At the Hardy family restaurant, Merle slapped Judd hard across the face. You told me this plan was foolproof. How could something so simple fail? Because of this, our entire spy network in Kingju has been wiped out. What am I supposed to report to father now? He raged. Your Highness, I didn't expect that thug to take silver from both sides. If not for that, we would have succeeded, Judd muttered, holding his swollen cheek. A single lapse in judgment had unraveled an entire operation. While they were arguing, the door burst open. Aldous stepped inside. Young lord, here's all the evidence. Do you have anything to say? Aldous tossed a confession sheet onto the table. One by one, Merle read the names on the page, his heart sinking. Every agent they had embedded in Kingju wiped out. He clenched his fists. Very well, Aldous, you win. Let's see what happens next. With that, he turned to leave with Judd. But just then, Elian stepped forward, silver flashing in his hand. In one swift motion, he slashed Judd across the throat. Judd clutched his neck, a gurgling sound escaping his lips as blood gushed from the wound. The metallic scent of blood quickly filled the room. In his final moments, Judd looked to Merle with a pleading gaze. But his vision grew blurrier by the second, and soon lost focus altogether. Aldous, what are you doing? Aren't you afraid of the 300,000 black armored cavalry in Lark territory? Merle staggered backward, his face pale as a sheet. Aldous glanced coldly at the panicked strategist. My only goal is the barbarians. I never wanted to waste energy on internal struggles, but since you made the first move, I had no choice but to respond. Judd's death is a warning. I'm not the same Prince Henry you once toyed with. If you provoke me, you'd better be ready to pay the price. Merle was so shaken by Aldous's fierce words that he subconsciously nodded. Aldous continued, You keep quiet, I keep quiet, but if you take this to court, I won't fear you either. Your carriage is ready, it's time to go. Oh, and if you're still interested in buying cannons, I'm still willing to sell. 20,000 taels per cannon, not a single coin less. Merle's body trembled. He gave Aldous one last deep look, then turned and went downstairs. Aldous turned to Elian and said, Have your men follow him, make sure he leaves my territory. This incident had been a serious lesson for Aldous. As Kingju continued to develop, the spy problem would only grow more severe. And the most dangerous spies might never be discovered at all. Even with modern surveillance technology, espionage remained a headache for governments. And there was another problem: spies could turn locals into assets through persuasion or bribery. This time, the 3 local street thugs who had been turned were a perfect example. If one of them hadn't already defected to the secret guard, Merton might never have returned. So after much thought, Aldous decided it was time to raise public awareness about espionage among his people and introduce a new law. It would be called the Anti-Spy Decree. Upon returning to the prince's manor, Aldous personally wrote out the full legal text of the new law. Then he wrote a second document, the Anti-Spy Handbook. When both were finished, he summoned Herbert to the manor. Publish these 2 documents in tomorrow's newspaper, 2 full pages, Aldous ordered. Herbert picked up the manuscripts and began reading. The Anti-Spy Decree began with Article 1. To prevent, suppress, and punish espionage, and to safeguard the security of the fiefdom, this law is hereby enacted. Article 2. All citizens of the fiefdom have the duty to uphold its security, honor, and interests. No individual may engage in actions that endanger these. All institutions within the fiefdom share the responsibility of preventing espionage. The Bureau of Justice must rely on the people's support to organize and mobilize anti-espionage efforts. Article 3. Any act of espionage carried out by external institutions, organizations, or individuals or, through collusion with individuals or groups inside the fiefdom, must be severely punished. Those who assist in anti-espionage efforts will be protected, and major contributors shall be handsomely rewarded. The law then continued with a series of detailed rules and penalties. Spies. Herbert had never encountered the term before. A chill ran down his spine. Your Highness, even the newspaper office has to worry about spies. Of course. Spies are everywhere. When you return, talk to the staff, make them aware of the risks, Aldous said. What exactly counts as spy behavior? Herbert asked, still puzzled. Aldous pointed at the Anti-Spy Handbook. Herbert opened it and read. The handbook opened with 5 guiding topics: who can become a spy, common behaviors of spies who recruit or spread rumors, fake missionaries who spy under the guise of religion, early signs when low-level spies try to recruit others. Under the first section, Aldous had written, spies primarily gather intelligence, analyze it, bribe key individuals, spread rumors, and pass on information. The remaining sections were just as thorough. After reading everything, Herbert finally understood what spies were, what they did, and how dangerous they were to the safety of the fiefdom. I've lived this long, and it's the first time I realized spies could be lurking everywhere, Herbert muttered. Aldous chuckled. There's still much you don't know. Don't waste time, start printing immediately. Distribute this edition for free. Yes, Your Highness, Herbert replied. The next day, peaceful Kingju was once again stirred by explosive newspaper headlines. The Bureau of Justice issued a directive ordering village militias across the territory to assist in anti-espionage operations. Meanwhile, the machinery department and other workshops launched internal anti-spy crackdowns. Using the newspaper's guidelines, workers began scrutinizing anyone acting oddly. Within a short time, several people suspected of being spies were brought into custody. The term spy quickly became one of public disgrace. Kill him, beat the bastard. Damn spy, how dare you betray our land, you shameless rat. In the streets of Kingju, 2 street thugs were paraded through the city in prison carts. The crowd hurled rotten vegetables, mud, and stones at them. Curses filled the air, each word seething with fury. The newspaper had made it clear their actions had seriously endangered the security of the fiefdom and the great Gabriel Empire itself. The people were outraged. Life had just started getting better, and now these traitors had tried to sabotage it. They would have beaten the men to death if they could. One father pointed and said to his son, "See that? That's what happens to spies. Don't ever become one. If you do, I won't acknowledge you as my son." "If you become a spy, I won't acknowledge you as my father," the boy replied seriously. In the crowd, some merchants, servants, and commoners wore uneasy expressions. In a shadowed corner, one merchant whispered to another, "Don't make any moves for now. That Prince Henry is ruthless." How did he even come up with this idea? I only asked a passerby a few questions about Kingju, and he looked at me and asked if I was a spy. "You're lucky you just got here. Most of the ones who came earlier have already been reported by the locals and handed over." "The authorities," the other merchant said. Both sighed in unison and quietly walked away. The newspaper's publication had sparked a full-scale anti-espionage fervor across all 6 prefectures. For Aldous, this wave of vigilance would help cleanse the environment of his territory, and sometimes to correct an imbalance. An overcorrection was necessary. Kingju Machinery Department. The issuance of the anti-spy decree and the widespread education of the populace on espionage had caused all the hidden forces within Kingju to suddenly keep their heads down. At the same time, to further safeguard Kingju's technologies from theft, Aldous was preparing to restructure and subdivide all technical crafts and industrial processes. For example, in cannon production, processes such as steel refining, mold making, casting, and ammunition manufacturing would be made completely independent. Each stage of the process would be handled by different specialists, with every craftsman only responsible for a small part of the workflow isolated from the others. This would drastically reduce the risk of core technologies being stolen. On this day, Aldous handed his meticulously designed production workflow over to Havar, ordering him to reform the machinery department accordingly, taking preventive action before problems arose. Holding the thick manual, Havar felt even greater admiration for Aldous. In recent weeks, books written by Prince Henry had steadily been distributed to the machinery department, the military workshop, and Bo Wen Academy. All of them were personally written, edited, and then published through the Kingju Press. After passing along the production manual, Aldous asked, "Is the Huang Diapo weaving machine ready for delivery?" "Your Highness, it's ready. I was just about to report that to you," said Havar as he led Aldous to the rear courtyard of the machinery department, where 100 looms had been neatly lined up. These were the famous Huang Diapo looms, designed to convert single-thread weaving into multi-thread weaving. Once operational, these machines would multiply Kingju's textile efficiency by more than tenfold. Aldous had been eagerly awaiting the delivery. The textile workshop run by Mayerl and Luluo had been waiting for them. Once operational, they would no longer be limited by the slow production of sails for his wind-powered warships. "Move them all. I need them now," Aldous said happily. With the entire batch of looms in tow, Aldous returned to the prince's manor. The moment the looms arrived, Mayerl and Luluo ran out from the inner residence, excitement shining in their eyes. "Your Highness, is this the Huang Daopo loom you spoke of?" Mael asked, nearly breathless with joy. Both Mael and Luluo were well versed in the art of weaving. They had learned embroidery and textiles while serving by Fiora's side at court. Luluo nudged Mael and pointed, "Sister, this loom can spin 10 threads at once. Look at the shuttle mechanism." Mael smiled brightly. "Your Highness, let's move the looms to the workshop right away. I can't wait to try them out." Qingzhou Prefecture was vast. Aldous had relocated all heavy industries like steel production outside the city, but since textile manufacturing was a light industry, the workshop was located within the city. This was part of his long-term industrial plan: heavy industry outside the city, light industry inside. To make it convenient for Mael and Luluo to oversee the operation, the workshop was located just 2 residential blocks away from the prince's manor. It was situated in a large courtyard with 5 long rows of tiled brick buildings. Once they arrived, Aldous had the looms moved into the workshop. "From now on, this textile workshop will rely on you both. The Qingzhou army is waiting for your uniforms," Aldous joked, seeing the workshop fully equipped. Mael replied confidently, "If these looms are truly as miraculous as you say, Your Highness, then this task will be no trouble at all." "Talk is cheap, I only care about results," Aldous teased with a smirk. Mael stuck out her tongue, then joined Luluo at one of the Huang Daopo looms to try operating it. After familiarizing themselves with the machine, Mael turned and asked, "Your Highness, if we're to begin production, we need to gather the workers. But what about cotton? Do we have enough?" "I'll coordinate with Caspar to secure enough cotton. You two just focus on the weaving," Aldous said, frowning slightly. Mael and Luluo nodded, then split up to begin preparations for the workshop's operation. Meanwhile, Aldous headed for the commandery office and summoned Caspar for meeting. "If we want to promote cotton cultivation, we must act now. If we miss the winter, it'll be too late," said Morley. Once the textile workshop was up and running, it would mark the true beginning of Qingzhou's textile industry. And once steam engines were available, Aldous planned to introduce the spinning jenny. At that point, cotton demand would skyrocket, especially since he intended to monopolize the textile sector. "Caspar, you heard him. The cotton seeds are your responsibility," Aldous said. Caspar gave a bitter smile. "Your Highness, that's easier said than done. Right now, most of the cotton in the Great Gabriel Empire is grown in the south. The main supplier is the King of Chu's fiefdom, and lately, our merchants have encountered trouble when passing through his lands. Do you think he'll willingly sell us cotton or seeds now? The King of Chu was from the maternal family of the 3rd prince, long known for his ambitions. In the empire, the 4 most dangerous autonomous lords were Southern Chu, Northern Lark, Eastern Madoc, and Western Duran. The other 3 were generally well-behaved. But King Chu was always stirring up trouble." Morley nodded. "Caspar is right, but doesn't the King of Chu also have something to ask of Your Highness?" "You're referring to the matter of cannons?" Aldous asked. Morley nodded again. "Ever since cotton was introduced from India, it's been primarily cultivated in the south. King Chu, in particular, has invested heavily in it. His region produces vast quantities of cloth, and the income from that alone is considerable. He's always been wary of outsiders acquiring cotton or its seeds, and even if we do manage to acquire the seeds, it will take time to scale up production. In the short term, we'll still need to buy cotton from Chu." "Makes sense," Aldous said. "The problem is, Father is still undecided about whether to grant cannons to King Hardy and King Chu. If he agrees, we'll have leverage. If not, King Chu will be the one holding the cards." Once again, Aldous felt the familiar frustration of being constrained by internal politics. Cotton had come to the Great Gabriel Empire from Tianzhu, and naturally it was first cultivated in the southern regions. The north had little cotton farming. In a way, the south's wealth was directly tied to cotton. Where there's cotton, there's cloth. Even if he could negotiate a trade, cotton for cannons, Aldous still wouldn't feel safe. He needed 2 supply routes, one through King Chu's lands and the other by sea to Tianzhu, to import cotton directly from its place of origin. Only then would he avoid being strangled by one supplier. That meant he needed to get Rurik and the others sailing the wind-powered warships soon to protect merchant convoys at sea. But for now, the most practical solution was still to purchase cotton from Chu's territory. Aldous said to Caspar, "Organize a trade caravan to go south and buy cotton from the King of Chu's lands. At the same time, have the Chamber of Commerce start buying any cotton available here in Qingzhou. Though the cannon deal isn't finalized, King Chu won't dare mess with me just yet. After all, if he angers me now, I might just deny him access to artillery altogether." "Yes, Your Highness," Caspar replied. "Your Highness, it seems agriculture, really, is the foundation of the nation. Cotton, rapeseed, hemp, these are all things we should encourage the people to start planting." As Aldous was fretting over cotton supply, Morley seized the moment to bring up his concerns. He felt that lately, Aldous had been placing too much emphasis on handicrafts and was beginning to neglect agriculture. "You're not wrong, but right now we're still facing grain shortages. It'll be hard to convince the common folk to grow these other crops when they risk not being able to sell them later. Let's have the production corps begin planting on a limited scale. Once our grain production stabilizes, we'll expand from there," Aldous said. Morley nodded. For weeks now, he and Aldous had been planning the agricultural and industrial layout of the 6 prefectures. These topics were already part of their agenda. "Also, Your Highness, what's this new product you mentioned?" At the last banquet, Aldous had casually tossed out the hint of a new product, but with the spy crisis dominating everyone's attention, the topic had been forgotten until now. "Mirrors," Aldous said with a smile, thinking of his latest innovation. In the great Gabriel Empire, the standard was still bronze mirrors, which gave a blurry, distorted reflection that barely revealed any facial detail. But extracting aluminum wasn't an option. It required electrolysis, something impossible without electricity. Producing a silver-backed mirror through chemical plating also needed nitric acid, ammonia, and glucose, which was similarly unavailable in the current technological environment. In the end, Aldous determined the only viable method under current conditions was to use glass, tin foil, and mercury, a method historically used in pre-industrial Europe and China. "Mirrors? You mean bronze mirrors? Those are common throughout the Empire. I can't imagine they'll create much of a stir," Morley said. Aldous shook his head. "I'm talking about glass mirrors. In 2 days I'll have a prototype for you to see." Caspar was visibly excited. After all this time, a new product was finally about to launch. Could already picture merchants lining up outside the Chamber of Commerce, jamming the street. He chuckled to himself in anticipation. Seeing the lecherous grin on Caspar's face, Aldous warned, "Your task right now is to procure cotton. If you delay my fleet's departure, don't blame me for what happens." Caspar shuddered. "Understood, Your Highness. I'll get on it right away. But please don't forget to finish the mirror soon," he added, grinning again. "I'm headed to Bowen Academy now to speak with Riley." "About the mercury silver mirror," Aldous said, rising to his feet. With that, Aldous and Caspar left the commandery office, one headed to the Chamber of Commerce, the other to Bowen Academy. Several days earlier, when Morley first brought up the topic of a new product, Aldous had already given Riley instructions on how to produce a mirror, asking him to prepare tin, mercury, and other materials. Although Aldous hadn't found a local tin mine, tin was a relatively common metal in the great Gabriel Empire. After all, bronze, an alloy of copper and tin, had existed since ancient times. Mercury was no more difficult to obtain. In ancient times, it was even used in traditional medicine. It could be produced by heating cinnabar, which yields mercury and sulfur. Cinnabar was a common ingredient in Taoist alchemy, often seen in medicinal formulas. In short, all the materials were obtainable. Upon arriving at Bowen Academy, Aldous went straight to the chemistry lab, where Riley and his students were already waiting. Riley led the students in a respectful bow. Aldous nodded. "Are the materials ready?" "All prepared," Riley replied. He then showed Aldous the glass containers holding mercury and tin, as well as a pile of glass plates laid out on the table. Ever since they had succeeded in producing sulfuric acid, the Chemistry Academy students had been refining granular gunpowder. Out of the 3 acids and 2 bases, they had already mastered sulfuric acid, caustic soda, and soda ash. Only nitric acid and hydrochloric acid remained. Aldous had already included the preparation methods for both acids in their chemistry textbooks. Riley was currently planning to conduct those experiments soon. To make nitric acid, they planned to heat saltpeter at high temperatures to produce nitrogen dioxide, then dissolve it in water. For hydrochloric acid, they would use concentrated sulfuric acid and salt. All of this was still theoretical, but clearly explained in the curriculum. It was also clear that Aldous didn't intend to spoon-feed them. He had given them the chemical theory. It was now up to them to figure out the experiments themselves. After inspecting the materials, Aldous said, "Let's begin. I'll instruct you perform." Riley nodded. Aldous was clearly transitioning into the role of a hands-off director, increasingly leaving the experiments to his students. Aldous understood their frustration, but there was no other way. Knowledge wasn't meant to be stored in one's head, it had to be applied. Over the past few weeks, he had already taught Riley and the others about chemical symbols, and they had fully grasped the periodic table. In fact, Aldous's chemistry curriculum was even more detailed than modern junior high textbooks, with numerous common reaction formulas explained clearly. From here on, it was up to Riley and his students to turn theory into real chemical processes and apply them in industry. Otherwise, what was the point of learning all this? Besides, at the current tech level of the Great Gabriel Empire, junior high-level chemistry was already more than sufficient. Anything more advanced like electrolysis would require electricity, which they didn't yet have. No electricity meant no progress in high-end chemistry. Riley picked up a glass sheet and carefully applied a tin foil backing. Since tin had a low melting point just over 200 degrees, it could be easily softened with gentle heating. Once the tin foil was securely applied, he poured a thin layer of mercury over it and smoothed it evenly. A chemical reaction took place between the mercury and tin, forming a silver-white amalgam known as tin-mercury alloy. Historical records showed that this alloy was used as early as the spring and autumn period. While mercury was toxic, the amalgam itself was non-toxic. This silvery fluid bonded tightly to one side of the glass, forming a reflective layer that wouldn't flake off easily. With the steps completed, Aldous and Riley waited quietly for the miracle to happen. Half an hour later, once the metallic mixture had fully dried, Aldous picked up the mirror. He saw himself clearly for the first time. A young, slightly handsome face stared back at him. "Wow, it's been a whole year, and this is the first time I've seen my own face properly." He couldn't help but marvel aloud. The mirror in his hand had virtually no difference from a modern one, only slightly dimmer in luster. After all, tin amalgam lacked the bright sheen of silver. Still, even so, this mirror would undoubtedly be considered a revolutionary creation. "Dear heavens, Your Highness, is this really me?" A voice rang out as Riley's slightly grubby face appeared in the mirror's reflection. Even bronze mirrors were considered a luxury in the Great Gabriel Empire. Producing one required repeated polishing until it could reflect a passable image, making them far too expensive for commoners to afford. Most ordinary people never owned mirrors and could only catch vague glimpses of themselves in still water. The effect, of course, couldn't compare to the shock of seeing oneself clearly in a glass mirror. Who else would it be? "Look, there's a booger hanging off your lip. You gonna wipe that or what?" Aldous said. Where Riley grabbed the mirror and inspected himself more closely. He picked at his nose and began making faces at the mirror, widening his eyes, raising his brows, totally immersed in amusement. Behind him, the students had already grown impatient and began calling out, "Let me see, I want to look too." The classroom instantly erupted. Students jostled for position, taking turns in front of the mirror, exclaiming things like, "Damn, I'm handsome. You look awful. Ugh, I forgot to wash my face." Watching the commotion, Aldous allowed himself a smug smile. It was clear that this mirror would become the next sensational product in the Empire, following in the footsteps of soap, drunken Kingju wine, and perfume. Riley sighed in awe and said, "Your Highness, I truly admire you. How do you even come up with these ideas?" Aldous chuckled lightly. This was nothing. Just the beginning. In the future, world-shaking inventions would keep coming one after another. As each student took their turn experiencing the mirror's charm, Aldous turned to Riley and said, "The remaining glass is yours to work with." Riley nodded and rallied the students. The group quickly divided into trios and began manufacturing more mirrors using the materials on hand. Aldous stayed in the lab while they worked. Once 20 mirrors were produced, he had the surface of the tin-mercury alloy coated with a layer of black lacquer, a natural varnish made from lacquer tree sap. This layer protected the reflective surface from damage. The mirrors were then framed in carved wood, giving them elegant, luxurious appearances. After all, products needed good packaging to sell well. Once the chemical lab work was done, Aldous brought the mirrors to the carpentry division for framing. The entire process took 3 more days to complete. At last, 20 beautifully crafted glass mirrors were born. When the finished mirrors were delivered to the prince's manor, Myrle and Lulio instantly fell in love. You two have been staring at that mirror for half an hour. Haven't you had enough?" Aldous teased. Among the mirrors was one that Aldous had specially commissioned, a full-length mirror, 2 meters tall, 50 centimeters wide, placed in his bedchamber. After returning from the textile workshop, Mile and Lulio caught sight of it and were instantly mesmerized. After finding out what it was, they refused to leave the room, completely absorbed in admiring their reflections. "Your Highness, please give us a mirror too. It's incredible. After seeing ourselves in this glass mirror, how could we ever go back to bronze ones?" Mile said, clinging to Aldous' arm and begging, with childlike insistence. Meanwhile, Lulio was still smiling foolishly into the mirror, utterly oblivious to the world around her. Feeling the softness of Miles' body pressing against him, Aldous' eyes curved into a crescent moon smile, but he maintained a serious expression and said, "That's easy. You can just share mine. These mirrors are expensive and I'm basically broke." Mile was utterly hooked like a bee drawn to honey. What woman didn't love looking pretty, especially lively young maids like Mile and Lulio? Mile clung even tighter, her bold and fiery nature on full display. Aldous' grin grew more mischievous. Teasing his two lovely maids was one of the rare indulgences in his hectic life. Took the opportunity to pull Mile into his arms. Caught off guard, Mile squealed in surprise, her cheeks flushed bright red. "Your Highness, you're terrible," she pouted, playfully pushing him away. Lulio finally turned her head and asked innocently, "What's going on, Sister Mile?" But when she saw how Aldous was holding Mile, her face turned red as well. Still, she seemed far more used to Aldous' antics than before. Mile continued pleading, "Your Highness, please just give us one mirror." Seeing the two girls look at him with such hopeful eyes, Aldous playfully gave Mile's plump rear a squeeze and chuckled, "Fine, consider that payment." Mile let out another startled yelp, blushing like a cherry blossom. As Aldous walked past Lulio, he gave her the same treatment, earning himself a dramatic eye roll in return. Laughing heartily, he left the room, saying, "Your mirrors are already on the way to your rooms." "Ah," Mile stomped her foot. Once again she'd been outwitted and teased by Aldous. Still savoring the soft feel on his fingertips, Aldous left the manor and headed straight to the Chamber of Commerce. Now that the mirrors were finished, it was time to use them to ease Kingju Prefecture's silver shortage. He had high hopes for the glass mirror's market potential. After all, the Tech Archive had once recorded a fascinating story. When French Queen Marie de Médicis got married, the King of Venice gifted her a tiny glass mirror as a wedding present. Its value, 150,000 francs. At the time, only Venice could manufacture glass mirrors. Their production facility was located on the isolated island of Murano. In fact, France had even kidnapped several Venetian mirror craftsmen in a covert effort to steal the secret. The French franc at the time had a gold content of 0.3 grams per coin, so 150,000 francs represented an astronomical fortune. For that reason, Aldous intended to position his mirrors as high-end luxury goods, the Rolex, Chanel, or LV of the great Gabriel Empire. Every mirror's backing was also engraved with "Made in Kingju," a subtle move to begin cultivating the Kingju brand. Arriving at the Chamber of Commerce, Aldous hadn't even stepped fully inside when Caspar dashed up to him like the wind. "Your Highness, the mirror, where is it?" he asked eagerly. Whenever Aldous showed up at the Chamber of Commerce, it almost always meant a new product was about to launch. With a signal from Aldous, a servant brought forward a mirror covered in fabric. When the cloth was removed, Caspar gasped and took a step back in shock. He thought there was a person inside, but on closer inspection, he realized it was himself. His jaw dropped as he leaned in close, staring at the reflection. "Your Highness, we're about to strike it rich again," he muttered in awe. "Did you hear? The Chamber of Commerce is hosting a product exhibition in the East Market. They're unveiling a brand new item. Seriously, then we better go now. I heard the exhibition only lasts 7 days. Miss it now and you won't get another chance." The next morning, the front page of the Kingju newspaper blared bold headlines: "Exhibition Fair" and "Glass Mirrors." The merchants of Kingju were thrown into a frenzy. Many had missed out on the previous 3 blockbuster products and still regretted it to this day. Now, none of them wanted to miss this 4th opportunity. As soon as they saw the paper, they rushed straight to East Market. Curious scholars and commoners joined the crowd as well, eager to see what the buzz was about. Naturally, this exhibition fair was Aldous' idea. No matter how incredible a product was, people had to see it with their own eyes. This was the perfect way to reveal the mirror's magic. At the market, a portion of the plaza had been cordoned off and surrounded by soldiers. No one was allowed within 3 meters of the mirrors. Inside the roped-off area stood over a dozen glass mirrors, each propped up and gleaming. Merchants standing in front of them stared in disbelief at their own reflections, so mesmerized that they refused to leave. "Hey, haven't you looked enough already?" One merchant behind them grumbled. "Let the rest of us see too." The man up front didn't even glance back. "I got here first, I'll look as long as I like. Screw off." The guy behind him grabbed his shoulder and shoved him aside, but the moment he caught sight of his own reflection, he too became entranced, and so the cycle repeated. The East Market was soon jam-packed. Tensions ran high. Arguments broke out. A few scuffles even turned into full-blown fistfights. People were completely blown away by the mirror's clarity, and all they wanted was one more look. The sharper merchants, however, weren't wasting time. They rushed to the Chamber of Commerce to see Caspar directly. "Vice Chairman Sierra, what's the deal with these mirrors? Can you give us a heads up?" One of them discreetly slid a banknote worth over 1,000 taels of silver across the table. Caspar immediately pushed the silver note back. He was fully aware of Aldous' stance on corruption. If he took that money, he wouldn't just lose his position, he'd be facing prison, or worse. Aldous had made it crystal clear at court meetings. Kingju officials received 3 times the standard salary of their counterparts across the empire. Even the lowest-ranking ones earned at least 36 taels of silver annually. In return, Aldous demanded zero tolerance for bribery. Get caught and you wouldn't just lose your job, you could lose your head. As one of Aldous' close aides, Caspar had no shortage of silver. He had no reason to accept bribes and even less reason to be foolish. "You'd better take this back," he said, face turning serious. "Otherwise, we have nothing to discuss." The merchant was stunned. In the Great Gabriel Empire, this kind of thing was the norm, an official refusing silver that left him unsettled. "Vice Chairman Sierra, was it not enough?" he asked hesitantly. Caspar slammed the table. "You trying to get me executed? In Kingju, we don't take silver under the table. Take your bribe and go. If you want to talk about mirrors, then talk properly." Flustered, the merchant hurriedly tucked the banknote away. "Right, then I just wanted to ask, how are the mirrors being sold? When? What's the method?" Caspar's tone eased a bit. "His Highness has ordered that no distribution rights will be granted. The mirrors will go on sale within the next couple of days. As for the method, auction." "Auction?" The merchant blinked. "You mean you're auctioning off the rights?" "No," Caspar clarified. "The mirrors themselves will be auctioned. The process is complex, and they can't be mass-produced yet. Auctioning is the only practical way, and it keeps things fair." That was the strategy he and Aldous had worked out. Since the mirrors were positioned as luxury items, their first appearance had to make waves, and nothing did that better than an auction. While Caspar was teasing the merchants with just enough info to get them hooked, Aldous sent a single mirror to Nightbloomin, addressed to Emperor Care. He held nothing back this time. He didn't even send one to Fiora, deciding to wait and deliver hers after the buzz had peaked. Caspar's statements quickly spread through merchant circle. Many began hoarding silver and preparing to bid. The legend of the mirror soon spread back to their hometowns, and noblewomen and heiresses across the empire began planning pilgrimages to Kingju. Meanwhile, the mirror that Aldous had sent to the capital finally arrived, delivered by Hank to the imperial palace. "Your Majesty, a gift from the Aldous has arrived," Hank announced. Inside the emperor's private chamber, Care was reviewing reports when Hank entered. 2 eunuchs followed behind, carrying a tall, cloth-covered object with visible strain. "What's that rascal sent this time?" the emperor asked, with a hint of curiosity. A strategic model of the empire sat prominently in the room, a gift from Aldous. A telescope rested beside the emperor's desk. Both items were dearly treasured. "I'm quite curious myself what surprise His Highness has brought us this time," Hank said, motioning to the eunuchs. With a dramatic tug, the black cloth was removed. Stunning 2-meter-tall, 50-centimeter-wide glass mirror was revealed, its frame adorned with gold, carved dragons, and intricate filigree. "Your Majesty, an assassin!" Hank screamed at the top of his lungs. He had caught sight of a lifelike figure inside the mirror and panicked. Even Care was startled. But he had weathered many storms and didn't panic easily. He narrowed his eyes and cautiously raised a hand. The figure in the mirror raised its hand too. Then he reached over and patted Hank's shoulder. The mirror image mirrored the gesture perfectly. Care immediately understood. The figure was just his reflection, incredibly lifelike, but no different than what one might see in a bronze mirror, only vastly clearer. The clarity was so shocking that, at first glance, it looked like a real person was standing inside the frame. No wonder Hank was so terrified. "Protect His Majesty, guards." Just then, a squad of palace guards rushed in. At the sight of armored figures in the mirror, they instantly mistook them for enemies. Swords were drawn, they charged. "You rebel scum, prepare to die." Care finally snapped out of his daze and shouted, "Stop, hold IT." The razor-sharp blade halted just a few millimeters from the mirror's surface. The Imperial guards paused, confused, though they still kept their weapons drawn and eyes fixed warily on the armored figures reflected in the mirror. Emperor Care let out a long breath. His heart had nearly leapt into his throat. In that brief instant, if they had struck even a hair closer, the mirror would have shattered. "Stand down," he ordered with a sharp tone. Only then did Hank truly look at the mirror and then at the man inside. A second later, he let out an awkward laugh. "Your Majesty, this old servant has truly made a fool of himself. As if His Highness the Aldous would ever send an assassin. It's a mirror." The guards glanced again at the reflection, now slowly realizing what they were seeing. The mirror image was them. Care stepped forward and pressed his palm against the cool glass. The sensation of resistance confirmed it really was a mirror. A bold, unrestrained burst of laughter rang out from the Emperor, echoing through the chamber. The shock of the moment only served to underscore just how extraordinary this object was. Hank grinned ear to ear as he walked up and pressed his fingers against the glass. "Your Majesty, this mirror, it feels like it's made of glass." "Likely so," Care chuckled. "But how did the Aldous make the glass reflect a person so clearly, knowing His Highness?" Hank said with admiration. "The man always has a way. But given he only sent one mirror this time, I imagine it's quite rare." That only pleased the Emperor more. "Is that so? It seems the Aldous is getting better at navigating the court." "Good, very good. I'm quite pleased." "But, Your Majesty," Hank said, looking slightly amused, "once the ladies in the harem find out about this, they'll be begging to see it themselves." Care chuckled knowingly. He was still human, after all, and humans love to show off their treasures. Especially something as rare and breathtaking as this. Even children wanted to show off their new toys. "Well then," he said with a grin, "let them come. It's better to share the joy than hoard it. Ha ha ha." Hank bowed and departed. "Yes, Your Majesty, I'll inform the ladies." Once alone again, Care returned to the mirror, staring into it, admiring his own reflection with increasing fondness. Soon, Empress Lark arrived, leading a group of consorts into the room. Hank had already briefed her on the mirror's marvels during their walk, so the women rushed straight to it the moment they entered. The moment they laid eyes on their own reflections, they gasped in astonishment, which quickly gave way to excitement. In the mirror, every fine detail of their elegant faces was clear as day. Empress Lark stood before it, wide-eyed and motionless. She had a bronze mirror in her own quarters, of course, but its blurry image couldn't hold a candle to this. This glass mirror was like standing face to face with oneself. No wonder the guards had mistaken the reflection for a real person. "Your Majesty, is this the mirror sent by the Aldous?" Empress Lark asked, her voice tinged with desire. Care smiled. "It is. What do you think of it?" "It's divine, a true masterpiece. Your Majesty, could I? Might I have it?" Her voice was sweet, the tone flirtatious, and coy, a rare sight even in front of the other consorts. Every woman in the imperial harem vied for beauty. Who wouldn't want such a mirror? The other consorts panicked. "Your Majesty, I want one too." "I want one as well." Care grinned with satisfaction. "Ahem. Well, there's only one and I'm rather fond of it myself. But perhaps I'll send an express courier to the Aldous and see if he can spare more." The women surrounded him, some clinging to his arms, others leaning into his embrace, each giving him pleading glances. Flustered but pleased, he kept nodding and smiling. Then someone remembered someone else. Fiora, a consort, said suspiciously, "Every time the Aldous sends something, he always sends one to you. Be honest, do you already have one in BU Pavilion?" "Yes, do you?" The others crowded around her. Fiora let out a wry smile. "Honestly, not this time. If His Majesty hadn't summoned me today, I wouldn't even know such a thing existed. That Aldous seems he only has eyes for His Majesty now. He's forgotten all about his own mother." Hearing this, Care beamed with joy. Even this small gesture showed just how much Aldous respected him. In truth, Fiora's eyes sparkled with pride. Her son had made the right call. The consorts groaned with disappointment. With only one mirror present, they had to take turns admiring themselves in it, each trying to squeeze in just a few more seconds. None of them wanted to leave. Empress Lark lingered for a while, glancing at the mirror, then at Care. Her heart was heavy. Her nephew Merle had sent a complaint to her after returning from Kingju, telling her everything. As his aunt, she was caught in a difficult position. The artillery secrets involved were no small matter. Even if Aldous had killed Judd, it had been to protect those secrets. With the Emperor placing such high value on Aldous' cannons, there was no way he'd side with the Prince of Lark. And now, this mirror had the Emperor overjoyed. What could she even say? Eventually, the consorts were ushered out reluctantly and regretfully. But it was too late. Word had already spread across Nightblumen. Tales of the Emperor's magical mirror, of Hank crying out in panic, of the consorts visiting the Emperor's chambers daily. It was all the city could talk about. Even court officials confirmed it. After all, those summoned to morning court had seen the mirror for themselves. Within days, the nobles of the capital were buzzing about it. Wealthy households sent their stewards and merchants straight to Kingju, hoping to buy a mirror of their own. Back in Kingju, the city exploded with activity. Merchants flooded in. Even aristocrats began arriving, all wanting one thing, a mirror. And it was at that time that Aldous received a letter from the Emperor. An express dispatch carried 800 lie without pause. "Your Highness, if His Majesty is this eager," said Morley, smiling broadly as he bowed, "it's safe to say this mirror is even more impressive than soap or perfume." "Congratulations, Your Highness. Sincere congratulations." Aldous, on the other hand, looked exasperated. Morley, ever the bookkeeper, had already set his eyes on the profits from the mirror. The moment the silver started pouring in, he diverted it straight to the prefectural treasury, acting like a great Gabriel version of Grandit. The commerce hall was packed with people coming and going. It felt just like a New Year festival. Hearing Morley's congratulations, Aldous couldn't help but smile wryly. Only after taking charge did he truly realize how expensive it was to run a household, or in his case, a domain. Now that he was a prince ruling a territory, he fully understood one thing. If the people were to live good lives, if the soldiers and officials were to get their salaries on time, if ships and cannons were to be built, and materials purchased, then almost everything came down to one thing: silver. Without money, officials wouldn't do their jobs, soldiers wouldn't fight, and craftsmen would slack off. From a ruler's point of view, things like loyalty to the Emperor or peace under heaven were noble ideas, but for the average person, it all boiled down to filling their stomachs. Only now did Aldous realize that money in your pocket is what lets you survive tough times. If he had only focused on building up his army without developing industry or making money, then when the barbarians came to attack Kingju, he would have had no public support, no cannons, and only a ragtag group of poorly armed conscripts ready to run at the first sign of trouble. By then, he might have already been 6 feet under. That's why, in his heart, he never once loosened his grip on trade and commerce. With money came resources, and only with both could he afford to build a real army. That kind of congratulations is a bit expensive. Aldous replied with a smile. Morley chuckled softly, then said seriously, "Your Highness, it's all for attracting merchants to settle in Kingju and improve the city. We're planning to pave all of Kingju with cement roads. That's no small project. Without money, it's impossible. As the saying goes, if you want to get rich, build roads first." Every time it rained, Kingju's muddy streets left both merchants and locals miserable. And for Aldous, it was even worse. So he had decided it was time to launch his first municipal engineering project since arriving in this era: build paved roads and beautify the city. The goal wasn't just to improve daily life, but also to attract more outside merchants to settle here long-term. After all, if you want to attract a phoenix, first build a nice nest. Also, there was a simple truth: large-scale construction was the fastest way to stimulate the local economy. In the modern world, municipal projects and real estate had proven that time and again. Throwing a lot of silver into this meant spending on materials and labor money that would end up in the hands of the common people. As they were talking, a disheveled Caspar rushed in, sweat pouring down his face. His clothes were a mess, as if he'd just been wrestled to the ground. "Oof, those money-hungry merchants," he grumbled. "They act like I'm a thief. I nearly had my clothes torn off." He caught his breath and then asked, "Your Highness, all the merchants are asking when the auction will start. What should I tell them?" "No rush," Aldous said calmly. "The real VIPs haven't even arrived yet." He waved the imperial fast letter from Emperor Care. "So the news about the mirror just started spreading in Nightblumen?" Caspar asked. Aldous nodded. "And I want to delay things a bit so Riley and the others can make more mirrors." "I agree completely," Morley chimed in, now learning more every day by working closely with Aldous. Caspar nodded too. Aldous added, "Oh right, send another merchant ship to Nightblumen with 10 more mirrors. Make sure one of them goes to Orpheus Stonehearter." "Sending a gift already? The princess isn't even married yet." "Looks like your highness was quite impressed during your visit to Nightblumen," Morley said teasingly. Aldous tried to recall Orpheus Stoneharder's face, but the memory was already a bit fuzzy. Still, in the modern world, it was normal to send gifts to your fiancée. It was just good for married life later on. "I only met her briefly," he said. "Sending a mirror is just a nice gesture." Caspar chimed in with a boot-licking grin. "Your highness is achieving great success and winning the heart of a beauty. Truly enviable." Aldous, while pleased, wasn't one to get carried away. He shot him a look and said, "Less flattery, more work. Now get moving." Caspar laughed and nodded before squeezing back out into the sea of merchants. The imperial letter had asked about the mirrors specifically, with hints that the imperial concubines loved them. Care clearly wanted more sent over, but unlike consumables like perfume or soap, Aldous wasn't going to hand out mirrors to every concubine. He decided to send more to the Emperor and let him deal with the distribution. After all, the Emperor had sent an urgent message. Aldous had to show some respect. Otherwise, the impact of the first gift would be lost. As for the concubines who didn't get one, they'd have to pay for it like everyone else. The merchants outside still refused to leave, so Aldous had someone announce that the auction would be delayed another 10 days. He himself headed to Broad Learning Academy. Even while preparing for the auction, he hadn't slacked off. Over the past 10 days, he had been teaching Asa how to calculate cannonball trajectories and giving Rurik and others basic navigation lessons. And he would keep going. There was still much more advanced material to cover. While Kingju's merchants were going wild over the mirrors, another batch arrived in Nightblumen. 9 went to Emperor Care, and 1 went to the Orpheus family's residence. "Master, this is a gift from Prince Henry." At the Orpheus residence, the steward brought in a large mirror covered in black cloth. When Ivor saw it, he instantly understood. "Careful now, don't drop it." The man from Kingju set the mirror down and left. The steward, still puzzled, asked, "Master, what is it?" Ivor stroked his beard and said, "It's probably a mirror." He pulled the black cloth off, and sure enough, an elegant, stunning mirror appeared before him. Looking at his reflection, Ivor smiled warmly. Prince Henry's thoughtfulness made him feel even more at ease about entrusting his daughter to him. "Take this mirror to the young miss," he said. The steward nodded and brought it to her room. At that moment, Orpheus Stoneharder was in her room sewing a pouch. When she heard the commotion outside, she had her maid Ziohyun open the door. Ivor stepped inside, followed by the steward. "Father, what's this?" Orpheus Stoneharder asked curiously. The black cloth was still covering it. Ivor smiled and said, "Daughter, this is a mirror from Prince Henry." "Ah!" Orpheus Stoneharder gasped in surprise. Ziohyun covered her mouth and giggled, while Orpheus Stoneharder's face turned a soft shade of pink. "What's wrong? Don't like it?" Ivor sighed with mock seriousness. "If that's the case, I'll just keep the mirror for myself." "Father, you're not a young lady," Orpheus Stoneharder protested, her cheeks flushed. In Great Gabriel, before marriage, men and women rarely had direct contact, yet Prince Henry had sent her this mirror as a gift. It was certainly out of the ordinary. She'd only caught a quick glimpse of Aldous at the poetry gathering that day, not daring to look for long. But even in that moment, she'd gotten a clear impression of his appearance. What had left a deeper impression was how naturally poems flowed from his lips. Now, after hearing so many rumors about the mirror's wonders spreading through Nightblumen, she received one from him personally. Her heart couldn't help but skip a beat. After all, this mirror was said to be incredibly valuable. With that, he left with the steward. Once they were gone, Ziohyun peeked out the door and, seeing they were truly alone, quickly turned back and yanked off the black cloth covering the mirror. Instantly, a reflection appeared in the glass. Orpheus Stoneharder in a peach-colored dress, delicate and radiant, more beautiful than a flower. "Miss, look, it's me. This mirror is so clear," Ziohyun exclaimed, her little face glowing with excitement. Orpheus Stoneharder was just as amazed. She stepped up to the mirror and carefully studied her reflection. Every smile, every frown, every little movement, it all appeared vividly, as if another her was standing inside the glass. "This mirror is truly different. No wonder it's become such a sensation in Nightblumen," she said with admiration. "The mirror may be small, but His Highness's affection for you is big," Ziohyun said with a sly smile. Orpheus Stoneharder blushed and snapped, "You cheeky girl, I ought to rip that mouth of yours." The two of them burst into playful laughter. News of Prince Henry gifting a mirror to Orpheus Stoneharder quickly spread among the noble circles in Nightblumen. The mirror in the palace had become the talk of the city, and few outside the palace had even seen one. Now that someone had one in the private sector, the noble ladies couldn't hold back any longer and came in groups to visit Orpheus Stoneharder. Once they saw the mirror with their own eyes, they were completely stunned. Its beauty and clarity made them all fall in love with it instantly, and one after another, they sent their servants racing toward Kingju. Meanwhile, Kingju's mirror auction was officially underway. That day, the Commerce Hall was heavily guarded by Kingju soldiers to ensure the event went smoothly and prevent any unauthorized people from sneaking in. For 3 days before the auction, merchant registration was open, and only those who could prove they had at least 100,000 taels of silver were allowed to participate. This threshold immediately discouraged those who just wanted to join the fun. "Your Highness, we've got 3,000 registered participants," Caspar reported. "Only 3,000. Just the nobles from Nightblumen alone could fill that number. Looks like some still haven't arrived." "Never mind, let's begin," Aldous said. He'd already spent over a month preparing for this auction. Couldn't wait any longer. Caspar nodded and stepped up to the stage, explaining the auction rules to the eager crowd. Aldous stayed behind the scenes. He didn't want to show his face at this kind of event. Morley, however, was more nervous than Aldous. After all, how much silver entered the treasury today depended on how successful this auction was. After going over the rules, the staff brought out the first batch of mirrors, 30 in total, each placed carefully on display facing the crowd. Most of the audience was seeing the glass mirrors for the first time. Many stood up to get a better look. Caspar allowed the staff to carry a mirror down among the crowd, so everyone could see just how clear the reflection was. Gasps of amazement echoed through the room. Caspar smiled in satisfaction and said, "You've all seen it now. These mirrors are made only in Kingju. No one else in the Empire has them. You've experienced their clarity for yourselves, and I trust you understand their value. In Great Gabriel, even polished bronze mirrors were expensive." So everyone immediately understood these glass mirrors were worth even more. "Vice Chairman Sierra, just tell us the starting price," one merchant said. He'd attended previous auctions and knew every item started with a base price. Caspar announced, "Since everyone's so eager, I'll make it simple. The starting bid for each mirror is 3,000 taels of silver." Many attendees exhaled in relief. It was expensive, yes, but still within reach. Caspar continued, "Now let the bidding begin. Because of how difficult they are to make, only 500 mirrors are currently available in Kingju. After this auction, they'll be sold through the Kingju Chamber of Commerce. You're welcome to come purchase more later." The moment he finished speaking, the bidding war erupted. Many of the bidders were house stewards, ordered by their mistresses to return with a mirror at all costs. If they came back empty-handed, they might not survive the scolding. The bids climbed quickly. Behind the auction platform, Aldous murmured, "That's enough for 2 cannons." And Morley muttered, higher. With 3,000 bidders vying for only 500 mirrors. That meant on average only 1 in 6 would win. And since travel in Great Gabriel wasn't easy, most people came with the firm intention of buying a mirror no matter what. So the bidding got more and more intense. By the end of the first round, only a few wealthy merchants were still in the running. They weren't buying for personal use, they planned to gift them to powerful officials at court. A voice called out and the bidding stopped. No one else raised the price. At that level, it was already insanely expensive. Many were hoping the next mirror might go for cheaper. But the second mirror, it sold for 11,000 taels. Behind the platform, Morley's face was flushed with excitement. "All that wealth these nobles have hoarded, finally, they're coughing it up." Aldous laughed and said, "Let's call it justice then. As the poet Sierra Bai once wrote, a goblet of fine wine costs 10,000 coins, a jade plate of delicacies worth a fortune." That was how lavish life was for the powerful in the Tang dynasty. It was the same in Great Gabriel. It wasn't unusual for nobles to spend thousands of taels on a single banquet, while common folks survived on scraps. Years of exploitation by wealthy clans had drained the people dry. They seized land, extorted taxes, and crushed the commoners to enrich themselves. Aldous had no guilt selling a mirror worth maybe 3 taels of silver for prices 30 times that. As the number of mirrors left decreased, the auction atmosphere only grew more intense. Voices calling out bids echoed one after another. All 500 mirrors were auctioned off one by one. Each successful bidder received a small wooden token, which they could later use to pay at the Chamber of Commerce and collect their mirror. 16,000 taels, 16,500. The auction continued from morning into the afternoon. When it came down to the final mirror, the bidding became even fiercer. 17,000 taels, 20,000 taels. With that last call, the auction hammer came down, and the crowd fell silent. Every last mirror had been sold. Caspar was grinning so wide his eyes practically disappeared. The sale of 500 mirrors brought in at least 6 to 7 million taels of silver for the Chamber of Commerce. He knew the production cost of the mirrors inside and out, and of all products in Kingju, these mirrors had the highest profit margin by far. As the event wrapped up, the crowd began to disperse. Some left satisfied, others disappointed. Those who successfully won a mirror stayed behind to exchange their tokens for their purchases. Because each mirror cost only tens of thousands of taels, most merchants paid in silver notes, bullion, or gold directly. Few offered goods in trade, as this wasn't a bulk transaction. With the bidding done, the Chamber of Commerce staff got to work counting silver, carrying it in, and handing out mirrors to the buyers. The whole process went on until nightfall before it was finally completed. Only then did Aldous and Morley appear. They looked at the piles of gold, silver, and notes with satisfied smiles. The treasury was flush again. "Your Highness, the final tally is ready. Here's the record book," Caspar said, handing Aldous a thick ledger. Aldous flipped through it. Each auction result was recorded 500 entries in total. At the end, a total sum, 7.2 million taels. 7.2 million. Morley's beard quivered in excitement. That amount would be enough to fund several large-scale projects. Aldous nodded with satisfaction and said, "Send it all to the treasury for centralized allocation." "Yes, Your Highness." Elian acknowledged the order and called soldiers to escort the funds to the Kingju government. Treasury, all taxes collected in Kingju went to this treasury. The chamber's profits, after keeping a portion for operations, were also sent here. The government then distributed funds across the 6 prefectures as needed. With the auction complete, Aldous finally felt relaxed. 7 million taels enough to build 20 or 30 galleons. But of course, he couldn't pour all that money into the military. A large portion had to go toward improving public welfare across the 6 prefectures, using money to generate more money. The larger his territory grew, the more expenses piled up. Like the Broad Learning Academy, for instance, every student there received free food and housing. That was how he ensured even poor students could study without worries. After all, the academy was the future talent hub that would fuel Kingju's growth. Leaving the Chamber of Commerce, Aldous didn't return through the main gates of the royal residence. He took the side entrance instead. He knew full well there'd be a line of people at the front gate, hoping to speak to him about the mirror business. But he had already made up his mind. Unlike soap and perfume, he would not sell distribution rights for the mirrors. Back then, he earned some fast money doing so. But for a monopoly product like this, it had been a loss in the long run. The mirror craze in Kingju lasted more than 10 days before it began to calm down. That's when the Chamber of Commerce began officially selling mirrors. The merchants who had stayed behind rushed to the chamber, but many were turned away. Chamber members only get priority, Caspar explained. The membership system had been in place for some time, and the number of members had now exceeded 1,000. Members enjoyed faster service and better prices when purchasing goods. Some were even considering relocating permanently to Kingju. After all, having direct access to chamber news was worth it. Like now, when members had already seen the mirrors before the public showcase. The many perks were convincing more and more merchants to accept their new status as members. As Caspar spoke, many of those members stood tall with pride, feeling a cut above the rest. Meanwhile, those who weren't members began seriously thinking about joining. Caspar saw it all and smirked inwardly. This was exactly as Aldous had planned. The commercial heart of Great Gabriel was slowly shifting toward Kingju. Back at the royal residence, Aldous wasn't even thinking about the 7 million taels anymore. In his eyes, these mirrors and similar products were low-end goods. The only one with real technical value was the mirror, and even that wasn't enough. Kingju's industrial development was still in its early stages. Soon, products with much higher technical content would start rolling out thanks to the talents trained at Broad Learning Academy. Now, Aldous was setting his sights on several major projects. First up, the new reinforced concrete city wall in Kangju. During this time, Theodore had been gathering materials in Kangju. The steel workshop had been working full steam producing rebar. All that was left was to begin construction. Rafferty's report about the barbarians developing cannons had deeply unsettled Aldous. Before Mountain Sea Pass fell, Kangju had just been a small town. Once the barbarians attacked, Leroy and his men rushed to build a makeshift wall. But that wall wasn't very sturdy, even after Theodore reinforced it. The improvements were mostly for cannon positioning, not real defense. If the barbarians really came with artillery, that wall would be in serious danger, especially the city gates. Now that funds were available, Aldous was sending over 10,000 laborers, plus hiring locals from Kangju to help build the new wall. Time was of the essence. If the barbarians managed to capture a skilled craftsman who knew how to make cannons, it would only be a matter of time before they produced their own. Because of this urgency, Aldous decided to personally head to Kangju to oversee the wall's construction. Theodore just wasn't up to his standards when it came to infrastructure. Outside the palace, Mile had already prepared the carriage. At the gate, Aldous instructed, "Don't slack off at the textile workshop. I want to see finished sails when I return." Mile nodded and replied, "Please be careful, Your Highness." She glanced toward Leroy, Orpheus, Asa, and the 2,000 cavalrymen behind them. After capturing so many warhorses from the barbarians, Kingju's cavalry had expanded significantly, but Mile wasn't thinking about the military escort. She had a feeling this trip to Kangju wasn't just about building walls. 3 months had passed since the Battle of Kangju. The city gates that had once been blown open by barbarian gunpowder had been repaired by the craftsmen, now restored to their original form. Only the blood-stained earth at the base of the gates still bore silent witness to the brutal fighting that had taken place here. On the city walls, fully armored Kangju soldiers patrolled back and forth, eyes sharp as they watched merchants entering and leaving the gates. Though the great Gabriel Empire was still at war with the barbarians, Prince Aldous had not banned all trade with them. On the contrary, the flow of merchants had only grown busier. However, every merchant crossing into the grasslands had to carry a travel permit issued by Kingju. All goods were tightly controlled and inspected. "Your Highness, the city walls now have 100 cannons installed, one every 5 meters. Ammunition supplies are fully stocked, and morale is high. The soldiers can't wait to fight the barbarians again," reported Melvin confidently as they arrived in Kangju and began inspecting the fortifications. Their last victory in Kangju wasn't just a military success. For the people of the territory, it was a powerful symbol. It shattered their fear of the barbarians, especially among the soldiers who once dreaded battle and now actively sought it. That shift in mindset was priceless. After all, an army with high morale fought very differently from one that was just waiting to run. Somewhere beyond that horizon, Bashan's Blood Wolf tribe was already roaming. This was once the great Gabriel's own land. Ever since the Empire had lost the 16 border prefectures of Madoc and Rurik Prime Pastureland, it had fallen behind in cavalry strength. Now they were always on the defensive. For the past 2 months, Theodore had been preparing construction for the city walls here. He now said, "Your Highness, the main problem with building the new wall is constant raids from the barbarians. They've gotten smarter, they no longer ride in big groups, but split up into smaller squads. Even our cannons struggle to hit them. That's exactly why I brought 2,000 cavalrymen here to deal with this problem. We can't just sit behind walls anymore. We need to take the fight to them. With our spyglasses, we can spot enemies earlier and then launch raids on the Blood Wolf tribe ourselves." Aldous's tone was firm. This was a decision he'd thought long and hard about. Kingju didn't have many cavalry, and what they had was precious. But if the walls couldn't be built, the consequences would be far worse. So this time, Leroy and Orpheus would lead the cavalry deep into the grasslands, using Kangju as their base. They'd raid barbarian tribes, burning, looting, killing. Fighting fire with fire. Eye for an eye. Theodore nodded. "Your Highness finally made the call. The barbarians have always seen us citizens of Great Gabriel as inferior, slaughtering our people like animals. We must show no mercy either, and we must not engage in prolonged fights. General Barton should adopt a strategy of strike the weak, avoid the strong, hit and run, mislead and distract. Avoid direct confrontation at all costs." "That's too much," Orpheus frowned. "If we start killing their women, children, and elderly, how are we any different from them? I can't do that." Aldous looked at Theodore with some surprise. What he described was very similar to modern guerrilla warfare. Then Aldous turned to Orpheus and said coldly, "Naive. Did the barbarians spare our women and children? Have you forgotten that every man among them is a warrior the moment he mounts a horse? Or the 80,000 civilians the barbarians forced to charge our walls and die during the last battle? If you're going into this with those thoughts in your head, Orpheus, then stay behind. Go back to Kingju." Orpheus shrank back under the scolding, rubbing the back of his neck. I'll do whatever your highness says. Aldous snorted. Theodore is right. Against the barbarians, we can't show any mercy. This campaign must use scorched earth tactics combined with guerrilla warfare. Guerrilla warfare? General Barton Ben and the others looked confused. Aldous nodded. It's a tactic used when we're weaker than the enemy. Scorched earth tactics mean if we come across herds and livestock in a tribe. Take what we can and destroy the rest. As for guerrilla warfare, Theodore already explained it well, but I will officially make it part of our cavalry doctrine. You must use these methods on the grasslands. If anyone ignores these tactics and causes unnecessary losses, I'll have their heads. No exceptions. I mean what I say. In military matters, Aldous never played favorites. Whether it was Leroy, Orpheus, or Asa, orders were orders and soldiers obeyed. That was the kind of army he wanted. Hearing this, both Leroy and Orpheus turned serious. Joking around was fine, but now it was time to act like soldiers. Yes, your highness, the officers responded in unison. Aldous continued, now I'll explain in detail what guerrilla warfare is and how to use it in the field. There's one guiding principle: when the enemy advances, we retreat. When the enemy camps, we harass. When the enemy tires, we attack. When the enemy retreats, we pursue. And if we can stab them in the back, we never fight face to face. Using knowledge from his modern-day tech archive, Aldous explained the essence of guerrilla warfare to Leroy and the others. He even gave several specific combat example stories from modern times, which he altered to fit this world. He also instructed Leroy to use terror tactics, just like the barbarians' massacres included. Only that kind of ruthless retaliation could shock the enemy and force them to constantly chase shadows, exhausting them. His briefing lasted a full hour. Gradually, the generals began to understand. Your Highness, I understand now, said Leroy. I won't let you down. Old General, I'm asking you to lead personally because only you have experience fighting barbarians on the grasslands, Aldous said sincerely. That's too polite, Your Highness, Leroy replied with a grin. Loyalty to king and country is a soldier's duty. I'm no old man, yet I still have fight in me. And even if it's just to repay your kindness, I won't turn this down. Aldous cupped his hands in respect. Then he looked toward Orpheus. The guy was talented but reckless. Orpheus, this mission is different. You're not allowed to do whatever you want this time. If you disobey, don't think I'll go easy on you. The cold northern wind howled atop the Kangju city. Walls, a sign that another harsh winter was coming soon. Aldous had chosen this time on purpose, right when the barbarians were between harvests and supplies were tight. A perfect opportunity to strike at their logistics. With the plan to harass the barbarians finalized, Leroy and Orpheus each led 1,000 cavalry, splitting up to carry out deep raids across the grasslands. Meanwhile, Asa remained behind in Kangju, tasked with defending the city from any retaliatory attacks and ensuring the new city wall could be completed without disruption. Watching Leroy and the riders disappear into the horizon, Aldous stood silent for a long moment. This was the true test, not only of Leroy and Orpheus, but also of the soldiers under them. Whether they would return at all was a question only time could answer. Theodore, start digging the trench, Aldous ordered. His entire plan had two parts. Part 1 was to use cavalry to wage guerrilla warfare, harassing the barbarian forces and keeping them too busy to interfere with the city. Part 2 was to dig a deep trench outside the planned wall line and install catapults armed with gunpowder bombs, ready to blast apart any attackers. Theodore had brought over 10,000 trained slave laborers for the construction, and now Aldous had also invested a large sum of silver to hire local peasants. In total, more than 30,000 workers were now participating in the construction of the new city wall. Once the orders were given, Theodore immediately organized the work crews. He began digging a continuous trench roughly 500 meters out from the wall. The Kangju army had also prepared 200 catapults, placing them on pre-built platforms along the trench. When the time came, these would launch gunpowder bombs into the trench at enemy troops who tried to storm the wall. Powder bombs were stockpiled in abundance. With catapults, cannons, and the natural moat created by the trench, any barbarian attack would come at a steep cost. The citizens, carrying shovels and pickaxes, marched out of the city. Theodore oversaw the trench project, while Aldous led the engineers in laying the foundation of the new fortress wall. Like the old wall, the new one would span 500 meters. Over 10,000 workers were assigned to cover it. About 20 men for every single meter. Without modern machines, manpower was Aldous's only resource. The wall would stand 20 meters tall, 8 meters thick, and every 10 meters there would be a forward-facing bastion protruding 6 meters. Each bastion could hold 6 cannons, able to fire not only outward, but also down the wall at enemies trying to scale it. Just the bastions alone would hold 300 cannons, not counting the ones between battlements or those inside the wall's structure. Once complete, the wall would be like a massive warship, a fortress stretched across the plains like an immovable mountain. At the call, each group of 20 workers got to work. The wall's foundation alone needed to be 5 meters deep if the barbarians wanted to blow it up. They'd need to dig deep just to reach it. Tens of thousands of men labored across the site. Aldous didn't rest either. He moved between the work groups, inspecting the progress of the digging. Like a modern excavator that could dig 5 meters deep in half an hour, here it took a full day of effort from 20 men to dig just 1 meter wide, 8 meters long, and 5 meters deep. By the time the sunset bathed the sky in gold, the workers were called back to the city. The trench had also been completed. Aldous couldn't help but sigh. Without modern machinery, ancient people truly relied on numbers. Human labor was the greatest resource of all. Your Highness, from my experience, Theodore said, climbing the wall, barbarian scouts usually arrive by the 3rd day. The constant harassment had severely disrupted his construction plans, leaving him frustrated. That was why Aldous had come to Kangju personally. Even if it meant war, he had resolved to press forward with the wall. As night fell over the grasslands, Aldous looked into the darkness and muttered, "Let's hope Leroy and Orpheus don't disappoint me." Theodore nodded. This strike team had been sent to catch the barbarians off guard, to throw their raiding plans into chaos. On the vast, moonless grasslands, only a few cold stars dotted the sky. After splitting from Leroy, Orpheus led his cavalry in search of barbarian settlements, and finally, just as night descended, he spotted campfires in the distance through his telescope. You, and you come with me. Let's see how many are in that camp," Orpheus ordered. The chosen soldiers silently followed him toward the firelight, creeping through the darkness. Though the Blood Wolf tribe had claimed this region, it was made up of many smaller tribes. These subgroups were given grazing grounds for their flocks. The area was pitch black. Beyond the firelight, nothing could be seen. Orpheus and his scouts crept up on the camp without being spotted. Round the fire, a group of barbarians laughed and drank, roasting meat over open flames. "Damn, these guys live well meat and booze every night. They're having a better time than I am," Orpheus muttered, licking his lips at the smell. "Commander, look at those tents, only about 500, probably just a small tribe, maybe 1,000 people in total. What are we waiting for? Let's raid the place and take their meat," one soldier whispered. That soldier was Uriel Crane, the young man from Yuju who had asked Aldous about the legendary frontier iron cavalry during the last battle. Since then, he had been recruited into the cavalry. All the soldiers with Orpheus now were locals of Yuju. Handpicked to become the new frontier iron cavalry, Orpheus grinned. "You're speaking my language. All right, let's go back and prep. Since His Highness wants guerrilla warfare, we'll give him a proper night raid." Uriel nodded eagerly. This was their homeland now occupied by foreign invaders. Their hatred for the barbarians ran deeper than anyone else's. After scouting the camp, Orpheus and his men quietly withdrew. "Commander, are we going in now?" someone asked. "Are you stupid? Of course not. We wait until midnight when they're all asleep. And don't take your horses, we're going in on foot. Once you're in their tents, kill everyone. Leave no one alive." Orpheus's voice was low and cold. "Yes, sir," the soldiers replied in hushed voices. Orpheus glanced again at the distant firelight, then gently touched the telescope hanging at his side. Thanks to this tool, they had found the barbarian camp and remained completely unseen. The stars in the night sky grew brighter as the evening deepened. By midnight, apart from a few dozing sentries, most of the barbarian soldiers were already fast asleep. Their bonfires still burned quietly, with a few lazy guards slumped beside them, nodding off. To them, the idea that great Gabriel's soldiers might venture deep into the grasslands alone was laughable. Their night guards were more for keeping wolves away from the livestock than for defending against humans. At midnight, Orpheus was nudged awake by Uriel. Orpheus rubbed his eyes, glanced toward the distant campfires, and muttered, "Wake everyone, make sure their gear's ready." "Yes, sir." Uriel immediately roused the soldier next to him, and soon the signal spread through the camp. One by one, the 1,000 soldiers were awake, fully armored and weapons drawn. "Move out," Orpheus commanded. The group crouched low, moving under cover of the tall grass nearly a meter high, completely concealing their figures. Instead, he would sneak in and take advantage of their armor in close combat, wiping out the entire camp without raising alarms or exposing their position. "You 200 take that side, and you 200 go that way," Orpheus whispered from the grass. The troops swiftly surrounded the barbarian camp in all directions. The night sentries were still sound asleep, completely unaware. Orpheus signaled Uriel. Uriel nodded and crept forward with 10 men toward the snoozing sentries by the fire. He smirked, drawing their knives. They moved silently through the shadows. Uriel approached a sleeping barbarian, covered his mouth, and slit his throat in one quick stroke. The barbarian's eyes snapped open, full of fear, but with his throat cut and mouth covered, he could barely make a sound before his life faded away. The others fell just as swiftly. Uriel turned and gestured to Orpheus. It was done. "Attack," Orpheus ordered. Across the perimeter, soldiers began to move, silently slipping toward the yurt like tents of the barbarian tribe. Every soldier had already selected their target. They moved like ghosts, weaving through the camp with cold determination. Then all at once they struck. The peaceful night was shattered by screams as soldiers stormed the tents. Orpheus charged into one yurt himself. It was close to the firelight, and he could clearly see a young barbarian woman inside. She had just woken up, and her eyes were wide with terror as she shook her head pleadingly. She looked delicate and pitiful. "How the hell am I supposed to kill her like this?" Orpheus hesitated, his sword pausing in midair, but then he remembered Aldous' words: kindness to the enemy could be fatal. In that moment of hesitation, the woman suddenly rolled off her bed and grabbed a curved dagger hidden under her pillow. She lunged at Orpheus's lower body with a cold glint in her eyes. His instincts flared. He broke into a cold sweat, but there was no time to dodge. Just then, Uriel lunged in from behind and kicked the dagger from her hand. The blade scraped across Orpheus's thigh armor with a flash of sparks. Shaken, Orpheus didn't hesitate again. He drove his sword into her chest. "Want me to save a prettier one for you, sir?" Uriel joked. "Get lost, kill every last one of them." Orpheus snapped, his face pale and drenched in sweat. Now he understood exactly what Aldous meant. This wasn't a war of mercy, it was kill or be killed. Holding back would only cost lives. His eyes hardened with resolve. The barbarian camp had been completely unprepared for an attack at night. Most was slaughtered in their sleep. After half an hour, the soldiers regrouped by the fire, torches in hand. They had searched every tent, making sure no one was left alive. "Sir, we hit the jackpot. There are tens of thousands of cattle and sheep in the pens, and thousands of horses too. Should we bring them back to Kangju?" Uriel asked. Their mission on the grasslands was to raid, burn, and plunder. This camp was just unlucky. It was their first target. Orpheus made a quick decision. "Kill all the cattle and sheep. Eat what we can, burn the rest. Send the horses back with a few men." Uriel nodded. The horses could be herded quickly, but the livestock would slow them down too much. He gave the orders, and the soldiers stormed the animal pens, killing and butchering, then grilling meat by the fires. At dawn, they packed up and moved on, leaving 3 experienced riders to drive the horses back safely. "Burn it," Orpheus barked as they prepared to leave. The soldiers tossed torches into the yurts. Some threw in the carcasses of the animals they just killed. They left the barbarians nothing to eat for the winter. With a cold smile, Orpheus turned and led his troops deeper into the grasslands. Meanwhile, Leroy's unit had also traveled 2 days into the steppe. They spotted a large barbarian camp ahead where thousands of enemy troops were gathering. Leroy chose not to engage. Through his telescope, he observed the gathering forces. Based on the timing, it was likely they had just received word of Kangju's wall construction. This tribe had just been ordered by Donald, the Blood Wolf tribe's war chief, to send cavalry to attack Kangju. Leroy ordered his soldiers to lay their horses flat on the ground, one of their practiced stealth techniques. They waited quietly, the soldiers holding down the horses' necks to keep them still. After about an hour, the enemy force departed. "Mount up," Leroy commanded. The riders jumped into action, mounting their horses and unsheathing their sabers. With most of the enemy force gone, only the old, the weak, and a handful of guards remained in the camp. 1,000 elite cavalry were more than enough to wipe them out. "Attack!" Leroy roared, leading the charge himself. The sound of hooves thundered across the plain. Barbarian women and elders looked up and saw a wave of silver-armored riders charging toward them. Panic spread instantly. "The great Gabriel soldiers are coming." "Kill them all," the troops shouted, unleashing their rage. This was justice. For their fallen people, the enemy would pay in blood. At Kangju, the moment the first group of warhorses was brought back by the soldiers, cheers erupted on the city walls. This signaled that Orpheus's mission on the grasslands was going well. They had scored their first victory, but the cheers didn't last long. Scouts soon returned with reports. Multiple cavalry forces were converging, a total of around 30,000 riders heading straight for Kangju. Your Highness, it seems what's meant to come has come. The nomads still haven't realized our cavalry is behind enemy lines, Theodore said. It's probably because Orpheus left no survivors, Aldous guessed. In missions like this, the #1 rule was to leave no one alive. If their presence was discovered, 2,000 men would be nothing more than a snack for the nomads' massive armies. He then turned to Melvin. Prepare for battle. Yes, Your Highness. Melvin answered at once and led the Kangju troops to man the trenches. Yes, sir, the artillerymen shouted in unison. According to the scouts' reports, the nomad forces numbered around 30,000, and they didn't even bring slave soldiers. Clearly, they thought this would be like past raids: show up, cause chaos, and halt construction on the wall. Because of that, Aldous wasn't too worried. Facing a 500-meter-wide trench, cavalry couldn't charge through, and if they dismounted, they'd be sitting ducks for slaughter. The nomads hadn't forgotten the devastating power of the explosive pots either. Sure enough, that afternoon, the nomad cavalry arrived at the outer edge of the trenches. When they saw the massive fortifications ahead, they came to a halt. Hart, the great Gabriel troops looked different this time. Something's off, a Kaienfu said to the Wanfu Hart, who was leading the army. These despicable great Gabriel dogs always playing dirty, Hart cursed. Then he added, the Khan ordered us to stop them from building that wall. What do we do now? We'll need to bring in the slave army, the Kaienfu replied. Hart frowned. They had sent cavalry ahead to save time, but summoning the slave army would take at least 10 more days. Besides, the trenches stretched far and wide, cavalry couldn't cross them, and 200 meters beyond were catapults loaded with explosive pots, a memory still fresh and terrifying. As he hesitated, fire lit up the city, while Aldous had ordered the artillery to fire. Take cover, Hart shouted as 100 black cannonballs screamed through the air. Growing larger and louder with each passing second, the nomad cavalry scattered, galloping in all directions to dodge, but even then some soldiers were hit. Damn it, came the curses and cries of those caught in the barrage. Hart's face twisted in fury. Why can't Bashan Teji hurry up and finish developing our own cannons? Let these great Gabriel pigs taste some of their own medicine, the Kaienfu shouted. Teji said the cannons are coming soon, Hart replied. That's why he ordered us to stop them from building this new wall. He believes his cannons will be strong enough to blast it open. Another round of fire burst from the city wall. Seeing the defensive trenches and cannon flashes, Hart finally made his decision. Retreat, we'll regroup and summon the slave army. This wall clearly matters a great deal to the great Gabriel Empire. We must report this to Donald. Yes, sir, the Kaienfu answered, signaling the troops to pull back in an orderly manner. On the city wall, Asa watched the retreating enemy and muttered, they've been scared out of their wits. Not necessarily, Aldous replied. Look at their orderly retreat. They're not panicked, they're just avoiding pointless losses. They'll be back and next time with more troops. For Aldous, building the wall was a do-or-die mission. He had to finish it before the nomads developed their own artillery. Theodore nodded. That's why Your Highness launched those raids, to exhaust the enemy and buy time for us. Outside the city, the nomads gradually disappeared into the distance. Once back on the open plains, the 30,000 cavalry split into over a dozen smaller groups, returning to their respective clans. Hart took 5,000 of his clan's cavalry and rode straight toward Donald's camp. On the way, they passed by a small clan's grazing grounds. Hart noticed smoke in the distance and frowned. Send a few men to check that out. The scouts galloped off and returned shortly after, their faces pale. Wanfu, the Kiking clan, has been wiped out. All their people are dead, their livestock slaughtered, and the entire camp burned to the ground. One of them reported. What? Hart's face went ashen and he spurred his horse forward. When he reached the site, a horrific scene awaited: charred remains of tents and corpses scattered among burnt-out livestock. Who did this? Hart roared, his voice filled with rage and disbelief. Could it be the Huyan clan? They've never liked us, a soldier suggested. Clan feuds were common on the grasslands, and such massacres were usually the result of inter-clan vengeance. No, the Huyan clan wouldn't dare. Hart's face darkened. We must report this to Khan Donald immediately. He and his men galloped away at full speed. 3 hours later they met Kaienfu Ira riding toward them, his face twisted with fury and grief. Hart, my entire clan is gone, my wives are dead, you have to avenge us. Ira shouted, eyes bloodshot. What did you say? Hart felt a chill down his spine. What happened? Ira gritted his teeth. After we split up, I returned to my clan. When I got there, it was gone, burned to the ground. Hart's eyes narrowed. Ira, we have to see Khan. The Keeking clan was also wiped out. If this wasn't another tribe, it must have been Great Gabriel soldiers. Great Gabriel troops? That's impossible. They've never dared come this deep into the grasslands, Ira argued. Hart recalled Bashan Taji's warning. Taji once said, never underestimate the Aldous. That Great Gabriel Prince is the most cunning enemy we've ever faced, even more dangerous than those we fought in the West. Title/literal meaning /function/role, Khagan/Great Khan/Supreme Ruler of the Khaganate Taji/Noble Prince/High-ranking Noble. Under the Khagan Kishu/Banner Chief/Leader of a tribe, or Division Wan Melvin/Commander of 10. 000 men/Military Commander, Foxglove Melvin/Commander of 1. 000 men/Subordinate Commander. Golden sunlight bathed the withered grasslands. The morning frost hinted that another harsh winter was fast approaching. 2 days after riding non-stop, Hart and Ira finally reached the Blood Wolf Banner Camp, home to Commander Donald. In the Great Gabriel Steppe hierarchy, only the Khan resided in a golden tent, the Taji in silver tents, and the tribal leaders in bronze tents. The color of the tent denoted one's rank within the golden tent Khanate. Seeing the flags fluttering and the camp bustling with Blood Wolf riders, Ira whipped his horse and galloped toward Donald's tent. Commander, please avenge me. As he burst into the tent and saw Donald seated. Solemnly, Ira fell to his knees, crying out in grief. Hart followed him in, scanned the room, and saw that many of the tribe leaders were present. Commander, both the Keeking tribe and Ira's tribe have been completely wiped out, he reported. Donald's expression darkened. They're not alone, others have also claimed they were attacked by the Great Gabriel army. Their losses were severe. They wore full suits of silver armor, it couldn't be mistaken, one tribal leader said angrily. They struck our settlements while we were away attacking Kangju. They slaughtered everyone, men, women, children, and burned everything to the ground. They even took or killed all our livestock. Donald slammed his hand on the table. Why didn't you spot them sooner? We people of the steppe are said to have the eyes of eagles. How did we not see this coming? The tribal leaders hung their heads in shame. We never imagined the Great Gabriel army would dare to ride this deep into the grasslands. We didn't station any scouts outside the camps. HMPH, you were too complacent, Donald snapped. Send word to all tribes immediately. From now on, patrols must scout the plains day and night. I want those Great Gabriel cavalry found no matter what. Commander, Ira growled, his eyes burning with hatred, give me 2,000 elite riders. I swear I'll bring you their severed heads. Donald nodded. You and Hart head south. You two go east, you two go west, find them. Those Great Gabriel dogs dared to kill our noble people of the Golden Tent Khanate, they will pay in blood. I'll eat their flesh, Ira said, madness in his eyes. Donald rose and ordered his guards to blow the war horn. The sound echoed across the plains, followed by the thunder of hooves as 10,000 Blood Wolf riders assembled. He assigned 2,000 riders to Ira, distributed more to the other tribal leaders, and personally led 5,000 into the grasslands. For now, Kangju had to be set aside. The enemy deep in their homeland was a greater threat. They had to find and destroy them. But tracking Great Gabriel cavalry in the vast open steppe was like finding a needle in a haystack. Meanwhile, their movements hadn't gone unnoticed. Elsewhere on the grasslands, Uriel returned from a scouting mission. He dismounted and stowed away his telescope, then reported to Orpheus, who was resting by a small river. Captain, the steppe scouts are increasing. If this keeps up, we'll be discovered soon. Just then, another scouting party returned. Captain, 2,000 steppe riders are approaching from the north. They had been in the grasslands for over half a month. Through wind, rain, and cold nights, the men had endured a tough campaign. While each ambush had gone well, several soldiers had still been injured. Those injuries had started slowing them down. Orpheus's unit had already attacked 3 tribal camps, but with enemy patrols tightening, further raids were becoming increasingly difficult. We're heading back to Kangju, Orpheus decided after a pause. They had followed strict orders. Before departure, Prince Aldous had told them, if the enemy begins to track you, withdraw immediately. Our goal is to harass them, not engage in prolonged fighting. But so soon? Uriel asked, clearly unwilling. Orpheus nodded firmly. We follow orders. Don't forget what His Highness said. Retreat when the enemy advances. Let's move. He mounted up, and the soldiers followed. driving their captured horses back toward Kangju. At the same time, Leroy also began retreating. Based on his battlefield experience, he could tell that if they stayed longer, they risked being surrounded and wiped out. Their only advantage now was the telescope, which allowed them to spot enemy forces in advance. If they were ever caught by steppe riders, they wouldn't be able to outrun them. The nomads had superior horseback skills. 10 days had passed since the last enemy harassment. Outside the city, construction of the new city wall was in full swing. The 500-meter stretch bustled with activity. Tens of thousands of slaves were transporting materials. Gravel, sand, cement, and water from inside the city to the worksite. Waiting craftsmen mixed the materials by hand using a precise 0.43, 1.25, 2.91 ratio modern C30 strength concrete, ideal for high-strength construction. Once mixed, the concrete was wheeled by hand down ramps and poured into wooden molds reinforced with steel rebar. Each foundation beam was a meter thick, with 7 to 8 beams laid across the base. Only such robust reinforcement would prevent the future wall from sinking or tilting over time. This new wall would be the key to resisting the nomads. Aldous wasn't going to allow a shoddy construction project. The design had to be perfect. Inspecting the pouring work at the site, Aldous finally felt at ease. Once the concrete solidified, the wall's foundation would be virtually indestructible. And since the concrete would cure within a week, they could remove the molds very soon. "Your Highness, I didn't expect construction to be such a science," Theodore said, clearly impressed. "These past 2 days I've learned a lot." Aldous chuckled. "Of course, that's why I had to come in person. If I'd left it to you, the wall would be doomed. And these craftsmen until now, they've only worked with brick and mortar. None of them have experience with concrete. I came not only to supervise but also to train them. In the future, they'll be Kingju's elite construction corps." Construction Corps, Theodore smiled. "That's a good name." The afternoon sun cast a golden light across the dry grasslands. The foundation work on the new wall was finally nearing completion. As the concrete was poured into the beams, a group of craftsmen followed Prince Aldous' instructions. They used metal rods to repeatedly stab into the freshly poured concrete and pull them out again. In modern construction, this is done with a vibrating rod to shake the concrete and remove air pockets. Since they didn't have that equipment here, this was their best manual method. "Yannick Stormholt will start backfilling in 3 days. When you do, make sure to water the soil thoroughly so it compacts well," Aldous instructed a middle-aged craftsman nearby. Yannick had once been a slave bought by Augustus. He was later assigned to the construction team. In his former life, he was a bricklayer, so when Aldous gave technical orders, he picked things up quickly. Since Aldous planned to create a permanent construction corps for Kingju, he made sure to mentor people with potential. Yannick was one of them, and over the past few days, Aldous had personally taught him the finer points of wall building. "Yes, Your Highness." Yannick answered carefully, always keeping a humble tone. As a slave, he knew his place. Just being noticed by the prince was already more fortune than he had ever dreamed of. He'd been studying hard, believing that if he proved himself, perhaps one day he could shed the label of slave. "Your Highness, looks like Leroy and Orpheus are back." "Seems like the nomads have started chasing them," said Theodore. Aldous nodded. "That's called when the enemy advances, we retreat. If the nomads waste all this energy hunting us only to find no one, it'll drive them mad." Theodore chuckled. "They'll be pulling their hair out." As the riders drew closer, their faces came into view. It was Orpheus's unit. They were also driving along several thousand captured horses. "Your Highness, we're back," Orpheus reported, covered in dust and grass. The journey had clearly been rough. Aldous patted him on the shoulder. "Not bad. I was starting to worry you'd stay out there too long." "I wouldn't dare. Either the nomads would kill me or Your Highness would take my head," Orpheus joked, then asked, "Has Commander Barton returned yet?" "Not yet," Aldous replied, his expression turning serious. Orpheus's smile faded. "That's bad. On our way back, we spotted a unit of 5,000 nomadic riders heading toward Kangju. They were clearly trying to cut off our retreat. We barely made it back." Just as he spoke, a sash shouted from the city wall, "Your Highness, cavalry approaching." The 3 of them rushed up the wall. Aldous took the telescope and saw a group of nomadic cavalry loitering far outside the city, clearly observing but not attacking. "They're here to cut off Leroy," Theodore said, narrowing his eyes. "What do we do now? Not even a general like him can fight through 5,000 with only 1,000 men," Orpheus said anxiously. Aldous, however, already had a backup plan. He just hadn't wanted to use it unless he had no other choice. No choice, open the mountain tunnel. The tunnel, how could I forget? Orpheus brightened. Last autumn, the nomads had used a cave 10 lie west of Kangju to sneak into the city. That invasion had ended in failure, and afterwards, Orpheus had been ordered to seal the tunnel and post guards there. In the last battle, the nomads didn't use that route again clearly, only that first raiding party had known of it. Mountain tunnel, Theodore asked confused. Orpheus explained, there's a narrow cave 10 lie west of the city. Only one man and horse can pass at a time. I sealed it last year. No time to waste. Go open it now and wait for Commander Barton. If the nomads haven't found it yet, we'll use it again in future raids. But if they do, we'll collapse it. Either way, the harassment plan can end now the foundation is done, and finishing the wall will be much simpler. Yes, sir. Orpheus turned and rushed out with a team. So that's why you've been so calm, Theodore said with admiration. You already had a plan. Aldous nodded. That tunnel was our final backup. Before they left, I gave both Orpheus and Leroy a sealed note only to be opened if they were in danger. Orpheus never had to use his, so he didn't know. Let's just hope Commander Barton opens his now, Theodore murmured. Meanwhile, Leroy's unit had just reached the foot of the Kinling Mountains outside Kangju. He still remembered when Emperor Care himself had named those peaks during a royal tour of the empire. Commander, nomad riders spotted outside the city, a scout reported. So they are not completely stupid, Leroy muttered, signaling his troops to halt. What now? A junior officer asked. Leroy squinted. In his time exiled to the mines, he'd made peace with life and death. He'd known going into the steppe was dangerous, but he had gone willingly. All he wanted was to help push the nomads back one day, maybe even ride to Tianjin. Ha, are you all afraid to die? Leroy suddenly laughed loudly. Never, the troops roared. Leroy lifted his telescope. Against 5,000 cavalry, their 1,000-strong force couldn't possibly break through. He might not care if he lived or died, but his men were elite seasoned officers, veterans, and captains. Over the past 10 days, he'd been teaching them how to survive on the steppe, how to hide, find water, change formations, and evade pursuit. Losing them all here would be a tragedy. Then he remembered the note Prince Aldous had given him. He hesitated, then opened the sealed envelope. Reading the contents, Leroy couldn't help but chuckle and shake his head. Into the Kinling Mountains. His Highness already left us a way out, he said, rallying his men and pointing toward the mountains ahead. Hurry up, move faster. In the Kinling Mountains. Orpheus was barking orders as soldiers tried to pry open the rocks sealing the mountain tunnel. The entire 50-meter-long tunnel had been tightly blocked with cement and stones last year to prevent the nomads from sneaking through. Now, reopening it was proving far more difficult and time-consuming than sealing it had been. Outside the tunnel, a squad of 500 soldiers stood guard, but the tunnel was so narrow that only one person could work inside at a time. No one else could help. Damn it, if I'd known it would take this long to open, I wouldn't have sealed it up so tight, Orpheus muttered with frustration. Aldous and Theodore had also arrived at the scene. Judging by the current pace, it would take at least 2 days to fully reopen the tunnel. Keep working day and night, no breaks. We must open it as soon as possible, Aldous ordered, frowning. Meanwhile, Leroy and his men had already entered the Kinling Mountains. Following the directions written in the secret message Aldous had given him, he led his troops deeper into the mountain. By nightfall, they finally heard faint knocking sounds echoing from a distance. His Highness must be opening the tunnel. Leroy's face lit up. But with darkness all around, they couldn't go search for the entrance. They didn't dare light any torches, either nomad patrols were likely searching nearby. They'd long since finished their dry rations and had no choice but to go hungry in the cold mountains. Looking up at the cold stars in the night sky, Leroy's face was full of worry. Could only pray the nomads hadn't discovered the tunnel's location. Meanwhile, outside Mountain Sea Pass, the once dominant Huyan Chuo tribe had now been driven to a poor stretch of grassland, far from their former stronghold in Yuzhou. After the crushing defeat at Kangju, the Huyan Chuo tribe had lost most of its fighting force. In the brutal world of the Golden Tent Khaganate, they were now seen as weak and of low status. All of this was thanks to Bashan. Late that night, Gerdai stood staring southward, gazing longingly at the fertile lands that once belonged to his people. His heart ached. Father, I heard a great Gabriel army entered the steppe. 7 or 8 of the Blood Wolf tribes, smaller sub-tribes, were completely wiped out, said his son Cornelius, walking in with a smirk on his face. How do you know that? Gerdai's eyes lit up. He couldn't oppose Bashan directly, but he was more than happy to hear of his misfortune. A merchant caravan mentioned it. Kishu Donald is apparently furious. He sent out tons of riders to search the grasslands, but so far, no trace of the great Gabriel cavalry, Cornelius said. Now, a lot of the other Kishu are afraid their own tribes will be next. They've all refused to send troops to attack Kangju. Gerdai let out a hearty laugh. It was the best news he'd heard in a long time. HMPH, Donald humiliated me back in Chengdu, serves him right, he sneered. Cornelius smiled too. It had been ages since he'd seen his father in such a good mood. Still, this Aldous has guts. Isn't he worried that Donald will cut off his cavalry's retreat? Cavalry are precious in Great Gabriel after all. Gerdai's eyes flickered. He frowned slightly. Maybe this Aldous really isn't afraid, because there's another way into Kangju. Another way? Cornelius asked in shock. Gerdai nodded. That's right. Years ago, the Wright family of Kingju told me there's a natural tunnel in the mountains near Kangju that leads into the city. I sent scouts to find it, but none returned. Later, the Wright clan started benefiting from the Aldous and delayed sending guides. Eventually, that clan was wiped out by him. Now, I only know there's a tunnel, but I don't know where. Cornelius frowned. Then why didn't we look for it during the last battle at Kangju? We did, Gerdai replied. But the mountains are vast. It's like finding a needle in a haystack, and the tunnel is supposedly so narrow that a single man can block it. Honestly, it's even harder to attack through the tunnel than through the city gates. Cornelius nodded. But then a thought struck him. Father, do you think the great Gabriel cavalry used that tunnel to enter the grasslands this time? If that's true, Donald might never realize it. Should we tell him? You fool! Gerdai's eyes glinted. Bashan has always been ambitious. The Grand Taiji dislikes him. If not for the Grand Taiji pleading our case before the Kagan, we'd already be dead. Helping the Blood Wolf tribe now is the same as helping Bashan. If we do that, we'll surely lose the Grand Taiji's favor and our lives. Cornelius was stunned. He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and said, Father is right, I was foolish. This matter stays between us, Gerdai said firmly. No one else must know. Those Kingju cavalry might be a headache for Donald, but they won't bring him down. I'd bet anything this whole operation is just to buy time for their new city wall. Well, let's see how Donald handles this. I bet he's furious right now. Cornelius smirked and nodded. Just as Gerdai guessed, Donald was indeed fuming. He deployed nearly all his riders to search the grasslands, and even sent men to cut off the enemy's retreat. But they still hadn't found even a shadow of the great Gabriel troops. Useless, you're all useless. Donald roared. Lock down the area 20 lie around Kangju. Even if we can't find them, let them starve to death out here. The Kishu under his command quickly left to carry out his orders. None of them could imagine that Leroy and his men were quietly hiding in the Kinling Mountains. With tens of thousands, it would be impossible to stay hidden, but a mere 1,000 men could easily vanish in the hills. On the third morning, after 2 days of freezing in the woods, Leroy's unit finally located the tunnel. Suddenly, with a rumble, a stone at the tunnel's entrance shifted. A familiar voice shouted, "Damn it, it's finally open." It was Orpheus, hammer in hand. Looking up, he spotted Leroy among the trees. Overjoyed, he called out, "Commander, we finally found you." Aldous also stepped out from the tunnel. The forest here was dense with pine trees, and 5 more mountains lay between this spot and Kangju City. He smiled and said, "Old General, you've had a hard journey." Leroy clasped his hands respectfully. "Your Highness, so you had this all planned. I thought we were doomed. It's a shame we had to abandon the spoils of war along the way." "No matter," Aldous said. "There will be more chances. The nomads still have bitter days ahead." "Then let's not waste time," Leroy said. He turned and led his troops into the tunnel, feeling for the first time like he'd cheated death. "Commander, here, eat." Inside the Kangju military camp, long rows of tables were packed with food and drinks. A feast had been prepared to reward the soldiers returning from their mission into the steppe. Everyone, especially Leroy and his men, was eating like ravenous wolves. After hiding in the mountains and starving for 3 days, they had no interest in manners, grabbing food with both hands and stuffing themselves, even choking occasionally. Leroy was no exception. He clutched a chicken leg in one hand and a pork knuckle in the other, grease dripping from his mouth as he devoured the food. "Old General, this campaign into the steppe was a great success. You and Orpheus both deserve much credit. I toast to you," Aldous said, raising his cup. Leroy lifted his drink and replied, "Your Highness is too kind. Defending against the steppe tribes is our duty." Orpheus laughed. "That's right, the nomads weren't prepared at all. We roamed the grasslands like it was empty. We killed to our heart's content and feasted on meat every day. Aldous chuckled and teased, "You never go hungry no matter where you are." King Zhu's cavalry breeding program had been weak for years, and this new influx of horses would greatly improve it. After a few years of breeding, King Zhu would finally have its own supply of war horses. Although Aldous was pushing Great Gabriel toward the gunpowder age, cavalry was still essential. After all, even in World War Roman II, cavalry units were still used, so their value hadn't faded yet. Orpheus grinned. "Heh, but I nearly didn't live to eat this meal." "What happened?" Aldous asked. Before Orpheus could answer, Uriel jumped in. Banks Xiaowei saw a pretty nomad girl and hesitated for a moment. She almost took off his important parts with a blade. "You damn loudmouth." Orpheus smacked Uriel on the back of the head, making him grimace in pain. "Serves you right," Aldous scolded. "The steppe tribes are brutal. They treat Great Gabriel's people like livestock, even killing children for fun. You hesitate, but they'd gladly drink your blood and eat your flesh." Orpheus nodded quickly. "Yes, Your Highness. I've learned my lesson. Next time, no mercy." Thankfully, I was wearing my breastplate, otherwise my manhood would have been gone, though my thigh nearly didn't make it. For mobility, the cavalry had been equipped with lightweight plate armor, only about 20 jin. While not as strong as heavy armor, it was still effective against slashing attacks. Since their mission involved surprise raids, not open field battles against mounted archers, this kind of full-body armor was especially useful in close combat. What Orpheus said may have sounded light-hearted, but it was a reminder of how dangerous the campaign had been. If even a common nomad woman was that deadly, then fighting trained warriors would have been far worse. If they'd been surrounded, these 2,000 men might never have come back. At this moment, Leroy put down his drink and asked, "Your Highness, what's our next move? If the steppe tribes can't find us, I'm sure they'll send a new army eventually." Aldous replied, "We pulled back this time to preserve our strength and wear them out. After searching for us so long, the nomads are tired men and horses alike. Even if they want to attack again, they'll need time to regroup." He continued, "Just forming an army takes 10 days, maybe half a month. That buys us a month to keep building the new city wall. By then, it'll be 5 meters high, not so easy to break through, and once they come charging in, their rear will be left unguarded. That's when you go back through the tunnel and raid their supply lines." "Brilliant," Leroy nodded. "Strategy is best left to Your Highness and Theodore. I'll handle the tactics. When the time comes, we'll make the steppe bleed again." Aldous and Theodore shared a look, raised their cups, and said in unison, "Cheers." After rewarding the returning soldiers, construction on the new city wall resumed the next day. Leroy, Orpheus, and their troops stayed in Kangju to rest and recover, preparing for the next campaign. Meanwhile, Aldous personally led the slave laborers, working day and night. After another month, the first layer of the city wall was completed as planned. At the same time, far out on the steppe, Donald had completely lost his mind. After half a month of searching with no results, he was on the verge of madness. "Can anyone tell me where the hell those slayed Gabriel cavalry went?" Donald roared, kicking over the table inside his copper tent. Hart and Ira stood silently nearby, pale and ashamed. The entire Blood Wolf tribe had been scouring the grasslands for signs of Great Gabriel's cavalry, but found nothing. At the same time, no other tribes had been attacked either. "Kishu, I suspect. They've already returned to Kangju," Hart said cautiously. "Impossible," Donald snapped. "Our riders moved fast, there's no way they all escaped." Silence fell again. No one had an answer. Then one Kishu hesitated and said, "Some Great Gabriel merchants claim this Aldous practices dark magic. Could it be?" "Bullshit," Donald exploded. "Magic? You expect me to explain this mess to Bashan Teiji using fairy tales?" He paced back and forth angrily, shouting, "Bashan Teiji is already furious. He's ordered us to destroy Kangju's new city wall immediately. We can't waste more time on this. Summon the slave army." He glared at the Kishu before him, but no one moved. Everyone was afraid to send troops. After witnessing what happened to Keeking and Ira's tribes, no one wanted to be the next target. "You want to see if my saber's still sharp?" Donald said coldly, narrowing his eyes. Faced with his rage, the Kishu had no choice but to return to their camps and begin preparing troops. After sorting out the mares for breeding, the remaining 8,000 stallions were assigned to the military. Over the next month, Leroy and Orpheus expanded the frontier iron cavalry once again. Their victory had inspired over 2,000 young men from Yuzhu to join. With some downtime, Leroy and Orpheus spent their days training these new recruits. At the Kangju training ground, new riders galloped back and forth, practicing slashing attacks against straw targets. When Aldous arrived, Orpheus beamed with pride. "Your Highness, what do you think of these recruits? They've got the basics," Aldous nodded, "but they still lack real experience." He observed the Green Riders struggle with their movements. The drills focused on close combat, slashing, something that didn't help much against mounted archers. But if they could be trained as lance cavalry, maybe they'd finally have a proper answer to the nomads' deadly hit and run tactics. Inside the Kangju military camp, the soldiers trained with even more vigor when they saw Aldous arrive. Watching these honest and straightforward men, Aldous turned to Orpheus and said, "Looks like you're going to be heading into the grasslands again soon. Have the barbarian armies mobilized?" Orpheus asked. Aldous nodded. "Yes, the scouts have just reported Blood Wolf tribe has assembled a large force and is advancing toward Kangju. Their objective is to destroy our new city wall. With such a grand mobilization, their rear will surely be vulnerable. It's the perfect time to strike." The subordinate has been waiting for a chance to head back into the grasslands and round up a few more warhorses. "Your Highness, I'll assemble the troops at once, and let's bring the new recruits along too. Nothing trains a man like real battle. After this campaign, our cavalry will be much more experienced." Orpheus grinned. "Are they up for it?" Aldous glanced over at the recruits who had only been training for a month, a little worried. "They're good enough to ride. We're mostly conducting night raids, not engaging in full-scale mounted battles. For this kind of operation, just being able to ride is enough," Orpheus explained. After a month of training, these soldiers could manage basic riding. Riding itself wasn't overly difficult. The hard part was performing complex maneuvers on horseback. Great Gabriel's cavalry, on the other hand, frequently fell off their mounts during intense movement. Still, what Orpheus said wasn't wrong. Only real combat could sharpen the edge of a soldier's blade. In life and death situations, a man's potential could be pushed to its peak. After considering that this operation wouldn't involve direct clashes and the new recruits would be accompanied by veterans, Aldous nodded. After all, in this era, conscripting a strong man often made him a soldier. There wasn't always time for perfect training. After making arrangements with Orpheus, Aldous went to find Leroy. This time, Aldous decided that Leroy would remain in Kangju to take overall command of the city's defenses. Meanwhile, reinforcements from Kingju had also arrived, making Kangju's military force even stronger than during the last war. There was no such thing as a small war. No detail could be overlooked, and Aldous had to prepare for the worst. If this general is not leading the expedition, then the Grassland Strike Force still needs 2 cavalry columns. "Who will lead the other?" Leroy asked. Orpheus replied boldly, "This subordinate recommends Uriel. The lad is from Yuju and knows the terrain well. I was only able to evade the barbarians last time thanks to his guidance." Leroy nodded. Orpheus, though reckless, had always been fair and just. He wouldn't recommend someone out of favoritism, so Uriel must have real skill. Currently, the number of capable cavalry officers was still very limited. There were a few decent candidates in Leroy's group, but they were all veterans not from Yuju. That didn't align with Aldous's intention to build a regional cavalry corps in Guanning. "I understand His Highness intends to develop the frontier iron cavalry. That means we should start promoting officers from Yuju within that unit." "Very well, let Uriel take command," Leroy said. Aldous nodded. He had spoken with Uriel before and found him sharp and perceptive. Since the long-term plan was to maintain pressure on the barbarians from the Yuju region, they needed a local presence there. In time, both Leroy and Orpheus would need to return to Kingju to manage the broader military apparatus. Kangju would eventually be handed over to the frontier iron cavalry. Aldous also had his own development strategy for the Guanning cavalry, let them grow autonomously. In the future, he would allow them to plunder freely across the grasslands. If they wanted to expand, they'd have to seize their own warhorses and train new recruits. This would be a wild and untamed cavalry unit, but to prevent them from spiraling out of control, Aldous would assign an official overseer to the unit. The behavior of the troops could be unrestrained, but their ideology could not. The army, no matter how wild, had to remain in his hands. He had no intention of letting the frontier iron cavalry turn into the historical one of the Aldous dynasty, which eventually became a double-edged sword. With command roles assigned, Leroy instructed Orpheus and Uriel to gather their men and prepare for deployment. Meanwhile, Leroy, Aldous, and Theodore ascended the city walls to finalize defensive plans. This time, the barbarian army's goal wasn't to breach the city, but to destroy the new wall. Aldous figured Bashan had no interest in wasting troops on an all-out assault on Kangju. So the three of them agreed they would launch a full-scale bombardment against the enemy, sparing no gunpowder or munitions. Thanks to prior planning, Kangju had ample reserves of black powder. Unlike the previous siege, they weren't in danger of running out quickly. That very night, Leroy and Uriel led their cavalry out through the mountain tunnel, vanishing into the grasslands under cover of darkness. According to scouts, the barbarian army would arrive at the walls of Kangju the next day. At dawn, Aldous and the others were already up. All construction workers had withdrawn from the outer wall. Kangju troops had taken up positions in the trenches, and the trebuchets of Kangju were locked and loaded. A massive battle was about to begin. "Your Highness, they're here." Around midday, Leroy pointed into the distance. Through his telescope, Aldous saw a vast black wave approaching. It was the Blood Wolf army. The sky on the horizon had turned dark with their arrival. Leading the charge were thousands of slave soldiers. These slaves wore tattered clothing and carried a mishmash of crude weapons. As soon as the barbarian army appeared, tension gripped the battlefield. Every soldier was on edge, waiting for the sound of the horn that would signal the attack. A low, deep horn sounded across the grassland. The barbarians drove their slave troops forward, and from 500 meters out, they began their assault on the defensive trench lines around Kangju. On the city walls, Asa held a red signal flag in hand, using flag commands to guide the artillery crews in loading and aiming. At Aldous's order, 100 cannons roared as one. A wave of shells rained down on the advancing slaves. A chorus of screams erupted across the field. Even though the slave soldiers had spread out, the bouncing cannonballs still tore through their ranks, painting the air with blood. Many of these slave soldiers had heard of Kangju's cannons, but this was their first time seeing them. Before they could react, those beside them had already fallen, their corpses grotesquely mutilated. When they looked ahead, they saw comrades who had reached the trench line suddenly blasted into the sky, arms, legs, and heads flying apart amid fiery explosions. In their eyes, there was only carnage now, and in their ears, only the deafening thunder of artillery. Within Donald's pupils, it was only the endless firelight erupting from atop Kangju's walls and the trenches before. An entire hour had passed. Wave after wave of slave soldiers had been driven forward, and wave after wave had vanished. In this moment, Donald suddenly felt that the seemingly close Kangju city was impossibly far away. "Retreat, retreat, all of you fall back." Another wave of slave soldiers collapsed and fled. They could no longer bring themselves to charge again. The sight of mangled corpses had shattered the last shred of courage within them. Ira rode across the battlefield with his saber, cutting down slave soldiers as he went. Each swing of the blade claimed another life. But even so, he couldn't stop the retreating tide. Art's gaze was grim. He had participated in the previous battle for Kangju as well. Compared to last time, there were now even more cannons atop the city walls, and many more trebuchets placed along the trenches. Hart understood well these cannons carried far deadlier shells. The last time their cavalry breached the gates, it was these same cannons that turned them to dust. On the Kangju walls, Aldous silently watched the exchange. The explosions of black powder shells bloomed like deadly flowers on the grasslands, beautiful but utterly lethal. One wave of fire powder shells after another rained down, incinerating any slave soldiers who approached. The few who managed to reach the trenches immediately cut down by the defenders stationed there. "At this point, the barbarians have no choice but to fill the trenches with corpses," Leroy muttered. The 500-meter-long trench circle was completely impassable for cavalry. Now the enemy had no option but to rely on waves of expendable slave soldiers. Theodore added, "We're not aiming for victory this time, just delay. All we need to do now is wait for good news from the grasslands." Aldous nodded. He had clearly seen the chaos unfolding on the battlefield, slave soldiers breaking ranks, their morale shattered by overwhelming firepower. There was even unrest in the barbarian rear lines. After all, these slave soldiers had never been truly loyal. They obeyed only out of fear. Now, between dying whole or dying in pieces, they had to make a choice. As the three of them conversed, the barbarian assault suddenly ceased. Aldous noticed disarray forming within their ranks. He quickly lifted his telescope there. Within the enemy formations, he saw barbarian cavalry locked in combat with slave soldiers. "Your Highness, the slave soldiers have rebelled." Leroy exclaimed with delight. Theodore also picked up a telescope for a closer look. Sure enough, groups of raggedly dressed slave soldiers had turned on the barbarian riders. The carnage of cannons and fire-powder bombs had finally pushed them past the brink of tolerance. If death was certain either way, they would at least vent their fury on the barbarians first. "What should we do?" Theodore asked. "Observe, stay put," Aldous replied. It was still too early to launch a counterattack. This chaos was limited, likely only a few bands of slave soldiers had turned. If they gave up their defensive position to go on the offensive now, the barbarians might seize the opening to strike. As expected, the rebellion was quickly suppressed, but the barbarians didn't resume their assault. Instead, they seemed to be reorganizing their slave troops. "Let them drag it out," Aldous said calmly. "If anyone can afford to play the attrition game now, it's us." Leroy nodded in agreement. In the barbarian main camp, Donald's expression was dark. Just earlier, a group of 1,000 slave soldiers had refused to attack, then launched a surprise assault on their cavalry. Though quickly suppressed, the unprecedented incident forced him to face a hard truth. In just 3 months, Kangju's defensive capabilities had grown again. The army under the Henry Wright's banner had even dared to dig trenches and face them in open terrain, something no great Gabriel army had ever done before. And now, for the first time, Donald had to admit, he had never encountered a more difficult opponent. Only now did he truly believe Bashan Tai Ivers' words, "The future battlefield belongs to gunpowder." "Cease the assault," Donald finally ordered. At last he understood how Gerdai must have felt during his humiliation. The slave soldiers were a major part of their manpower. If they were depleted here, it would fall upon the tribal warriors to charge next. "You're giving up the attack?" Ira growled, his hatred burning brighter each day. All he wanted now was to storm Kangju and avenge his wife's death. Hart replied, "Charging again would just throw more lives away. They're slaves. Their lives aren't lives. What does it matter if we use more of them?" Ira snapped, his eyes red. "Idiot," Hart barked. "Our goal is to destroy the wall. If we lose too many troops doing it, it's not worth it. Bashan Tai Ivor won't be pleased." Donald looked over at Hart. He agreed wholeheartedly. After all, if he lost most of his troops just to tear down one wall, the great Gabriel forces could rebuild it in a month. That would make all the sacrifice meaningless. So for now, he suspended the offensive and prepared to send a messenger to Bashan, reporting the current situation. If Bashan still insisted on attacking, he would obey, but he was hesitant. Though a man of Bashan's faction, he had his own ambitions. If the Blood Wolf tribe declined like the Huyan Chuo tribe, Bashan would cast him aside just as quickly. With the barbarian attack halted, the cannons atop Kangju fell silent too. On lie apart, both sides entered a tense standoff. In the trenches, great Gabriel soldiers remained vigilant. They hadn't forgotten the night raid from before. Now they were even more focused, but this night passed quietly. The barbarians did not attack. The following day they still made no move, but while the barbarians stood still, Orpheus and Uriel did not. With experience from last time, the 2 cavalry columns roamed the grasslands with ease. The barbarian rear was exposed due to the main army's march on Kangju. Though this time, the tribes had deployed more scouts to guard against another great Gabriel ambush. So rather than night raids, Orpheus adopted a direct assault strategy. Whenever they found a small tribe, the cavalry would charge in head-on. Even if discovered by sentries, Orpheus gave them no chance to send warnings back. His troops would follow them right to their camps. They might not wipe out every last man, but they slaughtered 7 or 8 out of every 10. Their goal this time was no longer careful attrition, it was maximum chaos to force a barbarian retreat. And in just 2 days, Orpheus and Uriel's forces had already raided over 10 tribes. Panic swept through the Blood Wolf tribe. Rumors of the great Gabriel army's return spread like wildfire, and tribe after tribe sent envoys to Kangju to beg for aid. Worse yet, they noticed this time that the enemy cavalry was more numerous than before. Orpheus and Uriel were causing trouble on the grasslands. Again, they acted like thorns in the enemy's side, always messing things up. When the army of great Gabriel showed up again on the grasslands, Donald became so angry he almost broke his teeth from clenching too hard. "Kishu, we should retreat." Inside Donald's tent, many Kishu of the tribes were kneeling. Their people had come to beg for help, and many soldiers no longer wanted to fight after hearing the news. Donald suddenly felt very tired. He looked toward Kangju City and started to think, maybe the Golden Tent Khanate would never be able to capture it. Because this wasn't just a city wall, it was protected. by the clever Prince Henry of Great Gabriel. The recent manhunts had already tired his army, and now there was trouble behind them again. With danger in front and behind, Donald felt hopeless like never before. "Prince Henry, if you have courage, come out and fight us on the grasslands, you cowards from Great Gabriel," Donald shouted inside his tent. As Donald struggled with his decision, a messenger arrived with news. "Kishu, Taiji Bashan has ordered us to retreat. He said we must save our strength and not waste more troops on this city." Donald and the other Kishu inside the tent let out a deep sigh of relief. "Taiji Bashan is wise," they said. Donald placed his hand on his chest and saluted in the direction of the capital, Chengdu. Far away in Chengdu, Taiji Bashan didn't know exactly what was happening in Kangju. But after hearing that their raid attacks weren't stopping the wall construction, and that the army of Great Gabriel was ready to die defending it, he made a choice. "Don't lose more men, wait until their cannons are ready," he thought. "A strong wall just means we'll use more cannonballs, but if we lose soldiers, we can't replace them easily." So once Donald got the order from Taiji Bashan, he didn't wait. Gave the order to retreat. He didn't want to throw his soldiers into a fight that felt like a bottomless pit. Next time, they would return with powerful fire weapons and burn Kangju City to the ground. As Donald led his army away, the cannons on Kangju's city walls fired again. Donald looked back. It felt like the city was laughing at him. His heart burned with anger. The Golden Tent Khanate had never been shamed like this. He swore, when Kangju falls, he would lead his iron cavalry to kill everyone in Prince Henry's land to wash away this humiliation. On the walls of Kangju, the soldiers watched the enemy leave. They cheered loudly. Asa excitedly ordered them to fire more cannon shots to celebrate. The soldiers were happy. In their eyes, the barbarians weren't scary anymore. With strong walls and cannons, they believed no matter how many times the enemy came, Kangju would never fall. Their families would stay safe behind the walls, but not everyone was relaxed. Leroy and Aldous was still worried. "Your Highness," Leroy said, "the barbarians have suffered too many losses because of our gunpowder. They are getting smarter. If they aren't confident, they won't try to attack again." Aldous nodded. "The Blood Wolf tribe's retreat must be because of Taiji Bashan. They tried to stop us from building the wall at first, but now that we're really doing it, he doesn't want to waste troops. But what worries me most is that maybe the barbarians have made real progress with their cannons. That's why they dared to retreat so calmly." "If that's true, then we're in big trouble," said Leroy. "The barbarians already have many advantages over Great Gabriel. If they also get cannons, how can we fight back?" Aldous frowned. "I've been thinking about this too. We don't know how good the Armin's cannon technology is. When I return, I'll make sure our Imperial guards get more cannons. But don't worry too much. Making good cannons is hard. Even if they make some, they won't be as strong as ours. Without our iron mold method, their production is slow. If Taiji Bashan only has a small batch, he'll probably use them for revenge right away." "That might be worse," said Leroy. He looked at Aldous's calm face and thought, how can he be so relaxed when danger is coming? "Ha ha ha." Aldous laughed. "General Barton, I built this new wall for their cannons. When Taiji Bashan returns, he will realize this fortress cannot be broken. This wall was made of reinforced concrete strong, enough to survive even World War Roman II cannons, let alone old solid cannonballs. The steel inside gave the wall a strong skeleton. Even if the outside concrete was blown apart, the wall would still stand." After celebrating the retreat, Aldous gathered the workers to keep building. The first 5 meters of the wall were done. Next was filling the inside with soil. Carpenters worked on holding up the wood frames, and ironworkers continued tying rebar. Now that the enemy was gone, and Orpheus and Uriel had worn them down, Aldous could focus on finishing the wall. After building the next layer, Aldous handed the job over to Yannick. He had already explained everything to Stormholt using the blueprint. Now it was time for practice. Orpheus and Uriel returned to Kangju. Their raids had been very successful. They attacked more than 10 tribes and stole over 10,000 warhorses. With these horses, the frontier iron cavalry could grow by another 3,000 riders, making a total of 8,000 soldiers. Now, Aldous thought it was time to give them new weapons. The barbarians were great at shooting arrows on horseback. They learned from a young age. Great Gabriel couldn't match them in that skill. But Aldous had another idea. He would give the frontier iron cavalry a special weapon compound crossbows. There were many designs in the tech library. Aldous decided to build a 3-string pulley crossbow. This kind of crossbow used less strength to pull back only one-third the usual force. That meant soldiers could shoot while riding horses. Aldous had also thought about giving them triple-barrel guns, but those were weak and could only shoot 3 times. They weren't good for long battles. The crossbow was better. The best weapon would be a flintlock rifle, but making one took a lot of time and skill. Without machines to smooth the inside of the barrel, it had to be done slowly by hammer. So for now, the crossbow was the better choice. In the main camp at Kangju, when Aldous shared his idea, everyone looked confused. Even Leroy shook his head a little. That's because in the history of Great Gabriel there had never been crossbow cavalry. People believed it was impossible to use a crossbow while riding a horse. Aldous knew they would react like this, so he explained, back in the Huxley dynasty, the Huxley army had a unit of crossbow cavalry. That cavalry helped defeat the Xingnu, so it's not impossible. In the tech archive, there were notes about Huxley crossbow cavalry. The records weren't very detailed, but they gave Aldous some ideas. He continued, crossbows are powerful and accurate. That's their strength. The only problem on horseback is that it's hard to reload. But I will give you a new kind of crossbow that is easy to pull. With this, the frontier iron cavalry won't need to fear the barbarian horse archers. Also, when they dismount, they can form a crossbow formation. Each soldier will also carry a saber for close combat. Even in face-to-face battle, the barbarians won't have the upper hand. Orpheus laughed and said, "Ha ha, then our army is getting another powerful weapon." The soldiers of the frontier iron cavalry were excited. They were tired of always being attacked from a distance by the barbarian archers. Now that things in Kangju were stable, Aldous decided there was no need for him to stay. He said, "In the next 2 days, I'll return to Kangju and order the workshop to start making these pulley crossbows." After the talk about the crossbows, Aldous discussed the future of the cavalry. He looked at Uriel and said, "Uriel, from now on the frontier iron cavalry will stay in Kangju. You'll be in charge of constantly raiding the barbarians on the grasslands. Do you have confidence in this job?" "Yes, Your Highness, I do," Uriel answered firmly. Aldous added, "But once you're on the grasslands, there's something else you need to pay attention to." "Please give the order, Your Highness," said Uriel. Aldous glanced at Leroy and said, "Before the last battle at Kangju, the barbarians fought with their slave soldiers. That made me realize some of those slave soldiers don't want to serve the barbarians. Especially in the old Yuju lands, many people live under their rule as slaves. When you go to the grasslands, try to reach out to these people. If they are willing to join Great Gabriel, it would be our good fortune." When he and Orpheus went deep into the grasslands, they found some towns still standing, with people from Yuju living there. After the barbarians took Yuju, many farmlands were turned into grasslands, but they didn't kill all the Yuju people. Instead, they used a cruel system of rule. Talking about it, Uriel's eyes turned red. He said, "According to prisoners we caught, the barbarians call the people of Yuju two-legged sheep, not the kind of sheep with 4 legs but two-legged. And those towns, they are the sheep pens. The people living under barbarian rule suffer terribly. They pay heavy taxes. Any boy older than 12 is taken as a slave by the barbarian tribes. If someone refuses, they are killed. For girls, it's even worse. Before they get married, they must be given to the tribe leaders for what the barbarians call a first night rite. Many families even kill their first child because they don't want to bring a half-barbarian baby into this world." Hearing this, the soldiers of the frontier iron cavalry clenched their fists tightly. Their teeth made cracking sounds as they bit down in anger. Aldous said, "I feel ashamed. We fought 2 big battles, but the ones we killed were our own people from Great Gabriel. The barbarians haven't suffered real losses, and we can only watch our people in Yuju live such terrible lives." "Your Highness, don't blame yourself too much," said Leroy. "The victory at Kangju surely gave the Yuju people hope. As long as you stand strong, they will believe that freedom will come." Uriel nodded too. "Your Highness, right now, you're the only one in Great Gabriel who can defeat the barbarians. We believe in you. When we go to the grasslands, we'll try to help those Yuju people escape." Aldous nodded. "But be careful. Some people may betray their roots. If you're not completely sure about someone, don't act rashly." Uriel nodded again. With plans made for the frontier iron cavalry, Aldous's work in Kangju was done. The next day he left Kangju with Leroy, Orpheus, and Asa heading toward Kingju. Uriel stayed behind. From now on, the grasslands would be his battlefield. 5 days later, the group returned to Kingju City. Almost 2 months had passed, and now it was winter. Ice had begun to form on the surface of the rivers in Kingju. Looking at the frozen river, Aldous felt emotional. It had already been 1 year since he came to this world. So much had happened. He had started with nothing. Now he could stand against 100,000 barbarian soldiers. The pain and struggle only he truly knew. But it had all been worth it. At least now, he had his own territory and didn't have to worry about dying at any moment. His Highness has returned. His Highness has returned. At the Prince Henry's residence, a servant sweeping the gate saw Aldous and happily ran inside shouting the news. Soon Mile and Keely came running out wearing warm winter coats. "Your Highness," they called out excitedly. Their voices were as bright and sweet as birds. Aldous smiled gently. In that moment all the feelings of war and killing melted away like snow. He felt like he was home. Yes, after 1 year he now saw this residence as his home. The servants and maids were like his family. "Did you miss me?" Aldous got off his horse and laughed out loud. Mile and Keely both blushed. Why would His Highness say something so embarrassing in front of all the servants? Seeing their shy faces, Aldous laughed even more. Then he noticed their coats, one purple, one green, and asked, "Are these from the textile workshop?" "Yes. While you were gone these 2 months, the workshop made a lot of cloth. We used it to make our coats. We even made 2 for your Highness. Do you want to see them?" Aldous felt warm inside. These 2 girls were so thoughtful. "All right, let's go take a look," he said with a smile. "Your Highness, does it feel colder this winter than before?" Inside the sleeping quarters, Keely held a dark-colored, round-collared robe lined with blue floral silk. Inside the robe was a layer of cotton, making it feel a bit heavy. In Great Gabriel, nobles usually wore fur in winter. Cotton clothes like this were mostly worn by merchants and commoners. Keely's casual comment made Aldous frown slightly. Though it sounded like small talk, it actually pointed to a historical truth. The Little Ice Age was starting. According to history, the Little Ice Age lasted from 1350 to 1850. The coldest period came in the 1600. During that time, many bad things happened: food shortages, uprisings, and people struggling to survive. For example, the Manchus invaded the Aldous dynasty not only because of hatred, but also because they lacked food and clothes. A similar thing happened earlier between the Thompson and Song dynasties. At first, warm weather allowed the Mongols to grow in number. Later, when it became cold again and grasslands shrank, they started to fight over resources. That's when Temujin united the Mongol tribes and moved south to conquer. Aldous believed that while many things cause wars, climate had a huge impact on ancient people who relied on farming. If the cold continued, the situation would become worse next year and the year after. Thinking about this made Aldous worried. When a people are fighting to survive, war becomes a matter of life or death, not just about territory or power. The first battle at Kangju was more luck than anything. The second one, where they held the city wall, only happened because Taiji Bashan wanted to save his strength. Aldous knew clearly, gunpowder and cannons alone couldn't stop the barbarians forever. In the end, his soldiers would have to retreat behind the walls and defend, and in those 2 battles, the barbarians didn't lose much. Most of their dead was slave soldiers, not true barbarian warriors. The barbarians didn't care, they had plenty of slaves. The western regions were all under their control now, and they could easily catch more slaves. Even the people of Yuju were being used as slave soldiers. So far, Aldous hadn't really fought the barbarians' main forces, and that was what worried him the most. If it came to a real open battle, could his army win? "Your Highness, how is it? Does the cotton robe fit well?" Keely's gentle voice pulled Aldous out of his deep thoughts. He shook his head to clear his mind. Looking into the mirror, he saw himself in a long robe. He looked a little bulkier now thanks to the thick cotton inside. "It's great. You and Mile did a wonderful job," Aldous said with a smile. Keely's eyes curved like crescent moons from happiness. As she helped adjust his robe, she whispered, "My sister and I were worried your Highness wouldn't like it. After all, you're a noble prince. We were afraid it seemed too common." "How could I dislike it? I'm just like the common folk made of flesh and blood. If they can wear cotton, why can't I? In fact, I plan to promote cotton clothes in my territory. We can't let the people freeze every winter." Even though there had been 2 good harvests this year, other supplies in the 6 provinces were still low. It had only been a year. Aldous couldn't change everything so fast. Most of his focus had gone into keeping the land stable and building industries like the ironworks, military factories, machinery department, cement plant, printing press, glassworks, wine and soap production. Some were for fighting barbarians, some for trade and profit, and others for construction. But in truth, he hadn't done much yet for the daily lives of the people. His thinking was clear. If the territory couldn't defend itself, there'd be no point in building schools or services. First protect the land, then improve people's lives. The textile workshop was his first big effort to help the common people. If they could start producing lots of cheap fabric, people's lives would slowly improve. Once they weren't struggling just to eat and stay warm, they'd send their children to school. Otherwise, trying to promote education now would only be met with resistance. People couldn't afford to lose helping hands at home when they were barely surviving. Even today, in remote villages in modern times, many people still couldn't read. His own lands were probably worse. Wearing the long padded robe, Aldous turned in a circle. Feeling proud, he walked out of the palace wearing it. The palace staff saw him and smiled warmly. Their prince seemed more down to earth than ever. "What are you all smiling at? Doesn't this jacket look good?" Aldous asked. One servant carefully glanced at Mile, who was glaring at him fiercely, and quickly said, "Your Highness, it looks great, really great." Mile smiled proudly. Her dimples appeared as she beamed with satisfaction. Aldous stood outside in the cold wind for a moment. The jacket was thick and warm. In no time, his body felt toasty. He was more satisfied than ever. He asked Mile, "How many of these jackets can the workshop make per day?" Mile answered, "If it's a fancy cotton robe like this one, maybe 10 a day. But if it's a plain one made from rough cotton, we can make 30 a day." 30 per day, still too few, Aldous said. Right now, the textile workshop handles both weaving cloth and sewing the jackets. Should split the work, some focus on weaving, others on sewing. It's winter now. Many women are at home with nothing to do. Recruit more female workers and pay them better. Aldous had big plans. He wanted textile production to be a main industry in Kingju. It was light industry, clean, and good for development. In 17th and 18th century Britain, the textile industry had made them rich. Aldous was ambitious. He didn't just want to supply Great Gabriel, he wanted to sell cotton clothes overseas too. But to do that, he would need a lot more female workers. Mile nodded and said, "That won't be a problem. But Your Highness, we'll need help from your newspaper. Otherwise, not many people will know about the textile workshop. Also, some women asked if they could sew from home. They're afraid of gossip if they work outside." People talking nonsense, Aldous frowned. He had never really thought about that before. But now that Mile mentioned it, he suddenly understood. This phrase came from the old rule of 3 obediences and 4 virtues for women. So, when the female workers mentioned gossip, it likely meant some people were criticizing them, saying they were out working instead of staying home and serving their husbands. "It's true," said Mile. Because of this, many female workers quit midway. Every few days someone doesn't show up to work. Aldous sighed and shook his head. Once again, old customs and traditions were getting in his way. He said, "In that case, I'll write about it in the newspaper. I believe there are still many open-minded people out there." "Oh, by the way, how much are you paying the female workers?" 90 copper coins a month, Mile replied, holding up 9 fingers. 30 copper coins. Aldous's eyes widened in shock. If it weren't for the lack of work opportunities for women in ancient times, no one would even take the job. Plus, in traditional farming society, families lived off their own production. The men farmed and the women wove. So if they could already weave at home, why bother working outside for such little pay? "What's wrong, Your Highness? Is that too much?" Mile asked innocently. Keely couldn't hold back and said, "Sister, you're usually smart, how could you not see this? His Highness isn't saying it's too much, he's saying it's too little. These women came because it's His Highness's workshop. They respect him, but if you pay them less than what they'd earn sewing at home, of course they won't stay." Aldous smiled and patted Keely's head. "You're smarter than your sister. Mile, you're acting too much like an old-fashioned housekeeper, just like Cade. Too stingy, let's fix that. From now on, I'll set the pay, 1 silver tael per month for each female worker." 1 tael, that's too much, Mile gasped. "That silver all comes from the palace," Aldous asked. "Then tell me, how much do you plan to sell each padded jacket for?" Mile's eyes sparkled and she said playfully, "At least 3 silver taels. And how much does it cost to make one?" "With materials and wages, around 2 taels at most." "There you go," Aldous said. "Right now, the textile workshop has 100 workers and makes 30 jackets a day. That's 900 silver taels profit in a month. If we had 1,000 workers, that's 9,000 silver a month. That's not a small number." Mile finally understood. "You're right. The key now is recruiting more workers." Aldous nodded. "Exactly. 1 tael a month means 12 taels a year. That's as much as a season's harvest." Do you think people will still refuse to come? You're right, Your Highness. In that case, please help write about this in the newspaper, Miles said excitedly. Aldous nodded. The new city wall was almost finished. The barbarians would have a very hard time attacking it now. That meant Aldous could finally focus on developing industry. He chatted and joked with the two girls for a while. Then a servant arrived to report. An envoy from Prince Hardy was waiting outside with a formal letter. Prince Hardy's envoy? Aldous frowned. Since their parting in Nightbloomin, he hadn't heard much from Prince Hardy. But he had heard that Prince Hardy kept asking the court to get cannons from Aldous, using the excuse that pirates were attacking the coasts. After thinking for a moment, Aldous said, "Let him in." The servant left. Myrle and Keeley excused themselves. Not long after, a young Atlas robes approached, led by a servant. From a distance, Aldous felt like this man looked familiar, but when he looked closer, he couldn't remember where he'd seen him. "I am Giles Stafford, chief aide to Prince Hardy." "Greetings, Prince Henry," said the Atlas with polite confidence. "Your surname is Stafford." Aldous raised an eyebrow. "Are you from the Stafford clan of Nanyang?" Giles replied respectfully, "No, Your Highness. I'm not from the Nanyang Stafford clan. Many people share the Stafford surname. I'm just a commoner." "Is that so?" Aldous narrowed his eyes. "You're young, yet you're already a top aide to my third royal uncle. If not from the Nanyang clan, then you must be incredibly talented." "You flatter me, Your Highness. I was only lucky to earn Prince Hardy's favor," Giles replied. Aldous looked him over again but didn't press further. Instead, he asked, "So why did my third uncle send you?" "I'm here about the cannons, Your Highness," Giles said seriously. "Prince Hardy already has the Emperor's permission. He hopes you will sell cannons to him." "When was this decided?" "While Your Highness was in Kangju for several months, the Emperor agreed to it a month ago." Aldous frowned deeper. "So father still favors my third uncle after all." Giles said, "Your Highness is mistaken. This isn't about favoritism. The coastal regions are suffering. While you were in Kangju, 30,000 pirates landed in Yandu, captured Apollo County, and killed thousands of people. The county is now a pirate base. Your Highness, how could His Majesty watch his people suffer and do nothing?" Aldous suddenly laughed. "Only 30,000 pirates, and my third uncle is already panicking. Then what should I have done when I faced 100,000 barbarian soldiers? Wet my pants. The whole country knows how rich Hardy is and how strong their army is. Losing Apollo County, isn't that Prince Hardy's own failure?" Giles was stunned. Everyone had praised Prince Henry's victory at Kangju. He had planned to use patriotism and righteousness to persuade Aldous. But now, Aldous ignored the big picture and instead blamed Prince Hardy for being incompetent. Giles didn't know how to respond. Aldous laughed silently to himself. He could see through this envoy's tricks. Since the Emperor had already approved the sale, and Prince Chu in the south would surely follow next, this business deal was now official. He had no choice but to accept. But if they thought they could use words like patriotism or national duty to pressure him into selling cheap cannons, they were dreaming. Compared to him, these other princes had no right to speak of loyalty or righteousness. A cold wind blew through the air, and the young Atlas shivered. Aldous noticed it. Judging from the man's soft skin and gentle appearance, he likely lived in the warm southern regions where people were more scholarly and less used to the cold. Aldous realized that his earlier words might have been too harsh. If Prince Hardy had heard them, he probably would have jumped up in anger and yelled at him. But as the old saying goes, ally with the far, attack the near. Aldous understood the value of strategy. Even if he knew Prince Hardy had selfish motives, it was still smart to cooperate for now. After all, many unrelated princes were eyeing the throne. Aldous and Prince Hardy were at least from the same family, so Aldous said calmly, "Don't take it personally. I was just rambling. Since my third uncle sent you, I know this visit is about cannons. Let's get to the point. How many cannons does he need, and how much is he offering for each?" The young Atlas breathed a quiet sigh of relief. He had already noticed something. Prince Henry was very different from the other royal sons. He gave off a feeling of danger and strength, and his words carried authority. That earlier outburst had stunned him for a moment. But now that he had recovered, he replied, "Prince Hardy said he needs 300 cannons. You gave Prince Lark a price of 20,000 silver taels per cannon. Prince Hardy hopes that, since your family, you might offer a small discount, but if not, he's also willing to pay the same price." The young envoy smiled bitterly in his heart. Prince Hardy had guessed right. Prince Henry was stingy and not someone who gave large discounts. He said, "Understood. Your Highness, I brought silver with me. We only ask that the cannons be delivered to Prince Hardy as soon as the Imperial Guards receive their first shipment. That way, we can deal with the pirates." Aldous thought to himself, Prince Hardy really is rich. Much more straightforward than Prince Lark. So he replied, "Very well. Once the Imperial Guards get their first batch, I'll immediately send the next to my third uncle." "Thank you, Your Highness," said the envoy with a smile. Actually, this wasn't Prince Hardy's idea, it was Giles's own decision. In just a few words, he had figured out Prince Henry's personality. He only cared about results and money, not flattery. Prince Lark had failed in Kingju because he was too hesitant. After thinking about it, Giles decided to pay right away. That would surely please Prince Henry. Although Kingju had earned a lot this past year, it still couldn't compare to the wealth of Prince Hardy's territory. And with all of Prince Henry's projects in the 6th prefecture, he surely needed money. "No need to thank me," Aldous said, smiling. "It's getting late." About staying for a meal before heading back, Giles smiled warmly. "No need, Your Highness. I've already waited in Kingju for a month. Prince Hardy must be anxious. I should return right away." "Fair enough. When you return, give my regards to my third uncle. Those coastal pirates are a real problem. Maybe we'll have more chances to work together in the future." "I will pass on your message," Giles replied respectfully. Then they talked about the payment. Giles admitted that it was impossible to bring 3 million taels of silver at once. Instead, he brought silver notes worth 1,100,000 taels of gold, which were already waiting at the Chuo River dock. Someone just needed to go and collect them. The remaining 1 million taels would be paid with goods, which was common in Great Gabriel for large transactions. Knowing the military factory would need a lot of raw materials soon, Aldous asked for iron, coal 50,000 dan of grain 30,000 bolts of cloth, and saltpeter and other resources. Aldous actually preferred this kind of barter system. In times of war, silver couldn't be eaten, but food, cloth, and materials were always useful. After finalizing the deal, Giles bowed and left. Aldous watched him go and felt a strange sense of familiarity. It was like seeing a long-lost relative. Still, he didn't dislike Giles. The young man was polite, calm, and seemed very smart, but one thing puzzled him. Why would Prince Hardy choose such a young, handsome man to be his chief aide? Then he suddenly remembered some odd preferences certain nobles had in history. Aldous shivered and got goosebumps. He quickly shook his head to clear the thought and told Mile to summon Herbert. He had more serious matters to deal with. Giles ordered the sailors to unload the gold. Officials from the local government were already at the dock to receive the goods. He had been in Kingju for over a month, while Aldous was away in Kangju. Giles had taken the chance to visit many parts of Kingju. In that month, he saw many things that were completely different from the capital, Jinling City. The biggest difference: there were no noble clans in Kingju. The people lived freely and peacefully, without being oppressed by powerful families. Even more important is that the people of Kingju loved Prince Henry, so much so that they only cared about Prince Henry, not the Emperor. No one talked about Nightblumen. No one even mentioned the Emperor. People only talked about new laws, new inventions, and things like the Broad Learning Academy and local markets. When someone dared to insult Prince Henry, the locals would scold them or even beat them up. That kind of loyalty deeply impressed Giles. "Third uncle," Giles muttered while looking toward Prince Henry's residence. How can someone like Prince Henry be easy to deal with? He had been with Prince Hardy for years. He understood how stubborn Prince Hardy could be. But now, that stubbornness looked very dangerous. On his return, Giles decided he must persuade Prince Hardy to give up any reckless plans. It was better to stay a peaceful vassal king. Because now Aldous had become a serious threat. "Set sail," someone shouted. The merchant ship flying Prince Hardy's banner slowly left the dock. Giles turned and went back into the cabin. He had come to Kingju for 2 reasons: to arrange the cannon deal and to meet Aldous in person. See this legendary 7th Prince of Great Gabriel. Now that he had met him, he finally understood, and he was worried. Still, he knew Aldous's strength came from defending the city with cannons. In a real open field battle, Prince Hardy still had the advantage. There were still ways to beat Aldous. All it would take was surrounding Kingju with a larger army for a year or 2. That would be enough to bring him down. Kingju Daily. Kingju Daily. Kingju Textile Workshop hiring female workers 1 tael of silver a month. As the sun rose and the winter cold lingered, the streets and alleys of Kingju were already filled with the cries of newsboys. Since newspapers had gradually gained popularity in Kingju, even some scholars with spare money had developed a habit of reading them. With prices dropping lower and lower, buying a paper had become no big deal. Some families even bought newspapers for their school-aged children to read aloud at home. 1 tael of silver a month for working at the textile workshop. Did I hear that right? An old man in a tattered cotton jacket muttered to himself. Quickly, he rushed over to the newsboy and asked, "Kid, is what you said true?" The newsboy, cheeks red from the cold, gave a clever glance and replied, "Buy a paper and I'll tell you." What, just for asking a question? The old man gripped his 3 copper coins tightly, his only money for rice. With the newspaper business booming, the number of newsboys had increased too, and competition was fierce. No one wanted to waste words for free. And during the cold, the boy refused to elaborate, saying, "It's printed in the paper. If I told you everything, how would I sell any? So, old man, do you want it or not? If not, I'm leaving." 3 coins, the boy replied. 3. The old man's rough, calloused hand clenched the coins even harder. "It's not much, just enough for 2 ounces of rice." "Or a single bun," the newsboy said brightly, then glanced at the man and asked, "Old man, judging by your accent, you're not from around here, are you?" The man's expression turned guarded. Indeed, he was not from Kingju, but a refugee from Huaju. His family's land had been seized by local nobles, and when one of them tried to force his daughter to become a concubine, his son killed the man in a fit of rage. The local authorities had issued a warrant for their arrest. With no other option, the old man fled with his family. He had heard that Kingju had no oppressive nobles, so they traveled over 400 li to get there. Now, with their savings depleted, he only had 3 copper coins left, and everyone was relying on that to buy food. Clutching the coins, he hesitated for a moment before suddenly grabbing the newspaper from the boy's hand and bolting. The 9-year-old newsboy was stunned at first but quickly began to scream, "Thief! He stole my newspaper! Stop that old man!" Clever and quick-witted, like most Kingju newsboys, he didn't let it go and took off in hot pursuit. Onlookers turned to see the commotion. Upon hearing the newsboy shout, many Kingju citizens joined the chase. The old man ran desperately, gripping the newspaper tightly. His son had once been a houseboy for a wealthy family, so he could read. This paper might help them find work, especially with a job offering 1 tael a month. Where else could they find such an opportunity? Just as he turned to look behind him, a horse suddenly appeared in front of him. He crashed head-on into it and fell with a cry. The rider, dressed in a padded coat, looked annoyed. It was none other than Aldous, who had been on his way to the Military Works Bureau to oversee the cannon shipment to Nightbloomin. He never expected someone to run straight into his horse. Guards Jack and Cody jumped down with their blades drawn. The old man looked up and saw the gleaming sword, immediately collapsing in fear. "It's over," he thought. The newsboy arrived shortly after and upon seeing Aldous immediately bowed. "This commoner greets your highness." Aldous frowned. Seeing a crowd chasing one old man over a newspaper seemed odd. "What's going on?" he asked. "He stole my paper, your highness," the newsboy said, his voice trembling slightly. Aldous laughed. This was the first time he'd heard of someone stealing a newspaper in Kingju. He turned to Jack. "Have the local officials handle it." He was about to leave when the old man suddenly dropped to his knees and cried, "Please, kind sir, have mercy. I didn't mean to steal. My family is starving. I heard the textile workshop is hiring, and I hoped my granddaughter could apply. I didn't want to spend the rice money, so I'm sorry, sir." Hearing this, Aldous pulled back on his reins. "But Kingju had a good harvest this year. Why is your family starving?" Then, noticing the man's accent, he asked, "You're not from Kingju, are you? Where's your household registration?" The old man trembled, terrified. Jack barked, "Answer honestly." The man stammered, I'm from Huaju." "Huaju?" Aldous frowned. "That was near modern-day Zhengzhou. Why are you here?" Jack suddenly remembered something. "Your Highness, I recall the local authorities recently received a warrant from Huaju to arrest a family of 5. They even sent wanted posters." The old man's face turned ashen. "So even in Kingju, I can't escape?" Aldous ignored Jack and calmly asked, "Why are you wanted?" With no more hope of escape, the old man told his story. When he finished, Jack looked ashamed. "So that's how it was. Then the arrest warrant is outrageous." Aldous nodded. "Take him to Theodore at the Yamen. If his story checks out, release him. If he's innocent, arrange proper shelter." Turning back, Aldous told the old man, "If what you said is true, then that arrest warrant is worthless here. Don't worry." The old man beamed with joy. "Thank you, kind sir, thank you." The newsboy, now understanding the situation, looked sympathetic. "Old man, why didn't you say so earlier? I would have given you the paper for free." Don't worry, Kingju accepts refugees. If you live here for 2 years, you can get local household registration. With that, you'll be eligible for land. The old man stared in disbelief. Is that true? Laughter echoed kindly through the streets of Kingju. Seeing the old man's surprised face, Aldous smiled and said, Uncle, this is real. If you don't believe me, you can go to the Kingju prefecture office to ask. As long as you follow the law and work hard, in 2 years you can get official household registration here. Thank you, young lord, thank you, the old man said excitedly. He had thought he was going to die, but now he had a chance to start over. He felt lucky he had chosen to come here. The newspaper boy nearby said, The person in front of you is Prince Henry himself. His words are always true. Prince Henry, the old man looked shocked. But when he turned to look again, the young nobleman was already riding away. Slowly standing up, his heart full of emotion, the old man handed 3 copper coins to the newspaper boy. I'll buy this paper. Hey, no need to pay, the boy said. But the old man had already walked off without looking back. He went straight to the Kingju prefecture office. When he asked about refugee resettlement, the officials explained the local refugee policy in detail. There, he also met others who had come from outside the province for the same reason to ask how to settle down. The prefect Barker said earlier, if you join the construction team, transport crew, or go to the mines, you can earn a living. These places really need workers. If you have special skills, you can even get household registration within 1 year. Outside the office, a group of refugees chatted. Construction and mining are hard labor, one of them said, but there are also workshops run by merchants. The only thing is, Prince Henry's own workshops usually don't accept refugees. Why not? The old man asked. They worry spies might be hiding among us, the man explained. Prince Henry's factories are filled with secrets. I've heard they mainly use slaves. Only less important places like the textile workshop hire outsiders. I'm planning to send my wife there. 1 silver tael per month is enough to live in Kingju. Yeah, me too, others agreed. But there's no need to worry. There's plenty of work in Kingju. As long as you're willing to work hard, you won't go hungry. I've been carrying cargo at the docks, earned 500 copper coins this month. The refugees kept talking, full of hope. What mattered most was that Kingju didn't have random, harsh taxes or powerful families bullying the people. The more the old man listened, the happier he became. Kingju sounded like paradise. He hunched over slightly, still holding the newspaper, and hummed a tune as he walked out of the city. Even though his stomach was growling from hunger, he had just gotten a refugee pass. That meant he could now claim 2 liang of rice each day. With 3 people in his family, that was 6 liang of rice daily. He had to bring his son and daughter to get their passes too. Outside the city, in a small forest, they had built a simple shelter. It was just 4 wooden poles holding up some grass for a roof. Inside was a torn cotton blanket, black from age. Outside, a young girl was trying to start a fire. When she saw her father return, she asked, Dad, did you buy the rice? The old man's face turned a little red. He hesitated and didn't answer her question. Instead, he asked, Where's your brother? He went to the river to catch fish, she replied. Then she noticed something in his hand. Dad, what's that? A newspaper, the old man answered, a little ashamed. He regretted spending their last 3 copper coins on it. Just then, a young man's voice came from nearby. Dad, you're back. Look, I caught a big fish. We can make porridge tonight. We won't go hungry. He held up a grass carp, at least 3 jin. The old man smiled when he saw it. I didn't get rice, but I did bring this Kingju newspaper, and I got a refugee pass. A newspaper? What's that? The son and daughter asked, so the old man told them what happened in the city. The young man looked shocked. Really? You saw Prince Henry? He said we wouldn't be punished. We can settle in Kingju. The old man nodded. Yes, but the prefecture still needs to investigate your murder case first. Only after that will there be a final decision. The girl turned to her brother and said, Brother, they say Prince Henry is kind and fair. It looks like coming to Kingju was the right choice. Now we can walk into the city without fear. The young man nodded firmly, eyes full of emotion. Then he took the newspaper and looked at it. Sister, the job for women in the textile workshop is real. The ad even shows where the workshop is. But it says you have to pass a skills test to get in. The old man said confidently, Your sister is well known for her weaving and sewing skills back in the village. We're not afraid of competing. Let's not waste time. You two go get your refugee passes and then visit the textile workshop. If she gets in, we'll have a new home here. The young man agreed. Together, they hurried toward Kingju City. At the military factory, Aldous was inspecting a batch of cannons prepared for shipment to Nightblumen. While he was away in Kangju, the factory had stayed busy. They weren't just making cannons for Great Gabriel's provinces, but also building export cannons for sale. To keep the factory hidden, Aldous had built it in the mountains outside Qingzhou City, deep within Mount Chuo. There was only one mountain road leading into the area, and few people ever came here. That made it easy to keep secret. Any outsider entering the mountain would be quickly spotted and removed by the guards. "Your Highness, here are the 100 cannons," one of the supervisors said. "Just as you instructed, we shortened the barrels to reduce their range. At most, these will only reach half the distance of our own cannons." The factory was built inside a secluded mountain valley with a large open courtyard where the cannons could be tested. Aldous nodded. Not only had they shortened the barrels, but the gunpowder they used was traditional black powder, not his improved granulated powder. This ensured that even if other nobles had cannons, his own army would still have the advantage. Seeing the 100 cannons lined up in rows was an impressive sight. He said, "Good work. Now pull one out and fire a test shot. I want to see how it performs." The ends of the military factory's courtyard were both bordered by mountain walls. They usually used these slopes as targets for cannon testing. At that moment, Henry ordered the workers to pull off the canvas covering the cannons. Aldous stepped forward to inspect them, and just as Henry had said, these export cannons were shorter and had smaller calibers than usual. This wasn't surprising. Aldous had previously explained the theory of cannon design to Henry, and it was clear Henry had understood and applied that knowledge. What pleased Aldous most wasn't just the cannons themselves, but the fact that the military factory had developed the ability to design and produce other cannon types independently. That marked real progress. He walked around the cannons and nodded again. "We're not considering the type of cannonballs or gunpowder. The two most important factors that determined a cannon's range and power were barrel length and caliber. A larger caliber meant a wider barrel, which created a more powerful blast. Meanwhile, the longer the barrel, the more time the high-pressure gases could act on the cannonball, increasing its speed and firing distance. With this principle, different types of cannons could be developed for different purposes. Now that Qingzhou could manufacture cannons, Aldous's next step was to build a full system: naval cannons for ships, field cannons for the army, and siege cannons for city defense. Once the cannon was loaded and fired, the cannonball shot out with a boom, flying in a straight line. After about 700 meters, it began to fall, eventually hitting the ground and rolling until it was stopped by the mountain wall. Not only was Prince Hardy pressing him for delivery, but so was Care, the Emperor himself. In fact, to speed things up, the Imperial Guard's transport ships had already arrived in Qingzhou. After Prince Hardy's envoy left the day before, the commander in charge of transporting the cannons had arrived as well. He introduced himself as an officer of the newly created Firearms Battalion, responsible specifically for managing the kingdom's new artillery. When Aldous heard that name, he couldn't help but feel speechless. His recent battle in Qingzhou had clearly begun ushering the Great Gabriel Empire into a new age of gunpowder weapons. And if the Emperor had gone as far as forming a new military unit for firearms, then his intentions were obvious. After inspecting the cannons, Aldous followed Henry into the main factory area. The military factory was located in a ring-shaped mountain valley, with 12 workshops spread from south to north. Each workshop focused on a different stage of cannon production, such as refining steel, forming clay and iron molds, casting, cleaning, and polishing. These workshops were spacious, each one about 100 meters long and 10 meters wide. As they walked through the facility, Aldous remarked, "Yesterday, Prince Hardy's envoy sent another 3 million taels of silver. Henry, your factory is now the most profitable place in all of Qingzhou." Henry grinned and replied, "Then maybe it's time to expand, Your Highness, build more workshops, and maybe raise the wages for the workers too." Aldous laughed. "You just got promoted to factory supervisor, and now you're already defending your people." Henry smiled sheepishly. "Your Highness, I used to be just a craftsman. I didn't understand the pressure. Now I do. We have over 10,000 workers here and everyone needs to eat. If we pay them well, they'll work harder. Also, many of them are still slaves. You once said if they performed well, they could earn their freedom and Qingzhou household registration. A year has passed. They're all waiting for you to keep that promise." Aldous nodded. "You're right. As their leader, it's your duty to fight for their rights, and I can't just keep making promises without delivering. Otherwise, people will say I don't keep my word. Fine. Give me a list of the best workers. Since I'm here today, I'll make some exceptions and reward them personally." Henry was overjoyed. "Yes, Your Highness." "I'll get the list now." As Aldous waited, he chuckled to himself clearly. Henry had planned this in advance. Still, it was something Aldous had planned to do anyway. The year was ending, and it was time to review all the year's work, reward the deserving, discipline the lazy. Soon, Henry returned with a roster. It was divided into two parts, one list of slave workers and another for registered Kingju citizens. Each list contained 30 names, and each entry clearly stated why that person deserved a reward. One name stood out: Apollo Glover, a craftsman who led a team that produced more cannons than anyone else, 6 per month. In the factory, workers were organized into teams of 100, each with a team leader. There were about 100 teams total. Most teams could only cast 3 cannons per month. The reason Apollo's team outperformed others was because he had invented a new method called continuous casting. Instead of making one cannon at a time, his system connected multiple molds together, allowing molten steel to flow into 6 cannon molds at once. This saved time and energy and also made the cannons more consistent in quality. Seeing this entry made Aldous smile. He had just been thinking of promoting this casting method, but the workers had figured it out themselves. This proved something he believed deeply. Ordinary people have endless wisdom, all they need is proper guidance. His role was to help the people unlock their potential so they could master new skills. "This Apollo is really clever," Henry added with a grin. "He picks up skills instantly, almost smarter than me, and he's still a slave. I heard his parents work at the shipyard. If Your Highness could let them reunite during the new year, he'd be very grateful." Aldous nodded slowly. What he lacked most now was talented people, and true talent could only be discovered through hands-on work. Henry's energy was limited, and the workload of the military factory would only grow. The cannons alone were already enough to handle. Apollo seemed like someone worth training, especially for future musket production. Doubling cannon production is a huge accomplishment. "This deserves a reward," Aldous said. "Gather all the workers now." Henry nodded and gave the order. Soon, all the workers assembled in the courtyard. Holding the list in his hands, Aldous walked out and looked at the sea of craftsmen standing before him. A sense of steady pride and satisfaction welled up in his chest. Light blue smoke drifted across the firearms training camp, and the smell of gunpowder filled the air. Many of the civil officials looked pale and unsteady on their feet. Even the military officers, though sturdier, still showed visible shock. They had never seen such terrifying weaponry. It wasn't just that the cannonball had smashed through 3 trees, the thunderous roar alone could throw cavalry into disarray. General Riddle Jacob had previously only heard about the power of cannons from his son Asa, but now he had seen it with his own eyes and felt its force firsthand. "Your Majesty," Bernard said respectfully, "these cannons are fearsome weapons. 100 isn't nearly enough. I believe we should purchase more from Prince Henry to deter any potential threats." Ivor nodded in agreement. "Your Majesty, General Riddle is right. With weapons this powerful, the more the better." Having seen the cannon's power for himself, Emperor Care was already making plans. This was a rare chance to widen the military gap between the throne and the other regional princes. He certainly wouldn't let it slip by. "Well said," he replied. "Once we return, I'll issue an order for Prince Henry to continue supplying Nightblumen with cannons." They couldn't stop thinking. Prince Henry's army already had so many cannons. If one of them became emperor in the future, how would they deal with him? Then their eyes drifted toward the crown prince, whose face looked utterly defeated. He had the most to worry about. The cannon demonstration went on for a while. After thoroughly experiencing the power of these weapons, Emperor Care was finally satisfied. He frowned as he looked into the ammo box. All 16 cannonballs had already been fired. He clearly remembered, cannonballs weren't cheap. Each one cost 20 taels of silver, which meant that just this short demonstration had cost over 300 taels. While each cannon had cost 8,000 taels, every cannon came with 300 cannonballs, totaling 6,000 taels just for ammo, almost as much as the cannon itself. And that didn't even include the cost of gunpowder. Thinking about the massive financial burden and how similar the cannon was to a fire lance, he suddenly had an idea. What if they imitated the design and made their own? Prince Henry had described the technology as deeply complex and mysterious, but Emperor Care wanted to see for himself. If the weapon really was difficult to replicate, then the expense was justified. But if it was easy to imitate, then Prince Henry had lied, exaggerating the difficulty and disrespecting the throne. Back at court, The emperor had sensed Aldous' reluctance to hand over the cannon blueprints. The excuse was fear of intellectual theft. So the technology stayed in Qingzhou. Deep down, Emperor Care still wanted to monopolize cannon technology. Now that all the court officials had witnessed its power, his goal was clear. Regional princes would be uneasy tonight. Back in the palace, the emperor summoned Hank and ordered him to secretly bring in Clement Olson, the director of the machinery department under the Ministry of Works. "So you've seen the cannon for yourself?" the emperor asked. For years, only the capital's machinery department had been able to produce fire lances, and all of it was thanks to Clement's family, who had passed the knowledge down for generations. His father had been the previous director. Now Olson had inherited the post. "Yes, Your Majesty," Olson said respectfully. The power is indeed far beyond that of the fire lance. But inside he was bitter. His family had always been favored for their fire lance designs. Now that cannons were in use, no one cared about fire lances anymore. Even before the cannons had arrived in Nightblumen, he had often spoken against them. Now, having seen them in action, he felt not only threatened but deeply jealous. "So, can the machinery department imitate them?" the emperor asked calmly. Olson's eyes lit up. This was his chance to restore the Olson family's pride. "Your Majesty," he said confidently, "the cannon and fire lance are 70–80% alike. The main differences are size and thickness. If we just make the fire lance longer and stronger, and increase the amount of gunpowder, it might even match the cannon's power." "Is that so?" The emperor's interest was piqued. "Very well. Go back immediately and begin working on a replica. I'll have the firearms camp send you a sample cannon for study. Research it thoroughly." "Yes, Your Majesty," Olson said, thrilled. After being dismissed, Olson left the palace and made his way to the machinery department. Just then, a carriage stopped beside him. "Clement, the Crown Prince requests your presence," said an elderly man inside the carriage. It was Austin Dorsey, Chief Chamberlain of the Eastern Palace. In the Great Gabriel Empire, the Eastern Palace was the residence of the Crown Prince. It operated like a mini-court with its own officials and inner staff. Austin oversaw all Eastern Palace affairs. Olson glanced around cautiously. Seeing no one nearby, he got into the carriage. They circled a few blocks before stopping at Red Sleeve Pavilion, a well-known brothel in Nightblumen. "Please, the Crown Prince and the Prince's heir are upstairs waiting for you," Austin said with a smile. Olson was familiar with the place. He made his way upstairs and knocked on a private room door. Inside, he was greeted by the sound of gasping and the sight of naked bodies on a bed. "Clement greets the Crown Prince. Long live your highness." From the bed, the Crown Prince casually replied, while playing with 3 nude women. "No need for formalities. Greetings to the prince's heir as well," Olson added, bowing toward Merle, who was sipping tea calmly at a nearby table. Merle, having grown used to his father's debauchery, got straight to the point. "Clement, please sit. Recently, the craftsmen in Lark Prefecture successfully built a cannon. That's all thanks to you. Without the detailed instructions you provided, they never would have managed to reverse engineer the fire lance." "Prince Merle is too kind," Olson replied. "It's an honor to serve Prince Lark in any way I can." Then, unable to help himself, Olson glanced at the scene on the bed, his mouth dry and heart racing. The soft, seductive sounds of singing echoed throughout the room. Earl noticed the expression on Clement's face and smiled faintly. To him, everyone had a weakness. Clement was no different. Though he always put on a righteous front in public, Merle knew this man lusted after beauty more than life itself. He clapped his hands, and 3 stunning women slowly walked in from the inner room. They were exquisitely dressed, alluring with sultry eyes and graceful poise. "Clement," Lark said, smiling at this point. Clement wasn't hearing a word. His eyes were glued to the 3 women, unable to look away. Lark's smile deepened. He stepped in front of the first woman dressed in white. With a gentle tug, her silk robe slid to the floor like water, revealing a slender, fair-skinned body. Then he did the same with the second, in red. Then the third, in yellow. All 3 now stood completely bare, and Clement's eyes widened. He swallowed hard. "Clement," Lark said, "all 3 are still virgins. What do you think? Are they to your liking? Prince Merle, are you saying?" Olson's voice trembled with anticipation. "My father values you greatly," Lark replied. "He instructed me to gift you these 3 as your personal maidservants. I trust you're pleased." "Pleased, very pleased," Olson replied, eyes shining. But he also knew such gifts came with expectations, so he asked, "What would you have me do, your highness?" At that, Merle's expression turned dark. "Why did the emperor summon you to the palace?" As the director of the Nightbloom and Machinery Department, Olsen's status was low, hardly worthy of an imperial audience. Normally, the Emperor wouldn't even give him a glance, let alone a summons. So the fact that Emperor Care had called for him right after witnessing the cannon test made it obvious why. Olsen gave the three naked women another greedy glance and answered, "His Majesty summoned me to discuss replicating the cannon." Replicating, Lark sounded disappointed. He had hoped the Emperor had secretly obtained the blueprint. "Yes, the Emperor has ordered the firearms camp to deliver a sample cannon to us for study," Olsen said. Lark narrowed his eyes. "And how confident are you in replicating it?" Olsen's chest swelled with pride. The Emperor, the Crown Prince, and now Prince Lark's heir, all because of the cannon. He felt like a man of great importance. "Your Highness," he boasted, "the cannon is really no different from the fire lance. With some adjustments to size and powder, I believe we can replicate it within a month." "A bit exaggerated, isn't it?" Lark's expression shifted. After their trip to Kingju, Lark had already tried replicating the cannon, but their prototypes were a disaster. Full of air bubbles, misfires, and dangerous backfires, dozens of soldiers had died just testing them. Their range and power were pitiful compared to Kingju's weapons. Worse yet, the production cost was nearly 8,000 to 9,000 taels per cannon, even though the quality was far worse. But Olsen, completely under the spell of lust and power, went on. "Our Olsen family has studied fire lances for generations. We're not like ordinary craftsmen. Just give us 1 month." Merle, like his father, was getting desperate. They had offended Aldous before and feared he might raise prices again. If they could reproduce the technology, they were willing to pay any price. "Then make sure you don't forget who helped you when the cannon succeeds," Lark warned. "Never. I'd never forget, Your Highness," Olsen promised. Lark signaled to the three women. One of them cooed sweetly and pulled Olsen toward the inner room. The Crown Prince, having just finished his indulgences, got off the bed and lazily said, "It's a pity. Uncle only gave him the beauties. Why not give me a few too?" Merle frowned. "Your Highness, the entire empire will be yours someday. Why argue over a few women? TCH, you're starting to sound like my mother." The Crown Prince sat down and drank water, then his face twisted with anger. "That damn Aldous. If it weren't for his cannons, I wouldn't have been so humiliated. My mother, what is she thinking, telling me to win him over? He has nothing but cannons. Does he even deserve it?" He still remembered how he wet himself when the cannon fired. Now all his fury had landed squarely on Aldous. Merle's brows furrowed deeper. Before, the Crown Prince's position was shaky. Even Empress Lark had tried every trick to secure his future. But ever since Prince Lark returned to the capital and Emperor Care indirectly promised not to depose him, the Crown Prince had grown arrogant, no longer seeing Aldous as a threat. He never imagined that Aldous, once dismissed as useless, would rise to such heights. Now, the situation was reversed. It wasn't about winning over Aldous anymore. He didn't even care about the succession struggle. Aldous is not the same anymore. It's best not to provoke him. When you become emperor, then you can deal with him however you like, Lark advised. At the mention of becoming emperor, the Crown Prince suddenly exploded. He swept the tea set off the table and shouted, "Emperor, Emperor, when will I ever become emperor? I'm already in my 30s. Do I have to wait until I'm 60? How can I ascend the throne while my father still lives?" Merle was horrified. He rushed forward and clamped his hand over the Crown Prince's mouth. "Careful, Your Highness. If the Emperor hears that, you'll lose even the Crown Prince's title." The Crown Prince broke down crying. "Is there another prince my age still waiting? Do you know what the ministers call me? The elderly Crown Prince, that's what they say." Merle fell silent. It was true he was far too old for a Crown Prince, but truthfully Merle wasn't hoping for the Crown Prince to take the throne. To him, the Crown Prince was still a member of the Stafford royal family. This empire, it was time for a Lark to rule. Nightbloom's Machinery Department. Early in the morning, the firearms camp delivered a cannon from Kingju. Clement circled around the cannon, taking precise measurements of its length, thickness, and barrel design. His body still felt a bit weak, a lingering side effect of last night's indulgence. He recorded each dimension with utmost care. Just yesterday, Prince Lark's heir Merle had promised him that if he succeeded in replicating the cannon and handed over the production method, he would receive 100,000 taels of silver. With that kind of reward, money and women alike, Olsen was even more motivated. After detailed measurement, he told the craftsmen, "Start heating the wax." At his command, the workers lit the fires and began melting wax from the storerooms. This technique involved suspending the cannon in a pool, then pouring molten wax over it to create a mold. Once the wax solidified, the layers would be cut and reassembled to form a full-size model. Then, clay would be packed around it, and the wax melted out, leaving behind a perfect cannon mold. 7 days later, Olsen had a complete clay mold. Director, the iron used in Kingju's cannon seems much higher quality than ours. One of the craftsmen commented before casting. Olsen already knew from Merle that the last few replicas had exploded during test firing. So he concluded that iron wouldn't work. He also knew from his family's experience making fire lances that copper was far safer than iron. Use copper. No iron, he commanded. Copper? But sir, for something this heavy we'll need a lot of it. The craftsman hesitated. Olsen knew that a copper cannon would cost over 10 times more than Kingju's iron version, but right now the goal was to succeed no matter the cost. The workers obeyed, gathering all the copper they could find in the machinery department and casting the cannon. 15 days later, a bronze cannon matching Kingju's in size and shape stood ready. Emperor Care was thrilled. He immediately ordered the cannon transported to the firearms camp for a test. Several key officials arrived to witness it. That cannon's entirely bronze? Look at the color. Ivar practically ground his teeth as he said this. Such extravagance. All that bronze, how much silver had they just melted? Even Care's initial excitement faded as he laid eyes on the golden-hued cannon. So this is what the machinery department came up with. It certainly looks impressive. The Crown Prince laughed. In his eyes it looked flawless. Merle's eyes sparkled. He was impressed that Olsen had actually pulled it off. Using bronze hadn't crossed his mind, but now, looking at the cost, he couldn't help but feel it wasn't worth it. He would rather buy Kingju's cheaper iron cannons. Begin the test. Care said coldly. If this cannon didn't match Kingju's in power, he might just kill Clement himself. At the order, the artillery crew loaded the powder and cannonball. The cannon fired, the ball flew forward into the woods and thudded against a tree, falling to the ground. The crowd of officials burst into laughter. The power was nowhere close to Kingju's cannons. Care's face turned stone cold. Even the Crown Prince and Merle were confused. The shape was perfect. Why was the power so weak? Clement stood frozen, speechless. Well, Clement, an official said mockingly, this is what you call a success. It's 10 times more expensive and 1/10 as powerful. What use does the court have for this? Sweating profusely, Olsen stammered. No, that shouldn't have happened. It's just like the Kingju model. Why is the power so low? You're asking me, Care roared. Who am I supposed to ask? The Emperor's hope of copying Kingju's cannons was fading fast. Olsen quickly offered, maybe it's because iron cannons are more powerful than bronze. Please let me try again with iron this time. Care, though furious, wasn't ready to give up. One last chance. If you fail again, drop the matter. Olsen nodded eagerly and slunk back to the machinery department. The Crown Prince and Merle exchanged looks, disappointed. Over the next month, Olsen switched to iron, but the same problems Merle had faced appeared. After just a dozen test shots, each iron cannon exploded, causing the deaths of dozens of skilled craftsmen. The cannon's range and power still didn't match Kingju's. After another explosion, Olsen stared at the Kingju cannon in despair. No matter how much he adjusted the process, he just couldn't match its power. In one night, Olsen, aged 10 years. Director, His Majesty sent word through Minister Burke. A craftsman said timidly. Stop wasting silver, the Emperor has called off the project. At that moment, Olsen was completely crushed. He had lost the Emperor's favor, his career was over. Merle would abandon him too, he no longer had any value. Why, he muttered like a madman. Why can't it match Kingju's cannon, even though it looks exactly the same? News of the machinery department's failed imitations spread like wildfire among the court. Everyone who had hoped to copy Kingju's cannons was now disappointed. This meant only one thing. They had no choice but to buy cannons from Aldous. At the same time, word of this reached Kingju. Aldous had already been informed by his artillery officers that Nightblumen had tested a bronze cannon. Your Highness, Morley asked curiously, they say this bronze cannon was nearly identical to ours. Why was its power so much weaker? Aldous actually broke into a cold sweat when he heard the news. The truth was, the bronze cannon from Nightblumen was a qualified cannon. In the early days of gunpowder warfare, bronze cannons and bronze alloy cannons were the mainstream until better quality iron and steel became more widely available. The reason the power was so low wasn't because of the cannon. It was because of the gunpowder. The artillery crew that went to Nightblumen to assist had reported back. Clement had used locally made gunpowder, not Kingju's formula. It was the gunpowder. A few days ago, snow had begun falling in Kingju, covering the land in a thick and broken white blanket. It was now the season for admiring the snow. In his free time, Aldous often sat in the tower of the prince's residence, quietly working on writing educational materials. Gunpowder, so that means there was nothing wrong with Nightbloom's bronze cannon, Morley asked with concern. It was both fine and not fine, Aldous replied calmly. From the moment he introduced cannons, he had anticipated others would try to copy them. And since the machinery department in Nightbloom was capable of producing fire lances very similar to cannons in design, it showed they already had a mold-based production method. Imitation was inevitable. That's why Aldous had released an export version of the cannon. He sold it while deliberately hiding its full capabilities, misleading others into thinking this was what Kingju's cannons were truly like. His own cannons used high-quality steel, with performance far beyond any bronze replica of this era. Plus, they were cheap and easy to mass-produce. No matter how hard Nightbloom tried, they could never replicate that. So even if the bronze cannon matched his in performance, it didn't matter, the price alone would crush it. If Emperor Care preferred expensive bronze cannons, Aldous wouldn't stop him. Morley was still confused. Then what's the problem if the cannon itself works? Because even if it looks the same, the range and power are still only about half of ours. Aldous explained, and the bronze cannon is so expensive you could buy 5 or 6 of ours for the same price. What do you think they'll choose? As long as your highness is willing to sell, they'll always choose the cheaper option. Paxton nodded. Exactly. Everyone likes things that are cheap and good. But here's the thing, during the bronze cannon test, they used Nightbloom's own gunpowder. The formula was wrong, which weakened the shot. That's why the test failed. So we got lucky. Paxton chuckled, although a little helpless. After all, imitation wasn't something to celebrate. Kingju's patent laws only applied within its territory. They had no power outside. Paxton's real concern wasn't imitation itself, but how it might hurt cannon sales. Once firepower spread, barbarians and other regional princes would also have cannons. Let's hope it holds, Paxton sighed. You'll be fine, Aldous replied confidently, because our cannons are sold with our gunpowder. Sure, the cannon could be copied, but the gunpowder formula couldn't be guessed by eye. Plus, we also have granular powder. The power of his cannon relied on 3 things: the cannon itself, the gunpowder, and the cannonball. Nightbloom had only cracked one. Without the other 2, their imitation would never be as effective. Not to mention the cannonballs, Aldous added. They may look simple, but they're not. Only cannonballs of the correct size and shape could ensure that the explosion pressure was efficiently used to launch the ball. Otherwise, the cannon would be like a leaky bellows, all puff and no punch. So the bronze cannon's weak performance was likely due to both faulty powder and mismatched cannonballs. The whole farce in Nightbloom made Aldous feel both amused and relieved. But it also showed one thing clearly. The Emperor wanted the cannon-making method. It was simply holding back, trying to preserve the court's monopoly through the Imperial Guard. Aldous broke into a cold sweat just thinking about it. Low-tech products really were easier to copy. He knew he needed to start upgrading soon, so even if others wanted to copy him, they'd fail. Setting that aside, Aldous and Morley began discussing the upcoming new year. The holiday was only about 10 days away. Paxton suggested sending out year-end gifts to the officials of the 6 prefectures to show the prince's care and strengthen relations. It was the ancient equivalent of modern-day year-end. Bonuses. After all, the officials had worked hard all year. They deserved a good new year. Meat was too expensive. Agriculture had only just recovered. There wasn't enough livestock. Grain was uninspiring. As they pondered, Aldous suddenly thought of the textile workshops. He had invested heavily in them. Now they were overproducing winter coats and the warehouse was overflowing. He'd been planning to sell them via merchant guilds, but now this was the perfect chance. Winter coats, Paxton stared, dumbfounded. It'll help support the textile industry too. It was like how modern governments would use public procurement to help struggling industries. If he was going to spend money anyway, he might as well spend it on his own businesses. And not just coats, he added. Soap, perfume, wine, we should include those too. Morley burst out laughing. Brilliant, Your Highness. We get to give New Year gifts, help merchants earn money, and even funnel some of it back into the treasury. Amazing? Haha, not that amazing. Aldous smiled modestly. He could finally breathe a little. Last year had been rough. This year he was determined to celebrate properly. Just as they were chatting, Riley came up to the tower and reported. "Your Highness, the fireworks have arrived. They've been delivered to the residence." "Fireworks?" Paxton smiled. "Ever since I came to Kingju, I haven't seen fireworks in 5 or 6 years. Looks like I'll finally get to see them again." Aldous was also excited. The fireworks he ordered were nothing like the ones used in Great Gabriel. Normally, they only showed the natural color of burning gunpowder. But Aldous's fireworks contained metal powders, so when they exploded, they would display vibrant, multicolored patterns. They were going to be absolutely spectacular. Outside the tower, the snow was falling harder. Footprints and wagon tracks on the roads disappeared quickly beneath the thick white layer. Cold wind swept through, and Aldous pulled his tiger skin cloak tighter around himself. This cloak had once been Orpheus's family treasure, but after losing a bet, Orpheus handed it over to Aldous. To be fair, Aldous had given him some silver in return, enough to keep Orpheus happy for a while. After all, the man had been planning to sell it anyway. "Your Highness, with snow like this, I fear the barbarians will have another rough year," Morley said, looking out at the snow-covered city of Kingju, concern written on his face. Earlier, a comment from Luluo had reminded Aldous of the Little Ice Age, and now with each winter growing colder, he was more certain of it. "Last winter, when we needed animal fat for soap, I had the Wright family trade food for the dead livestock. But now that the Wright clan is gone, the barbarians are in trouble." "Absolutely," said Riley, who had once lived as a slave among the barbarians. "Those frozen animals will last them through the winter, but once spring comes, they'll be starving. I've seen it before. Whenever their food runs out, they raid the Great Gabriel Empire." Riley had been bought by Augustus during one such winter when livestock froze and tribes were desperate. Thinking of this, Aldous said, "The Wright family may be gone, but trade with the steppe must continue. This is our chance to bring back more slaves. The fewer slave soldiers the barbarians have, the more laborers we'll have in Kingju. Your Highness, the population issue is serious. This latest household audit gave us a scare." Last year, Paxton had given Aldous an estimate based on old Kingju census data. But after the new year, Aldous had ordered a full resurvey, and the real number was only about 600,000 households. Paxton's earlier numbers had been based on outdated records. After Yuzhu was lost and the barbarian invasions began, many civilians had been slaughtered or fled the region. Only now did Aldous understand why no one had objected when the Emperor granted him the Henry fief. On paper, it was supposed to be home to over 1 million households. But clearly, the officials had known all along the land was nearly empty. When Paxton first handed him the updated numbers, Aldous had nearly lost it. 600,000 households meant between 1.2 and 2.5 million people total, nowhere near enough for a vibrant territory. Now it all made sense. Why Kingju and all the other areas he visited felt so desolate. That's why Aldous had launched his resettlement policy, actively inviting wandering refugees to settle in his domain. Sure, some were unruly, but he couldn't afford to be picky. Population loss on this scale was more dangerous than a barbarian army. No labor force meant no industry. And so, Aldous didn't mind trading with the barbarians, so long as it helped him grow stronger. Besides, the new Kangju city wall was nearly finished. Once complete, it would become an impregnable fortress. The only real risk was if the barbarians bypassed it and attacked Jiju instead. If Jiju fell, his fiefdom's entire flank would be exposed, and no infantry could survive a cavalry onslaught. Even if he had musket units by then, if they broke under pressure, it would lead to a total massacre and a rout. But Jiju was currently Brandon's territory. Aldous had no authority there. He could only hope Grant wouldn't turn out to be an incompetent ally. Send Augustus and Caspar back to the steppe. Trade grain for slaves. The thought made Aldous even more certain of his plan. Food for slave trade would stabilize the barbarians for a few years, delaying any large-scale invasions. Also weaken them long-term by continuously draining their supply of manpower. Food gets eaten and disappears, but once you lose slaves, you can't replace them quickly. I'll have Caspar and Augustus prepare the caravans right away. As they stepped downstairs, they saw Riley arriving with crates of fireworks. Your Highness, we're still using bamboo tubes filled with gunpowder, copper, and iron powder. I tested them, they burst into beautiful colors. Riley beamed. He'd never seen such pretty fireworks before. Aldous smiled and nodded. Each bamboo tube had a small hole drilled into it with a fuse. Once lit, it would shoot fire and colored sparks from the end. Of course, these were not like modern aerial fireworks. They didn't launch into the sky and explode overhead. That would require knowledge of bursting shells and trajectory dynamics. But still, these ground-based fireworks were more than enough for personal entertainment, especially in a world like Great Gabriel, where fun was hard to come by. This new year, he was going to enjoy himself properly. Aldous had the fireworks sent to the main hall. Then Riley and Morley took their leave. During New Year, all but the essential officials got a 7-day break, part of Great Gabriel's civil service rules. After they left, Mile and Lulio approached. "Your Highness, what should we do with all the winter coats from the textile workshop? It's already New Year's and we've got stacks of unsold coats. This might be our worst business loss yet." "Don't worry," Aldous grinned. "I've already taken care of it." This time of year always put him in a relaxed mood, probably a leftover habit from his modern life. "Taken care of? How?" Mile asked, puzzled. Aldous gazed at the swirling snow and smiled. "Let me have a bite of your lipstick and I'll tell you." Both girls instantly blushed. In the Great Gabriel Empire, there was no word for kiss. Instead, they used phrases like "taste your rouge," a poetic way to say the same thing. P.S. Small correction, Yuju is actually Brandon's fief. During the Kangju battle, it was mistakenly written as belonging to Prince Brandon. Prince Brandon is Aldous' neighbor to the west. The royal residence was wrapped in a blanket of snow, looking more beautiful than ever. Mile, bold by nature, and knowing her days as a personal maid were numbered now that Aldous' marriage was approaching, joined in the fun without restraint. Soon, she and Lulio would both officially become part of Prince Henry's household. With a grin, Mile scooped up a handful of snow and tossed it at Aldous, teasing, "If your Highness wants that kiss, you'll have to catch me first." Before he could stand, a snowball smacked him right in the chest. He looked up and saw Lulio still in the act of throwing. "You two are dead," Aldous shouted playfully and lunged after them. With shrieks and laughter, the two maids ran through the snowy courtyard, lobbing snowballs back at him as they fled. "You're not getting away that easy," he called, scooping up more snow. As the three of them laughed and played, the mood of the entire residence felt light and carefree. Just then, Doran arrived, led in by a servant. Seeing the prince tangled up in a snowball fight, he cleared his throat awkwardly. With an outsider present, Mile and Lulio immediately stopped playing and stepped back, adjusting their manners. Aldous turned around and, spotting Doran, already guessed his purpose. "The galleon ships are done." Indeed, since his last visit to the shipyard, Aldous had instructed Doran to accelerate construction. Back then, Winters had said it would be tough to finish even one ship before year's end. Aldous' heart leapt. It was already the late 1690s, and once the new year passed, they would be stepping into the 18th century. This was the golden age of maritime exploration, the era of the great voyages. In his previous life, his homeland had missed out on this age of discovery. But now that he had a second chance in this world, he wasn't about to let that happen again. The seas held infinite riches, and he refused to let the Western powers have them all to themselves. "Take me to see them," he ordered. Despite the heavy snow, Aldous couldn't hold back his excitement. He mounted his horse with Doran and rode straight to the shipyard by the Stafford-Leo River. They weren't the first to arrive. Waiting there were Rurik and the sailors who would soon be venturing across the seas aboard these grand vessels. "Your Highness, can we sail after the new year?" Rurik asked eagerly. Snow had piled thick on the shoulders of the crew, but their enthusiasm kept them warm. Aldous boarded the ship, looked around, and answered, "Not yet. We still need to install the cannons." Though the sails were already mounted, the ships were still dry docked along the riverbank, waiting for their armament. Aldous knew the dangers of the open ocean. He had no illusions. The Ottomans already possessed cannons, and the West might be no less advanced. This world's history had taken a different turn. In the north, a Gothic steppe empire had risen in place of the Mongols and had launched its own invasion of Europe 50 years earlier than in his original world. While the West's progress might differ, Aldous believed that divergent development paths alone could explain the growing divide between the East and the rising Western powers. But all that aside, he wasn't about to take chances. That's why he insisted the ships carry naval cannons. If Rurik ran into Western warships or pirates, they'd at least have a way to fight back. These galleons and their weaponry, he was confident, would be no less powerful than any European ship of the era. "We still have to wait." Rurik looked visibly disappointed. Aldous' expression turned serious. "Fix your attitude. This is a long-range expedition, and I'll be assigning you a very important mission. This isn't a game, one mistake and you might never return." Hearing this, Rurik sobered up. He tightened his grip on the helm and asked, "Your Highness, what's the mission?" 3 things, Aldous said. First, bring back new crops like potatoes, chilies, corn, and sweet potatoes. Second, assess the West's level of civilization. Third, chart sea routes and draw maps for the Kingju Navy. These weren't new ideas. Rurik had heard them during his studies at Broad Learning Academy, where the crew had been receiving training in navigation. Roles had been assigned for each sailor. Gunners trained under Asa in cannon fire. Others trained in hand-to-hand combat with Leroy. Even though ships could now exchange fire from afar, solid cannonballs rarely sank ships outright. Most battles still came down to boarding and melee combat, so physical strength still mattered. Aldous had also assigned translators and navigators. The ships essential if they encountered Western colonies. The translators would be key to communication and gathering intelligence. Rurik nodded. He had expected the voyage to be important, but he didn't know it would carry such weight. After the briefing, Aldous followed Doran to inspect each ship. By the standards of sailing warships, these were fifth-rate galleons. First-rate warships were massive, with 3-gun decks, over 100 cannons, and crews of 900 or more. Second-rates were slightly smaller but still powerful. Third-rates, known as the mainstays of naval warfare, had 64 to 80 guns. Fourth-rates carried 50 or so. But fifth-rate ships, like Aldous's, usually used for long-range raids or commercial patrols, not frontline battle, and that was exactly the point. Aldous had no intention of starting a naval war. Facing the dominant Western navies, his galleons wouldn't stand a chance in open combat. Their purpose was clear: to scout, explore, and bring back valuable crops. Once he confirmed the ships were seaworthy, Aldous returned home, planning to have Henry install the cannons. The military workshops were working hard, but 150 naval guns was a tall order. Production wasn't complete yet. The voyage couldn't happen until after the new year. So, turning to Rurik, Aldous said with a firm but reassuring tone, "Just relax and enjoy the new year. There'll be plenty of time for sailing after that." 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. After the successful launch of the galleon ships, another joyful occasion arrived: the Lunar New Year. As if unwilling to disturb the festive spirit in Kingju, the heavy snow that had lasted over 10 days finally stopped on New Year's Eve. At the entrance of the royal residence, Cade, the head steward, stood with hands on his hips, barking orders. "Yes, yes, hang the lanterns higher. You brats, I've only been away a few months and already you're ignoring me. Don't forget, I'm still the chief steward of this palace." With the roads blocked by snow, Cade had returned to Kingju. After a year of hard work, he wanted nothing more than to spend New Year's at home, and this royal palace was his home. Myel stood beside him respectfully. Now that the real steward was back, she'd naturally step aside. She was well aware that her standing in Prince Henry's heart couldn't compare to Cade's. Still, since he had always treated her and Lulio well, she admired and respected him from the bottom of her heart. As soon as he returned, she took on the role of his assistant. On New Year's Eve, Aldous slept in, reluctant to leave the warmth of his quarters. The temperature outside had plunged to nearly -15 degrees Celsius. Curled up beside the brazier, he had no interest in going outside. He couldn't help but feel a little melancholy. After today, they would officially step into the 18th century. In this world, the great Gabriel Empire, like many ancient dynasties in history, was plagued by arrogance, self-absorption, the near-total rejection of science. Frowning, Aldous felt a growing sense of helplessness. He was perhaps the only person who truly understood the global situation from a historical perspective. Everyone else was still lost in their fantasy of being a heavenly kingdom above all others. Just then, Cade's voice called from outside. "Your Highness," the skies cleared up. "Why not come out and get some fresh air?" Aldous mumbled, "It's too cold, I don't feel like going out." "That won't do, Your Highness. They're singing and dancing tonight." "Really not going to watch?" Cade knew exactly how to bait him. Sure enough, Aldous perked up. "Well, that's worth seeing. Have Myel and Lulio finished getting ready? I'm waiting to see them dance." "They went to prepare right after the lanterns were hung," Foxglove said. "But Your Highness, beyond the performances, perhaps you'll consider other festivities tonight as well. After all, General Barton Ben and Chief Advisor Paxton will be here to celebrate." Since both Morley and Asa were from the capital, Aldous had invited them to stay at the palace for the new year. Naturally, that meant inviting a few others as well. The more, the merrier. Many of them were especially eager to see the New Year's fireworks. Thinking for a moment, Aldous said, "There will be more than just dancing tonight. I have a little surprise planned." "Oh," Cade's eyes lit up. "Another show?" Aldous just chuckled. "You'll see tonight. Let's keep it a surprise." Aside from Mael and Luluo's performance, Aldous had also arranged for the palace's singers and dancers to perform theatrical plays. In his eyes, this was the beginning of a cultural revival, a renaissance for Great Gabriel. They might be lagging behind, but they could catch up. Theater was a perfect start, as it could deliver rich messages to the public in a way that was easy to spread. Just then, Aldous recalled something. "By the way, Cade, have you heard of blue porcelain?" "You mean porcelain with blue glaze, Your Highness?" Foxglove moved closer to the brazier, enjoying the warmth. Aldous nodded. "Exactly. We have some in the palace. That blue glaze is called peacock blue." "But why do you ask?" "I'm not asking about the porcelain itself," Aldous explained. "I want to know where the clay used to make that blue glaze comes from." At this point, Cade's ongoing search for tungsten ore still hadn't produced results. But Aldous couldn't just sit around waiting. After all, tungsten carbide tools didn't rely solely on tungsten. Cobalt was just as essential. During the sintering process, cobalt acts as a binder that fuses the tungsten particles together. Without cobalt, it's almost impossible to make tungsten carbide tools. And cobalt was relatively easier to find, especially since it was used in blue glazes for porcelain. "I recall hearing about it back when I worked in the palace," Foxglove said. "That kind of clay comes from Jingdezhen." Aldous nodded, just as he expected. "Then after the new year, go to Caspar and have him purchase some of that clay from Jingdezhen. Once you find tungsten ore, bring both materials back to me." Cade bowed. "Yes, Your Highness." He didn't ask why. To him, Aldous's orders were enough, no questions necessary. That was one thing Aldous liked most about Cade. He just did the job. As Foxglove walked away to continue managing the festivities, Aldous sighed. "Tungsten. And will I ever find you?" He had already asked Henry to forge some high-carbon steel tools, but during testing, whether drilling or cutting, the tools quickly dulled or deformed. Sometimes they didn't even survive a single job. Despite advances in Kingju's steel production, their tools still couldn't meet modern standards. Once they had access to tungsten cobalt, however, the problem would be solved. Those two elements could produce tools far more durable than high-carbon steel. That evening, the guests began to arrive. Leroy, Orpheus, and the others trickled into the palace, filling it with warmth and energy. As the sun set, red lanterns lit up the royal residence, illuminating the snowy courtyards in a soft, festive glow. The whole palace had been transformed into a vibrant, joyful wonderland. Aldous made his way from the inner chambers to the main hall, where 3 rows of low tables had been set up on either side. His guests were waiting at the door. As he entered, they bowed respectfully and greeted him. "Come in, everyone, it's cold outside," he said with a smile. Inside, braziers had been placed throughout the hall, filling it with cozy heat. The New Year celebration was about to begin. The night grew darker. Inside the main hall of the palace, Aldous invited everyone to take their seats. On his right sat General Barton Ben, followed by Orpheus, Asa, and the other military officers. On his left were the civil officials, starting with Morley, then Theodore, Havar, and others. Altogether, over 100 officials were gathered. Sitting at the head of the table, Aldous looked at his loyal team. The restless feelings he had earlier in the day began to fade. Yes, it had only been 1 year since he arrived in this world, and already he had achieved so much. With more time, why couldn't he lead the age of exploration himself? He stood and addressed the crowd. "Tonight is New Year's Eve, and it brings me great joy to welcome all of you to the palace. Without you, this place would feel lonely." Orpheus raised his hand with a grin. "Your Highness, it's our honor to be invited to celebrate the New Year with you." Caspar chimed in cheerfully. "He's right, to celebrate with Your Highness on New Year's Eve. That must mean my ancestors are smiling down on me." Laughter filled the room. Aldous smiled. "Yes, but first let's eat. After dinner, we'll light fireworks and then enjoy the performances." Cheers broke out across the hall. Tonight was going to be a grand night. Soon the servants arrived, carrying in delicious dishes. Every official had their own table, loaded with fine food. All of it had been carefully prepared under Aldous's instructions, many dishes inspired by modern flavors. The sight of the food made everyone's eyes light up. One of the reasons they loved coming to the palace was for the food. Aldous was used to it by now, but to them, these dishes were a rare treat. He did, however, regret that many ingredients common in modern times were missing: no chili peppers, no white sugar. This was exactly why he had tasked Rurik with bringing back important crops on his voyage. He also made a mental note to start organizing agricultural reform after the new year. Currently, Kingju's crops were very limited, mostly rice and cotton. To support industrial development, He needed raw materials like sugarcane, which could be used to produce white sugar and in turn many processed foods, including military rations for soldiers on long expeditions. "Your Highness, this cooking oil is amazing," said Henry in between bites. Aldous chuckled. "Of course it is. We made it right here in the palace kitchen." Morley's eyes lit up. "Your Highness, I think the delicious flavor of tonight's food owes a lot to that oil. Perhaps we should teach this method to the chefs at Hardy Family Restaurant. That way visiting merchants will love dining there and the income could help the treasury." Hardy Family Restaurant had once belonged to the Hardy family, but Aldous had taken it over through the local government. It also allowed his secret agents to better monitor important guests. As Paxton spoke, a new idea formed in Aldous' mind. In modern times, a sign of a thriving economy was a good hotel and restaurant scene. Now that Kingsju saw a constant stream of merchants, this could be a profitable new business. "You're right," Aldous said excitedly. "After the holiday, I'll summon the chefs from Hardy's restaurant and have them learn from our palace cooks. We'll even supply them with our oil. With dishes like this, merchants will never want to leave Kingsju." "I'm sold," said Leroy, raising his cup. "If that happens, I'll eat at Hardy's every day." "Same here," said Orpheus, already munching on a chicken leg. "After tasting this food, everything else just tastes like wax." As the mood lifted, Theodore asked curiously, "Your Highness, these dishes taste completely different from what we usually eat. Are they boiled?" "Nope, these are stir-fried." "Stir-fried, what's that?" Murmurs filled the room. Even though these officials lived comfortably, most of them had only recently begun to eat well. Before, food was usually boiled or roasted, and that was it. The tools needed for stir-frying woks and stoves was still rare and expensive. Recently, Aldous had focused on military industries and shipbuilding. His work on improving everyday life had only just begun, so he called for a servant to bring a wok and stove into the main hall, along with oil, salt, and eggs. "This," he announced, "is a wok. You need one of these to stir-fry food." Aldous walked over to the stove. The wok was already heated over coal fire. Everyone stopped eating and crowded around. Henry squinted at the pot. "I've never seen one of these before. Did your Highness invent it?" "Of course," said Cade proudly. "And how do you stir-fry?" Morley was watching closely, already planning to ask Aldous for his own wok after the holidays. New Year's was a time for fun, and Aldous was in a playful mood. "I'll show you. Let's make a simple fried egg." He poured oil into the hot wok. The oil heated quickly. Then he added a pinch of salt, cracked an egg, and dropped it into the pan. Sizzle, the egg danced in the hot oil. A few drops splashed and hit Orpheus's face, making him yelp and jump back. Everyone else leaned in, wide-eyed and fascinated. In no time, Aldous scooped up the perfectly fried egg and looked at the crowd. "So who wants to try it first?" The golden fried egg gave off a rich, mouth-watering aroma that wafted through the main hall. Everyone from Morley to the other officials let out a unified sigh of amazement. While the saying goes, "A gentleman stays far from the kitchen," the truth was they had all been in a kitchen before. "This smells amazing. Your Highness, allow me to be the first to try it," said Orpheus, licking his lips and swallowing hard. Sack quickly interrupted. "Bank's captain, with all due respect, as an officer, I should be the one to try it first for the sake of all of us." "Nonsense, I outrank you. This honor belongs to me." The two tugged and bickered, neither willing to back down. Just then, Leroy hiccuped from his wine and casually muttered, "If we're talking about seniority and risking one's neck, I'm the commander of Kingsju, I'll take the lead." Without hesitation, he picked up the fried egg and popped it into his mouth, while Orpheus and Asa watched, heartbroken. "How does it taste?" Morley asked with great curiosity. As civil officials, they wouldn't dare act as shamelessly as the military types, but before they could hesitate further, the opportunity had been taken. Leroy chewed thoughtfully and nodded. "Excellent. It's delicious, so this is what they call stir-frying." Once everyone had had a taste and experienced how stir-frying worked, Aldous gestured for the servants to clear the cooking setup and return to his seat. "You've all now witnessed what stir-frying can do. Could this be another business opportunity for Kingsju?" "Absolutely," Morley said. "There's an old saying, the people regard food as their heaven. This proves how deeply food touches the hearts of the people. If even simple ingredients can become this delicious through stir-frying, diners will return again and again." "Yes," someone else added, "with wealthy nobles and merchants frequently passing through Kingsju. Being notoriously picky eaters, this level of cuisine would easily win them over." Aldous nodded. In modern times, the culinary industry was one of the most important sectors, driven by people's relentless pursuit of good food. Even during economic downturns, restaurants remained packed. Where there's great food, good inns and accommodations would surely follow, attracting even more merchants and visitors. The crowd enthusiastically agreed, and Aldous silently made up his mind. After the new year, he would work on organizing Kingju's service industry, starting with restaurants and inns. Improving the quality of life here would be key to drawing in the wealthy and influential from across the empire. An hour passed in laughter, drinking, and feasting. When the bell struck, Aldous turned to Cade. "Let's begin the fireworks." "Yes, Your Highness," Cade responded quickly and jogged outside. The doors of the main hall opened, and 3 servants carefully brought out rows of cylindrical fireworks, placing them in the courtyard. The officials leaned forward eagerly. Rumors had spread that this year's fireworks were unlike any before, and anticipation filled the room. The bamboo tubes were set in place. Cade lit them one by one. Pop, pop, pop. With a series of crisp bursts, vibrant jets of color shot up 4 to 5 meters high. Brilliant red, green, and gold flared across the snowy sky. The group display was truly spectacular. "How beautiful," whispered Theodore, mesmerized by the shimmering spectacle. His smile was warm and content. Like many scholars who had relocated from Nightblumen to Kingju, he had gradually become at peace with his new life here now. He embraced it with pride. The rapid development of Kingju over the past year had affirmed that he had made the right choice. Watching the colorful fireworks light up the sky, he could almost see Kingju's future rising just as brightly. Sitting in the hall, Aldous sipped wine as he gazed at the rainbow of colors bursting above. For a moment, it felt like he was back in the modern world. But that feeling quickly faded, replaced by flickering lanterns, coal-burning braziers, and the biting cold of winter. After tonight, tomorrow would mark the start of the 18th century. Aldous's thoughts churned. By the early 1500s in his world's history, Italy's Dal Cario brothers had already invented the glass mirror. In 1590, Janssen from the Netherlands created the compound microscope, and in 1593, Galileo introduced the water thermometer. The 17th century, which was just ending, had seen even more advances. Blood transfusion, steam turbines, adding machines, barometers, air pumps, pendulum clocks, reflecting telescopes, phosphorus, calculators, and steam pumps. But the 18th century would be even more explosive for science. His knowledge told him that this century would bring innovations such as the seed drill, Newcomen's steam engine, the piano, mercury thermometers, Leyden jars, spinning frames, compound steam engines, early automobiles, double convex lenses, gas turbines, gas lighting, cotton gins, and hydraulic presses. He mentally flipped through this scientific timeline again and again. On this New Year's Eve, he felt the weight of history pressing down on him. The great Gabriel Empire slumbered in its illusion of superiority. But he couldn't afford to sleep. Aldous knew that with his current strength, he couldn't change the entire empire yet. But he could change his territory. He vowed to make his land the birthplace of the Enlightenment in the great Gabriel Empire. The imperial court would never listen to his words, but they would believe their eyes. Just like they had when he introduced artillery, only after witnessing it would they be convinced. If he could build his territory into a model of technological progress, others would follow, even if slowly and painfully. And if traditionalist, noble clans tried to stand in his way, then he would use his cannons to blast open the gates of the empire before the Western powers did. Outside, the last burst of fireworks hissed and faded, leaving behind the sharp scent of gunpowder. Just then, a group of beautifully dressed women entered the main hall, accompanied by 2 rows of musicians holding traditional instruments. Aldous's expression softened in anticipation. The performances were about to begin. After all, tonight was the last night of the 17th century. It had to end with a flourish. Tomorrow, he would begin a new era leading Kingju to catch up with the age of exploration. Sweet voice began to sing, graceful as startled swan, elegant as dancing dragon, radiant as autumn chrysanthemums, lush as spring pines, like drifting clouds veiling the moon, like breeze-driven snow in flight, from afar dazzling as the rising sun, up close blooming like lotus on water. Was Carrie Jai's Rhapsody of the Kili River Goddess, sung softly yet clearly. From within the lingering smoke of the fireworks, Mael and Kili emerged, one in violet, the other in green, graceful as dawn light breaking through morning mist. Their movements were as fluid as poetry, dancing beneath the crimson lanterns of the New Year's Eve.